only saw Vortix against Kalajur, I think, where he absolutely kicked some ass, and we could tell that he's a very, very solid player overall. So we're basically having a look at how exactly those two players performed the day. So we are in the quarterfinal stage right now, so those are going to be best of 5 series, and we have 4 of those scheduled for today. So that is basically the round of 8, and tomorrow is going to be the final bit of the tournament, which is going to be 2 semifinals and the final. So it basically is going to be quite a tight schedule overall, I think. What I wanted us to have a look at is actually a few things related to those players, but I'm honestly not too sure how much exactly we can get out of the ladder itself. So we're just going to have a look at the ladder first and where those players stand, perhaps like maybe how exactly they are performing overall as well. So just kind of have a look at their profiles. So I'm just going to jump to the screen for the game. So we're going to have a look at Mista and... sorry, obviously no, we're going to look at Kasva and his opponent, which is Vortix. So first of all, let's have a look at their game records. Oh, you know what? So Kasva, as you can see, has been actually spamming games, right? He has played almost 300 games total. And on the ladder, he's around rank 120, I think. That basically is... that. Sorry, my chat client has just completely frozen, so I do need to go over and refresh it. Okay, it should be good now. So we might actually want to have a look at the ladder first, perhaps even, right? To see how exactly those players pan out against each other. So as you guys can see, first of all, Kasva has been actually spamming a lot of games, right? The history does say that. We could probably just have a look at the potential games he has been playing overall, right? But it seems to be that basically he has not played on this account for quite a while, right? It seems that like both those players, I think like most of the tournament players actually, they have been quite inactive on their tournament account, so they might have like something else up their sleeve, I believe, right? So obviously Kasva very good on French, right? He has been playing that Civ expertly. You can see that he has been actually performing very well in the tournament setting, right? He has not lost with French, I think. Throughout all those kind of best of 3s, best of 1s as well, right? I think that's kind of the staple, right? So in order to actually perform well in a tournament like this, you actually have to be good on French. There's no other way around this. We could also have a look at the ladder standing, but before that, I think we should just have a look at Vortix's profile as well. If that is not hidden, I think it should not be hidden at this point. So we should be able to just kind of examine quickly as to what we might be dealing with. Oh, it is still hidden, so we can't. So let's just jump to our browser now and see the players standing. So in the case of Vortix, actually, he has not played too many games. I mean, 47 is not that many. I think I played more on my main account, but this doesn't quite testify to to how many games Vortix might have played, right? You guys can see that there are quite a few of those less known names on the ladder right now. Like if you look at the leaderboard of Age of Empires 4, you see there is a guy called Trebuchet, for instance. I'm not really sure who it is, but he also has like a very similar win record to Vortix. I'm not going to speculate, but he has a very, very solid performance overall. KEKW, of course, also 44-10. It looks like those are the players who are, you know, performing at the highest level, gaining very high MMR almost out of the blue, right? Those are the guys who just kind of popped out of nowhere, and they're visible on the ladder right now. So it's quite possible, I think, that both Kasva and Vortix have been playing on different accounts. Let's have a look at Kasva, by the way. So this is very case sensitive, and you have to just type in the exact name to get the results. So where Vortix is like rank 13, I think, Kasva is actually rank 118, with a significant elo deficit, by the way, to his opponent, which is interesting, right? It seems that he is actually slightly behind the curve in terms of MMR, but he has played so many more games. Look at this. He has probably more experience on different civilizations, and this might actually give him an advantage. Plus, again, we have not seen that many games in the history of Kasva, right? There are some major Age of Empires 2 events, and Kasva is obviously still very much involved in AoE 2, which might be the cause of this, I guess. So that might be why we see, you know, Vortix. So that's why we see, like, you know, Kasva specifically having slightly fewer games over the course of the past few days. It's kind of hard to speculate, to be honest. We're just kind of trying to figure out how exactly this goes. But the one thing stands for sure, like those are two excellent players. And why Kasva does have an advantage, you might wonder. So the thing about Kasva is that sorry, here's my screen. The thing about Kasva is that he has performed extremely well in the best of 3 against Tato before, right? He did actually demolish Tato's French with his Abbasid. And the actual rule in the tournament is that you cannot play with the civilization that you win with. So if you play with French and you win with French, you're no longer able to actually pick French again, right? So this basically means that you have to have a wider civilization pool overall available to yourself. If you don't, then you are going to naturally fall behind all your opponents. That's basically the deal here. So I think that's one of those kind of interesting things about today. We're going to see which of those players is most proficient on those kind of less meta picks overall, right? I think that's a very interesting thing to see. I'm not really sure how exactly those guys are going to do, actually. It's kind of a big question mark to me, but it seems that we'll probably see some differences depending on how well prepared those guys are and how well versed they might be with those very different civilizations they'll be playing. So what I wanted us to have a look at as well is actually the schedule for today, because we have quite a few of those games, and I kind of wanted to make predictions as well regarding the results of those games of today. But apparently it's not loading for me, which is weird. It's quite strange, to be honest, that we cannot see this. I know why. It's the wrong picture. Sorry, I kind of loaded a few things, but apparently I loaded the wrong GIF. Okay, here we go. So this is basically our schedule for today, right? We have Vortix versus Kasva. I do think, actually, like, given the performance of Kasva, and I did actually watch Vortix play, I think Vortix is going to take the game with French, but I think Kasva seems to have like a very wide pool of civs he's going to play. So I would give this one to Kasva, honestly. I'm very impressed by the player. He has been performing extremely well, and my pick for today is definitely going to be Kasva in this matchup. I'm actually kind of biased as far as MarineLord versus TheMista. First of all, I have not seen TheMista play, to be honest, so he is kind of, again, something I'm not certain about. Like, he has been playing very well, of course. He comes from Age of Mythology, I believe, right? He is very good. He's the best Age of Mythology player. Hey there, Alex Kirov. Welcome back. So he's extremely good of a player, right? Don't get me wrong then. But whether he's good enough or no to actually beat those top players, like, MarineLord specifically, who has been like at the top of the ladder basically since forever, I am not really sure. I think he is actually so good, like MarineLord is so good that he's going to take it, but I'm looking forward to someone proving me wrong here, okay? Then you have RecoN versus Hera, okay? Oh, this is, so Mista is Trebuchet, okay, this explains a lot. That will be Trebuchet, right? In this case, so that kind of explains why. Thank you, Kirov. So he's actually rank 1. But I'm still, because that's going to be very interesting. First of all, you're wrong, because I just checked and MarineLord is first. So this is going to be basically a very interesting matchup, because this is going to be rank 1 versus rank 2. Wait. That's weird. Where's my thing? Here. So, as you can see, MarineLord is first with 7 MMR advantage, actually. So Trebuchet is second. So it's going to be rank 1 versus rank 2, which is really cool, right? It's really exciting to see that, right? It's going to be amazing. And then we have RecoN versus Hera. I think Hera has been playing like out of his mind on the streams. He's also an extremely proficient player once again. So I am really looking forward to seeing him play. I did cast a few of his games. He was obviously playing on the ladder, not in the tournament realm. And it seems like he's really, really solid as well. So I'd give this one to Hera, honestly. I'm super biased towards MarineLord in this matchup versus TheMista, though he did look shaky versus Probe last weekend. Probe is very good. Like, Probe is a professional SC2 player as well. And he is, rank 120 or something right now. So they're like maybe not closely matched, but Probe is very good nonetheless. And, MarineLord could have lost against Probe. I think if Probe had like a little bit more proficiency in the late game, I'm pretty certain that that MarineLord can still lose, right? He has had like some very poor performances. He lost on the French versus Probe, which is a big question mark to me, honestly. I have no idea how that happened, but he did lose to Probe, right? And Probe was not a favorite, of course, in the matchup. So I'm not really certain. And Hera versus RecoN, I have not seen RecoN play, so I cannot really judge this one. So we're just going to go, I'm going to go with Hera because he's such a household name in the RTS right now. In Age of Empires 2 initially, then he moves onto AoE 4, of course, and he smashes once again. So I would say definitely would give some sort of an advantage to Hera in this particular matchup. And finally, it's going to be TheViper versus Lucifron, okay? By the way, that's something I did not know, but Lucifron and Vortix are brothers, so we have two brothers in the tournament at the very top 8 in the world. So I just found out about that today when I was looking at their profiles, looking at the results in the other games. And apparently they're like both ex-SC2 pros from Spain, obviously brothers, so they have to be from the same country. But it's kind of possible they might meet in the finals, right? If, the stars align for both of those players. It is possible they do actually meet in the finals and they play each other, which would be really cool to see, I think. Because, yeah, it's just really, really fun overall of a concept, right? To entertain the idea that, two brothers would be kind of playing for the championship. And obviously TheViper, I don't think anyone needs to introduce the guy once again. A household name for Age of Empires 2, probably like the second most famous player in the world, other than Hera, in this reality. And, one of the most recognized names in the RTS community overall, right? I think you have to say that in the Western world anyway, I think it's going to be like Hera, it's going to be Viper, it's going to be Serral. I think those are like the kind of the most well-known players. So that's kind of interesting to see those all those guys actually in the same tournament at the top 8 actually and duking it out, right? Obviously, MarineLord gets an honorable mention here, being a very good pro of SC2 from Europe as well, but he's not as well known as the other, as Hera and TheViper, of course, right? Have you guys seen, by the way, that Serral is doing super well as well on the ladder? Because that's something that was very exciting to me, seeing Serral actually perform rather well. He has not played too many games because he's obviously still, I think, professionally playing StarCraft 2, but he's really, he's ranked 23 on the ladder, with the staggering results of 43 to 14, right? So Serral is very good as well, though he has been shaky. I was watching him stream AoE 4, and he has been quite shaky overall. So I'm not certain how well he performs in the following events, because obviously I don't think he even participated in this one. But he's just one rank below Hera, so it's quite exciting actually to see him, very, very close to his opponent over here. It's also going to be. So not to his opponent. It's going to be very interesting to see whether Serral actually has some interest in the game and maybe just promotes SC2 even further. Right, it's going to be also quite a big thing, I think, for the RTS, for Age of Empires as a competitive RTS, if Serral was to keep playing it. Right, there are obviously quite a few of those StarCraft 2 pros who have been interested in Age of Empires 4. We have Probe, for instance. We have Pig as well. Pig, this extremely well-known, I think is very well-known caster of the game. And I think MarineLord, of course, as well, showing us some real results as well on the ladder, right? So we have quite a few of those really, really solid SC2 players. I think Fuser as well comes from SC2. I think I've seen Cedar somewhere on the ladder. Yeah, Cedar is also there, so we can actually... Sorry, I wanted to actually switch the screens again. So you've seen Cedar as well on the ladder. So there are quite a few of those very well-known names from StarCraft 2 that are coming to Age of Empires 4. Beastie Cutie, of course, the very famous streamer. Love his content, he's really entertaining. Kalajur, of course, whom we cast last week. There are quite a few of those really good or kind of middle-of-the-table SC2 players who are just kind of switching to the game, which seems that, which means that they are at least interested in playing it, right? I think that this means that there is some decent future for the game overall. So we're just kind of waiting right now for the players to start the match. By the way, it should start really soon because both players are in the lobby, by the way, so I might actually switch to the cast screen. That's not this one. It's still not this one. Sorry, I'm bad with layers apparently. So we're just waiting for Vortix, I think, to initiate his game against his opponent, against Kasva. And once it does, yeah, we'll just kind of jump into it. I think because they have to go for a few things here, right? They're doing their picks right now, which is basically they're blind picking on an external website, because if you pick in the lobby in Age of Empires 2, in Age of Empires 4, you cannot hide it from your opponent. So they have to do their picks. I think they have to pick their maps. I think it might be Dry Arabia as the default first map, but from there they will be also picking maps like interchangeably. So it's interesting to see what actually comes up as the first match of the day. Though I would say it's very, very likely for the match to be actually French versus French, right? I'm kind of doubting they might go for anything else. And honestly, this will kind of tell us a lot about the future of the series in terms of like how mechanically good those players are, how well they pan out against each other. But on the other hand, however, it will also tell us very little about the series in terms of, you know, the proficiency of other civilizations. Because I think like every single pro player in AoE 4 has this decent level of proficiency on the French, because it has been such a strong civilization overall that if you don't play French very well, you're just not going to be competitive, right? So that's basically the problem here. Right, we've not really had much of an opportunity outside of like what 2-3 best of 3s that we were able to cast or witness to see how exactly other civs play, because French have been so prevalent, right? We've seen like some Rus play in the best of 1 series. We have seen some Mongols, I think, as well. Those were like the 2 other civilizations that were played. And I did cast a single Holy Roman Empire game against the French, but it was a complete and absolute flop. This being said, I've actually been watching a lot of those kind of X versus French matchups, and the players have been performing rather well. So it is not like set in stone, I think. It might actually be that, you know, French are beatable. I think I did see Pro play against like one of those very high ranked players, and he did win with the Abbasid, for instance, quite dominantly as well against the French. So it's not impossible to win, of course, but it's going to be a rough patch to deal with French if you win that very first matchup, because then your opponent is of course able to pick the French into a different race, into the different civ matchup as well. So it is going to be quite an intriguing affair, I think, seeing how exactly that pans out. We can see that Vortix is actually in the game, so we might actually jump into it right away, and I hope this is it. It is indeed Kasva, so we're just going to that. Game tends to lag a little bit for me, so it's normal. It should kind of stabilize as it loads. And we have 4 minutes delay right now, of course. The game is loaded, so it does actually lag for me, sorry about that, but when the game is loading, the stream does lag a little bit. And I think you guys should have the clear audio as well right now, so the series has indeed started. And the very fun thing is Vortix opens with Delhi Sultanate of all things, guys. It's just like super weird. I would have never expected, you know, to see Delhi picked in the very first tournament game. And it's going to be the very first game going to be, you know, played with French versus Delhi. And Vortix obviously playing the Delhi. So it is going to be very, very strange. I think, of a matchup. I've not seen this one play out too well for Delhi so far. So I guess Vortix has some sort of a timing planned. He has some ace up his sleeve. Maybe he's just mind gaming his opponent a little bit. Because, well, don't get me wrong, right? Delhi can do very well against the French. I've seen this kind of work quite well for different players under different circumstances. It has been like quite a decent matchup, but it is going to be weird. It's going to be quite weird for those 2 players. I think that is going to be very uncomfortable for Kasva anyway. What do you mean, Sakrasta? Bad hair day? What do you mean? I have pretty gorgeous hair, I think. That's strange. There's a very strange note from you. This being said, anyway, I'm obviously kidding. This being said, we're gonna see a very weird matchup because those guys have not played each other before, I think, first of all. And second of all, it is actually going to be, you know, this Delhi, which is usually, like, if people do tier lists of that civilization, the Delhi lands in the very, very last spot consistently as well. Oh, okay, the cam was, yeah, because I'm casting, right? I think when you're casting, you shouldn't have your camera on. That kind of doesn't go too well together. So we're just gonna have like the clean cast without the camera. No, it's a gorgeous hair day, man. If you criticize my hair, you have to deal with my girlfriend afterwards because she did the cutting. So you really have to be quite careful with this, with jokes like these, because yeah, she doesn't take offense lightly, you know. Obviously kidding, but she doesn't. Now continuing, so what I've seen from like my personal point of view, but it's like 300 MMR, 300 ELO below those players, is that Delhi can turtle very well if they're allowed to turtle, right? So it really depends on the map. I think I missed the map that they're playing on. If this is Dry Arabia, of course, it's very open. So if you have a possibility to play on a closed map where you can wall off and you just kind of can bunker up, the only thing that can kill you is, a ramp push, I think. So it is possible that, Vortix has a very particular trick up his sleeve to deal with this. But in all honesty, it's really a big question mark, because I do not think that Delhi are very good at dealing with this early game aggression. Though I believe that every civ has some tools, right? Because you can just build the towers, you can just fortify a little bit, and if you fortify, if you just defend yourself well, and you don't do so many villagers to the French, you should be okay. The French do, of course, get that extra production of villagers, so they will naturally eke out a small villager lead overall. On the other hand, of course, the Delhi Sultanate, they have free research. Well, you can't see because it's not yet a game. It hasn't started. So we're just... Can you guys see the quit match screen? I think you should be able to see the quit match screen with game will start in 50 seconds. So I'm not casting anything yet. We're just waiting. I'm just kind of trying to bide my time here overall. So I'm trying to give you like some entertaining intro before the game does begin indeed. By the way, let me know, as the stream starts, as the actual game starts, please let me know about the sound quality, okay? Or I should actually get the sound of the game a little bit higher up or no. So that's just kind of a small thing you guys can do for me, of course. But yeah, we're 20 seconds away. We are going to find out what the map is. We're going to find out how exactly those players are going to approach the matchup. And I'm very excited because that's just a very, very quirky game number 2. Right, game number 1 that is. We have not seen something like this before. I'm very, very surprised to see, Vortix actually going with Delhi. And I'm hyped to see what exactly is going to happen. Guys, we're going to jump into game number 1 right away. And in the south of the map, southeastern corner, it is going to be Vortix in the blue playing Delhi Sultanate. And at the southwestern part of the map, it is going to be Kasva playing the French. It is the best of 5 game, or best of 5 mashup, so you guys will see exactly how that kind of develops. Very first game here is going to be quite weird, I think, because those players are not really ready for this to come. It is, by the way, Lipany, so it is not going to be Dry Arabia for game number 1, but it is going to be quite an interesting situation, I think, quite an interesting development for the players here. So you can see, well, there's going to be a standard opening for the French, I guess, so Kasva is going to go for a house, into a gold mine and just kind of go 2 villagers, 3 villagers onto gold, age up as quickly as possible, get that aggression going. Vortix, on the other hand, on Delhi, he's getting the mosque. I think this is the mosque, isn't it? Yeah, it is the mosque, which basically increases the research rate if you have a scholar garrisoned in it, right? So it is a unique mechanic to the Delhi. It will boost the research rates for all the buildings. And what you can, by the way, see is instantaneous big start on the wheelbarrow tech. So Delhi Sultanate is very special in this game because they do not have any costs for the research. So generally speaking, research costs a lot of gold, it costs a lot of food or wood. And basically what happens for the Delhi is that they have very slow times of research, but they do not spend anything on getting the research going. So that you can just get free tech. So by minute 5, you will have this wheelbarrow completed. And as you add scholars to the mosques that form this kind of a chain of buildings, it will actually mean that the research speeds up. So the more scholars you can produce, the more tech you get. And also the mosque itself does have some unique tech of its own. The sanctity upgrade, for instance, over here is going to give you the ability to capture the sacred sites with your scholars before age 3, which is really cool because I think you can just go for it in the Dark Age. You just kind of pump out a scholar or 2, you just run them through the map, and you get that upgrade going. So it's very weird, honestly, seeing those 2 masks drop. I have not seen too much Delhi played professionally, so it is going to be a very, very weird situation, I think. So we can also see that efficient production is being researched. So scholars can be garrisoned in military buildings with this, and they can boost their production, which is very indicative, actually, of a possible early push, because this is 100% double production speed, actually. So it doubles up the production speed for those players. For the Delhi Sultanate player. So it's really exciting to see how exactly this develops. I think we're gearing towards a very early push, to be honest. We have not seen a scholar come out yet, so I'm not sure exactly how that happens for Vortix, whether he's just gonna get a scholar early, once this, is about to finish, 2 minutes, 5 seconds, so plenty of time to go still. And once this upgrade actually finishes, he's probably just gonna send a scholar to the sacred site, just capturing it. I think that's going to be the play for Vortix, for a Spanish player. Kasva, on the other hand, is, I think I'm going to reveal the entire map because I believe it's just a better idea overall. Kasva is going for a School of Cavalry. He's aging up very, very early on. I think this is one of the earliest possible age ups. He's sending 5 villagers as well to build this. So it's going to be a very, very early pumping out of cavalry here. He's going to get, like, you know, a knight. I think he finishes this at this. I have not seen this happen so early, actually. I play French. I have never been able to get it so soon. Is basically, so what Kasva is doing, he's actually not getting any sort of wood mined yet, gathered yet, so he's just gonna go for the lumber camp very late on into this matchup. He's just gonna have enough food to produce a knight. 6 villagers building the School of Cavalry. He starts the knight instantaneously, and will have this very scary situation for Vortix, because he has a lot of mining here actually that might be vulnerable to attacks. And there is no barracks yet. We see the Dome of Faith being researched, which produces scholars at 50% cost from the landmark, which is a good economic upgrade, of course, but it doesn't stem the flow of knights. And you really have to deal with them somehow. By the way, Vortix honestly sitting on 113 wood, so he's nowhere near having enough to handle this, though he does actually... Okay, what's happening? Oh, okay, he's building Dome of Faith, so he doesn't need wood anymore. So he doesn't need gold anymore. He just had, I think he needed some gold for units maybe. I don't know why he got an extra 120, but he doesn't need extra gold for anything. So he might have actually overgathered here a little bit. Maybe for a scholar, right? Scholar costs 150 gold. So he actually recognized the timing of the knight. He knows that the knight is going to come across the map and attack him. So I guess that's why he pulls those villagers away. He still needs a little bit more to go to purchase that scholar, though that's actually not true because this produces scholars at 50% the cost. So he's going to be able to pump out the scholar very early on. You can see the knight actually wrapping around the base of Vortix, and he's just gonna go towards the berries over here, getting shot from the TC, but he might actually get a villager kill, because honestly, Vortix is not paying attention. There's gonna be a dead villager for sure, dead to rights, he is. Kasva does actually get a single kill. That's very good for the first knight actually getting that kill, because, you know, the damage hasn't yet spiked up. You know, having 3 knights, of course, makes your, assassination potential way more efficient, right? We see the age up coming from Vortix, so he's kind of comfortable, I believe, going up to the next age. He's getting some spears as well. This upgrade might come down. Also obviously going for a blacksmith, because this is free tech upgrades, so you want to get as many tech buildings as possible as you can afford, really, and just continuously get those upgrades going, because you can just get a very decent lead throughout the game if you just can keep spamming those upgrades out. By the way, we can see that there is a villager being focused by the knight. Once again, this is gonna go down, because I'm very surprised actually that Vortix hasn't quite gone for any sort of defensive infrastructure yet. I think this is a very nice opening for a wall if you really need to defend against the French. And obviously those knights are going to be relentless now attacking our Delhi player throughout the game. I think that's going to be a very scary situation for Vortix, and Vortix has to take no damage at this point. He has to be very defensive, otherwise he just is going to be threatened by a lot of damage being dealt by those knights. Of course, the more spears you can get, the more conf you get on the map as well, because you can just defend your villages, your gatherers, way more efficiently. The scary part is, of course, that this scholar is slightly exposed. There are 3 spears over here guarding him, but I'm not sure how long he can hold the sacred site for. Obviously, this is going to be 3 gold generation for our Delhi players, so getting this is obviously good, but obviously the question remains, how much can you do? And what Kasva is doing here, very expertly actually, he's not going for those kind of direct kills, but he just kind of charges in, gets a kind of extra damage from the charge, because charge does extra damage for the knights. So he charges in, attacks a single villager, does some damage, and then he can actually just rinse and repeat again, right? So he can just kind of come back in with another charge and probably just down this villager. 21 HP means like probably a charge and a single auto will be the demise of this villager over here. Oh god, that's a kill actually instantaneously. I'm very surprised there's gonna be 2 villager kills, by the way, for this knight. That's crazy damage, by the way, coming from from Kasva. And Vortix is not dealing with the aggression too well, is he? He's really taking a lot of damage. He has not been able to sustain his villagers. He has not been building enough infrastructure, I think, to just preempt those attacks. And he's getting himself into a very bad situation right now, where, you know, obviously, like, every single villager lost means that Vortix is going to be losing his potential to win the game in the end. 31 villagers on the side of Kasva, and Vortix only on 23, so it's almost a 10 villager lead for our French player over here. And the defenses are going... It's actually very surprising because, to be honest, you'd expect the French player to be the one building the offensive units, whereas actually he's on the defense as well. He's building this outpost over here, obviously to secure the hunt from the potential harassment. That's kind of peculiar, right? We shall see how exactly this happens. By the way, this scout might die. No, he doesn't actually. Microed out very efficiently here, but those archers now exposed from Vortix. Kasva is pouncing on those, but he loses 2 knights for this, I think. Looks like not a very good trade. Those knights just kind of keep running around like headless chickens. He loses 2 of them. Very inefficient trade for Kasva. So Vortix strikes back over here, of course. He's getting a nice advantage in this place. I wonder if you're actually able to, as Kasva, of course, as Vortix actually, if you're able to contest 2 of those sacred sites at the same time, where he's actually going to be able to defend both, just get enough units to just kind of keep tabs on both of those places. Obviously remains to be the question, it remains to be answered, right, I guess. It's going to kind of turn out in a second. Obviously, this one is going to be repelled. I don't think it decaps. I think this spear actually reaches the spot right in time. But once again, Kasva can just run up over here right now, try to contest this site once again. I'm really surprised by how contained the base of Vortix has been. Obviously, Vortix does actually probably want to spend some money right now and buy some stone, maybe buy some wood, get that second TC, because getting behind in terms of villages against the French is no good sign at all. But we can see that Kasva not really eager to go up to the second base, so he's gonna sit on 2 only. Really wondering how exactly this works for him. We can see those holy sites, those sacred sites being contested by both players. Though this color heavily exposed, 150 gold just walking on the map, that's not good either. I really believe that Vortix could spread those units a little bit thinner and just get something, to defend this side. Actually, he escapes. So the scholar does escape. He can heal up, he can be healed by other scholars, so he's not necessarily dead to rights. I thought those archers would be definitely able to catch up. Actually, they die for this as well, so not only do they fail to kill the scholar, they actually die trying to escape as well. And Vortix is very good at rotating between those 2 sacred sites. You have to admit that he has been actually... Oh, he's going up to castle very quickly, so I was wrong. He buys food with that gold. He doesn't buy the wood, he doesn't buy the stone, he just buys the gold, he just buys the food, and he tries to age up very quickly. This does actually, once your opponent realizes what you're up to, though, this puts you at a decently large deficit. And you can see actually very good micro from Vortix, focusing on the archers from the get-go, and it does repel Kasva's advances, so Kasva is forced to back away. I'm not sure how exactly the economy works for Kasva, but Vortix is getting a very decent tech advantage in this game. Not only does he get free technologies across the board, so he has a lot of different bonuses researched, but he also is working with potentially a very significant tech lead. I don't think Kasva has started his guild hall. He's not even anywhere near that, so he's behind in tech significantly right now. Obviously, he does recapture or decapture the sacred sites at least, but House of Learning being finished, with all those nice unique technologies as well that can be researched, this is very surprising from Vortix, but so far it's working so freaking well, guys. What do you think of the game, people? It's looking like, a small advantage towards Vortix, isn't it? Because he's been able to accrue a lot of gold from those sacred sites, and he's actually just dominating this, technologically speaking, as Delhi should be. He's dominating this matchup, right? He has good tech, he has good overall control of the map, despite losing some of those early villagers. And as you kind of go into the later stages of the game, I think, like, you can just expand as Delhi. You have so much tech going for you, like, for free, that you don't have to spend money on this. That's very important, right? That you really are not spending money on this research. So he has a lot banked up from that, potential research that he would have needed to spend money on, which means that he's just gonna get a very large lead as the game lasts, right? That's what I've been saying, right? If you allow the Delhi to just go into late game, they're just gonna smash you. I do not mean the elephants, because I do personally feel like elephants are not the strongest units in the world. But I do mean this kind of sheer power of units, where you have, all those upgrades going for you. You have very good economy because you get the upgrades for the eco as well, for free, right? You have a lot of those extra unique technologies. By the way, Kasva has not, Vortix has not started this. Kasva, though, on the offensive here with the knights, as I pan over here, we can see a single villager going down, probably the other one escaping with, like 60% of her HP. And it seems like, by the way, there is no lumber camp being built here, which is not efficient way of gathering wood for our Delhi player. But at the same time, Vortix is actually, that's very intense game. Look at this. Vortix is going onto the map. He's going towards the sacred sites. He's capturing 2 of them at this point. He's just going to continue this relentless pressure on the map. He's going to probably be able to snipe another knight. And the problem for Kasva actually is at this point that he's super far behind. He has not even been able to get enough resources to, you know, to efficiently go towards the next age up. Has he? I don't see any guildhall being built, so he's mining a lot of gold right now. I think he intends to go up, but it's going to be a lot of effort still before he's able to. You have those archers, probably going up to the veteran archers as well. You have men-at-arms, which are quite... they're cost efficient, right? They're not as strong as knights still, but they're very gold efficient because it only costs 20 gold and 100 food, I think, which is a very cheap option. Though, you know, Kasva is actually able to push Vortix off those berries. He's actually taking a very favorable trade over here, killing a few villagers, also killing some of the archers because of the obvious archer disadvantage for Vortix. Right now the numbers are a little bit thin, but he's going to be double producing archers at this point. Those are veteran archers right now as well with the unique tech. I'm really surprised House of Learning is not researching anything, by the way, guys. That's kind of weird, isn't it? That they should be going for that. He should be going for one of those unique techs. This is melee damage of MAAs and knights increased by 3. That's plus 3 damage. Incredibly good tech overall. We have the lookout towers, which is kind of okay. Mosque's healing friendly units. That's going to mean that your army can sustain itself way better. This is basically what other civilizations need a special landmark for, right? For instance, the Mongols need a special landmark that can of course be moved to the battlefield, but still they need to have it around. So it's a nice regen possibility for you as well. You could also research this, which means that you are more resource efficient with purchasing those houses, so you can basically just have a little bit less wood spent on those. You can see a very nice engagement here, I think, from Vortix. He has like a lot of those cost-efficient units here. Those MAAs, of course, just kind of going to be this very decent, strong front line for Vortix. He's completely dominating this fight. He's gonna take out all those knights in the front. He's just going to confidently push forward as well. So this, he snipes the knight, and he does actually eke out another piece of ground here. He is going to move towards this outpost. He's going to deny those berries permanently, I believe, right? There's a lot of MAAs actually here. The Castle Age bonus is very good because it's just kind of going to be this high tech available to our Delhi player. He's just going to have this very solid baseline army. Those are not like ridiculously powerful units, but they're just good enough to keep Vortix going. And of course he has free income right now because he has been able to secure those sacred sites. He might be researching something here, not really. This House of Learning going completely unused, so you can see how much ground for improvement there is. But obviously, I think Vortix realizing how far he is ahead is just going to pounce. He's not going to bother with, you know, those pesky little techs. He's just going to move forward. He's going to start fighting. He's going to try to take the lead home. He's just going to keep spamming infantry with his extremely high production values, right? Because he's just garrisoning those scholars into the mosque. He's producing so many of those extra MAAs. Actually, is just going to take this game. I think this is GG. This is the GG moment, I think, for Kasva. Like, what do you do here? You just lost a major fight. You lose all your knights, all your archers. Your opponent has superior tech. Those MAAs fully upgraded at this point. We have veteran archers also upgraded too, with extra armor, with extra defense. There is nothing you can do as Kasva. You're just gonna get raided to your demise. I think there is no possibility for him to catch up ever in this case as well. Kasva taking a very sad loss, I guess. Is just getting absolutely dominated here by his opponent, by Delhi Sultanate of all things. Very, very surprising. So Vortix just showing us how good he is at the game at this point, I think. Also, you know, Delhi not being really favored by anybody seems to be extremely efficient if played correctly. This being said, you have to remember that Vortix also took some heavy villager losses, so he didn't play conservatively. I think he was actually out on the map a lot. And despite all that, despite losing like, I don't know, 5-6 villagers over time, and despite French having a decent econ bonus overall, he still is able to eke out a victory here, I think. There's like very little that you can do as Kasva at this point. You just kind of get raided to infinity. And obviously I think you might just be going towards those siege engineers. No, not really, as Vortix. But this is very cool, unique tech for our Delhi players. You can see Forced March over here is also going to provide you with extra movement speed where your melee units cannot attack. So they can only move forwards, but they cannot attack. This obviously is meant to be this nice gap closer for those melee infantry units, right, where they can actually just run into your opponent's ranks and just completely obliterate them, I believe. That's basically the idea here. So you can just catch up with the archers, catch up maybe with the cavalry with this ability, and deliver some extra damage. I think there's going to be second blacksmith somewhere. Yeah, there's a second one researching the extra movement speed, I think. So we have lots of tech coming in for our Delhi Sultanate player. No text research from the House of Learning still, despite them being free, of course, which is a bit weird. I think that's just something that you could improve upon if you are playing the Delhi here as Vortix. But overall, this is such a clean game, right? He has been able to capture all those sacred sites. He has been getting lots of economy, and all that Kasva can do right now, I think, is tap out, because he has been just completely outmatched. Absolutely outplayed here. Those veteran units from Castle Age, outmassing as well the opponent here. 44 economy, by the way, for Vortix to Kasva's 54. So still very decent economy for our French player, but he has nothing to show for it. No production available. You know, he has been spread thin towards those resources outside of his base, trying to kind of maybe cheese out a little bit of economy here, just kind of trying to maybe sustain his production better. But this being said, even though he is going to be able to sustain the production, I'm not really sure if that's going to be enough, right? Because, you know, you can see this objective victory being triggered, first of all, which is very likely to be the kind of the ending factor for the game, since, let's face it, Kasva is just dead, right? But we can see those MAs actually attacking the TC without any additional defensive structures. Here there's no battering ram, there's nothing to basically tank for them, but they're just so tanky anyway, they're just going to stand here and face tank this. You know, if your knights, by the way, are dying to archers like this, like they're getting two-shot by archer volleys, I think that's also a very good indicator that you just kind of go out of the game and just start a new one. Because, let's face it, Kasva is dead to rights in this game. And Vortix taking a commanding lead, he's just kind of measuring every single unit that is produced. And even if Kasva was just kind of to be more conservative, if he was just kind of to rally out those units and just go for the decisive fight, he would never to win this. Just an age behind. Vortix expected win in game 1, so he had a very nice clean plan and he did execute this expertly as well, and this is basically that guy's game 1 advantage towards Vortix. I'm not sure how long the series is gonna last at this point, because Vortix has just been really strong, right? He's been strong on the day. So far, of course, only one game isn't too indicative of what's gonna happen later. But we have a very good starting point here, and I think it's just exciting to see what those players do next. Yeah, so we have this situation, guys, happening. Vortix taking the game with Delhi, guys. Out of all things, he actually wins with Delhi, right? Might actually add some small text here, just kind of indicating what civs were played so far, right? Might be a good idea to see, to kind of have an overview of what is still available. So bear with me for a second as I actually scramble to add that thing as well. So let me just kind of see this. I think this is that's just kind of from my YouTube. So we're gonna have like a small match history on the left, I think, where I'm just going to note the games, right? So it was Vortix with Delhi versus French, right? And it was a win for Delhi. So that basically is our first game. I'm going to keep track of all those games happening, so I will have a nice list for the series, I think. Maybe I'll just add, you know, Vortix versus Kasva here. I think that would be useful for people who are just kind of going to join the stream to keep track of things, right? So it's going to be... it's going to look like this. So you have like a nice representation of what is happening in these matches, I hope. So Vortix versus Kasva loses with French. I'm just gonna indicate the winner. I think that's enough, because LFR looks like looking for raid from WoW. I do not want to confuse my World of Warcraft audience here, guys. So just gonna wait for the next game to start. They're probably picking their civilizations, maybe taking a little bit of rest, getting some breathing room, and they're just kind of getting ready to come into the second matchup. It was an exciting game, guys. It was very exciting, actually. I'm thrilled. How do you guys feel about this? Like, how do you feel about the matchup? Have you played Delhi at all? Because I played a few games in multi, in 2v2, I think only. I've not been courageous enough to pick Delhi into 1v1s because I knew I would be getting absolutely obliterated by my opponents here. So yeah, that's the question, right? How strong is Delhi Sultanate? Because obviously they seem to resemble the French to some extent, right? I guess, sorry, the Chinese, that is, because both Chinese and Delhi have those unique mechanics that are kind of micro-intensive. You know, you have to micromanage the scholars, you have to manage also those imperial officials as the Chinese. So if you're good at kind of micromanaging and fighting at the same time, you can definitely just maximize the efficiency and crank out some extra units, get a nice advantage, right? But if you're not really just well versed with the game, I think you're just gonna be in trouble, which seems to be the case here. For Vortix being really good on Delhi, actually, he was super well practiced. He came to probably the hardest matchup that Delhi can have, and he just straight up takes it. Like, there was very little room for Kasva to maneuver there. He was able to deliver some econ damage, but it just wasn't enough in those fights. Like, he just fell flat. I'm not really sure what you do. Like, if someone plays as well as Vortix, do you just need to have like more aggressive playstyle? Maybe that's the problem, right? Maybe you just have to, since you're producing nice early, you probably just want to get the archers early as well. Maybe that was the rush, that was the problem. You want to just kind of get some villagers onto the wood sooner, just produce some archers, you know, deal with the spikes, and actually just kind of keep pressuring your opponent. Maybe that's the idea. Maybe that's how you're supposed to play this. So maybe it was the problem for Kasva. Actually, just played too aggressively. He didn't kind of play for this kind of mid feudal where you can take advantages against the Delhi. He played for early feudal, and he was punished for it quite heavily because he didn't have the enough units actually to just take those fights straight up, right? I think that was a very big issue, and he was just completely outmatched. To be honest, he was just completely outmatched by Vortix. Vortix being, of course, really, really strong here. And they're actually loading into game number 2, so we're just going to also follow in suit. Holy crap, no way, Kasva picks now. This is a new meta I was not aware of. Have you guys seen Delhi, actually? Have you guys seen Delhi played by the streamers on the ladder? I saw, like, Fitzbro play Delhi. Fitzbro is the only player, actually, who was picking Delhi Sultanate. We have 2 minutes 40 actually to wait, so here you go, guys. We can just take a little bit of a breather, just chill for 2 minutes 30, and then we'll just go into the next game, okay? So I'm just going to relax my vocal cords a bit, just get some breathing room, and we'll just cast this game as it starts. So give me 2 minutes of a break, okay? Because it was a very intense first game. Okay, guys, I'm back. So we can resume the cast, I think. You might be fortunate enough to hear my dog drinking in the background as well, which is kind of cool. Now we're just gonna load into this matchup over here. 25 seconds remaining for Vortix and Kasva to get started with the second game of the day. So it's very thrilling to see Mongols versus Delhi once again. We're gonna have like 2 straight up Delhi back-to-back games, and people have been like really taking Delhi have been taking a beating in the tier list. So let's see how exactly this one works, guys. We're just gonna load into the game, and here we are. So starting in the northeastern corner of the map, in the blue, it is Vortix playing Mongols, and at the bottom right, bottom eastern corner of the map as well, playing the Delhi Sultanate, it is Kasva over here in the red. And this map is actually, I just need to check it, it's Mongolian Heights. There is some water on the map, which is going to be exciting because we have not really seen that many water maps overall being played in the tournament overall. So it's a very big change, I want to say. I'm very surprised to see this happening. And yeah, it's kind of cool. Let's talk about the build, by the way, for our Delhi players, okay? So as you guys can see, in this case, Kasva are not going towards gold at all. He's just going to produce a single scholar from the mosque which he started the build with. And he's going to also move towards the berries with the mill, because obviously Delhi get extra gathering rate from the berries. He's just, I think, rallying the units towards the wood. So it's going to be a very different approach from what we have seen, I guess. It might be the case he's just going to go towards the second mosque, and only then will he actually, try to pivot from the wood gathering. On the other side of the map, though, because it's also quite interesting, it's going to be Vortix. I'm going to probably reveal the entire map, guys. So on the other side, it is Vortix playing the Mongols. He's also full on wood, actually. He's just going all the way towards the wood. He does build the Uvu over here as well. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Is it Ovu? Uvu? I guess it's Uvu, right? And he's going to actually be also just mass gathering the wood. A few villagers on the sheep, just 5 right now for Vortix, which is a rather small number, honestly. It's also, like, you can see both players kind of gearing towards the water I play, I believe, right? So that's why they're kind of going towards that approach. So they're just going to gear towards the water. They're going to take the docks over here, and they're just going to contest the water territory, unless they're just going to keep themselves trapped a little bit, just like our player over here. Vortix, I'm not sure if this is the right spot for you to be in with this dock, because there are only 3 fishing spots over here on this segment of the river. At the north, though, which is probably more preferable for him, there are probably more. There is 1 fish over here. There's 2 fishing spots. 3 only? Seriously? Yeah, okay, never mind. So he's actually good. He has he basically doesn't miss out on anything. There are 3 fishing spots over here, and let's see what exactly our Delhi player is dealing with here. There's 1, 2 spots over here, and there's going to be, okay, it's actually disadvantage towards Kasva. Actually, he has fewer fishing spots, fewer ponds available, right? So those shoreline fish, of course, do not provide you with the highest gathering rate in the world, but a dock so early basically acts as a second TC, just propelling you towards the later stage of the game, right? I do not think there are fishing traps available in the game, and neither are they actually contesting this area, so which would be very silly, by the way, because those fishing ships for they can shoot, actually, they have arrows. So they're fully loaded, fully geared, armed and ready to fight. So that would be very unwise, I think, to contest the Delhi Sultanate. But you'd probably expect the Delhi actually to try to go onto that pond with their opponent, maybe to just kind of deny them some access to the fishing. Of course, here there is an outpost built as well by Vortix. So he's going to keep tabs on the map. He's going to have a decent sight as to onto what is going on. Oh, he can actually cross this. That's very cute. Because there are like certain places where you cannot cross, actually. In this particular place, you can actually cross the river with your fishing boats. And there is like small aggression going on, of course. Those fishing boats cannot respond. They are, however, first of all, able to repair each other, because the fishing boats kind of work like SCVs in StarCraft 2, I think, whereby they can repair each other, actually. And second of all, they can also get repaired by the dock, right? Of course, you're paying wood to do this, right? So as you guys can see, Vortix actually is spending some wood to repair those boats here, and there's a lot of aggression coming in from Kasva. Kasva is probably, Vortix is going to garrison this tower actually in the end, so there is no more damage to be had, I think, from from Kasva. So Kasva is going to have to just basically just leave, go through this passage, narrow passage over here, and leave. What is, by the way, very confusing to me is that the boats can cross those kind of shallows, right? But they cannot cross the bridges. They get stuck underneath the bridges. That's what I thought was the case, right? Because I thought they could not cross the shallows. They can cross the shallows very well, but they just get stuck completely underneath many of the bridges, where they just are unable to move either back, or they can move neither back nor forth, right? Which is kind of weird of a mechanic. Now let's have a look at how this game develops. So Kasva over here just going heavily towards the wood still. He is gathering lots of it. He's producing the boats. We have Kasva is basically sitting on 11 villages on wood, 11 on food, and 3 on gold. He has enough gold to age up, so he just kind of gives up on gathering more. Also, Khan is actually taken down by those fishing boats. On the other side of the map, with Vortix's game, I guess, like his side of the map is very empty. He barely has anything built because he has been probably mass spending on those ships. We have, what, like 8 of them already on the map. There are also villagers gathering here, probably just kind of keeping those outposts manned just in case should, you know, Kasva decide to aggress. But Kasva has been able to wall off all those entrances, and I think he's just gonna play for a slower, more passive game, because that's what, you know, Delhi is strong at. Actually, Delhi Sultanate is extremely strong at playing those prolonged, more defense-oriented games where you can turtle and just kind of get towards decent tech. We can see actually that Kasva here is aging up with Delhi, so he's going up to Dome of Faith, whereas the Mongols over here, they're just going towards the Deer Stones. And we've actually seen a lot of criticism of this build from many prominent players, actually, like BSTQT among other things. BC is very good in Mongols. He has been saying like there is no point for a Mongol player to go towards those Deer Stones. But I think what people are underestimating quite a bit is the offensive potential of this landmark, because you can just move those Deer Stones across the map towards your opponent with your units and pack them. You have like a huge area of effect. We can just freely move with this increased movement speed, which means like you are just going to be way more efficient at catching people off guard and attacking them. Now, Kasva does something very smart, so he just builds a tower, he builds an outpost over here. He's going to also garrison this thing with villagers and with a scout. So this actually just going, I guess it doesn't do that much actually. I thought it would be applying lots of pressure, but to be honest, those fishing boats, you know, they're just healing from the docks area of effect, and they do not need any external healing. There is no need for repairs even. So this tower with so few villagers and with so few units inside is just not doing the work it's supposed to, I think. That's what the plan is good, but the execution kind of falls flat to a large extent. Let us compare the economies, because Vortix is working off the back of 36 workers right now, whereas Kasva is actually on 36 as well, with 6 idling. I guess villagers somewhere must have finished building, and he has not been able to reassign them yet. He just kind of goes for it right now. This is the marker of very high APM, I guess, because he just instantaneously, you know, gets those units to build something else. He could have queued that, though. He could have just shift queued them to do something else once it was finished. However, you guys can see that's what I was saying, right? The Deer Stones moving up towards this bridge over here. You can see there's going to be some aggression probably coming from the side of Vortix. Vortix also moving those boats towards Kasva's position. Kasva obviously can fight back with them because they're just such a strong unit. Early on, they can definitely just deal with a few pesky archer ships, right? Which is exactly what our Mongol players is using to harass here. So this is turning to a weird, hectic water game, all in all. There's a single dhow being built, by the way, or dhow, I have no idea how to pronounce this word either, being built by Kasva over here. He's just going to move alongside this river, I guess, towards the position of Vortix once he gathers enough forces on the map. You have to remember, though, that that Vortix is working with a small advantage in terms of production. Actually, no. Oh, I thought he was building this dock, but he just decided against it. He cancelled that. And he's just working with a singular dock to one dock of his opponent. There are very few military units being built. Actually, the infrastructure is very thin for the Mongols. There's basically nothing in the base. There are 2 archery ranges, probably double producing the archers here, which is, again, I'm not really a big fan of this. Of course, like, you can just propel your army with this, but my problem with this approach is that, of course, you get archers, like, but you could be getting double villagers with this, honestly. Obviously, you have to move your TC, then it's going to require you to build some sort of gathering building as well. next to it, but I think it could be a good idea to just kind of double produce villagers. I've seen lots of people do this, because just, you know, a free villager every 100 stone, and you gather quite a lot of stone per minute if you are Vortix. It's 105, so basically you get like an extra villager per minute of the game. He would have had like 10 villagers by now if he were to just be using the TC to double produce the villagers. So it's not that... Actually, it's a very significant lead, right? It's very hard to eke out a 10 villager lead so early into the game unless you do heavy harassment. You can just get it for free as Mongols if you play defensively, and I don't think he's getting anything done so far. Those ships are actually attacking the gate though, so there's a possibility for aggression. And there's obviously those deer stones that are going to be moving across the shallows here, together with a very large army of archers. Actually, that's a lot of archers, which are shown right now, by the way, so they're actually going to appear on the screen of Kasva. So Kasva knows what's happening, but he's going towards this. That's very strange. I'm not really kind of going to be in full support of this, to be honest, because, guys, is it the right approach? Like going for the very quick age up when you do not see your opponent, when they have zero scouting information, and for all you know they could be doing a very nasty all-in and just attacking you with lots of archers. This is an 18 archer attack, and they're just going to snipe so many villagers right now. Look at this, there's a ram being started as well. Those villagers escape to this outpost over here, which is going to, you know, fire back a little bit. But this is still like a lot of damage done for free, and there is nothing to defend for Kasva here. What does Kasva do? Because he's like 50% done with his Dome of Learning. He's getting heavily pressured by Vortix, and he's really not... I think he has been caught with his pants down, guys. What does he do exactly? He actually just kind of tries to move the villagers out. Maybe just kind of to try to, you know, keep preparing. Obviously, those rams, until they're finished... they're not going to be tanking for anybody, right? So those archers, the numbers are going to thin out a little bit. I'm not sure why Vortix is doing this. He could have just kind of backed away. Honestly, he could have just backed away. I think he's just trying to deny this at all costs, right? I think that's the idea here. So he's just trying to keep his opponent from completing this construction, which is fair, of course. But he does lose a lot of archers. He had like 18 coming in. He has... Okay, he still has 18, but he lost a lot of, because he has been just continuously producing, right? He has not been able to actually just get as much out for, sorry, he could have had like 30, okay, that's what I'm trying to say. He lost a lot of his units just for free coming into this fight. The problem here, of course, is, by the way, that those horsemen, the numbers are too thin once again for Kasva. So Kasva is just desperately trying to finish the landmark. I guess he's trying to go towards the knights and just kind of repel those archers with the knights, but at this point it's looking like he's going to take such heavy losses just to complete this that it's not going to be worth it. That's why I think you should never be building your landmarks at such an exposed position. I don't think this is good, because it's not like this doesn't do anything. Like House of Learning, that doesn't actually achieve much if it is built in such a frontal position here. Like if you're building a castle landmark, sure, you can just kind of build it forward. But if you have like a vulnerable position, because you're exposing yourself a lot if you go up. If you click up, you're just basically saying, okay, I'm gonna spend a lot of my resources as a small gamble that you cannot kill me for spending them. Or that I'm gonna at least force you to match me, if not to kill me very quickly. And honestly, it feels like, you know, Vortix has been able to deliver a lot of damage here. 50 on economy for Vortix, to Kasva's 27 is basically a double economy lead. And the Mongols are also going up to the Steppe Redoubt, which is going to be providing the gold generation bonus. So it's going to be a lot of extra money as well. And the Mongols have a double, you know, they've been continuously, you know, double pumping those archers from the Uvu empowered construction. So basically, Vortix now, he's up to castle age just as much as his opponent is. He has a very significant eco advantage. He has a better army. Kasva is sitting on garbage units, honestly. He has nothing, literally nothing to his name. And I'm not really sure how exactly you're going to manage this from this position over here, right? I really don't know. I really have no idea what the plan is for our player over here, for Kasva, because he's... Like, Kasva is sitting on a very small army count. He's sitting on what I would like to say is very low economy as well, and he's just gonna have to relinquish a lot of his ground here. He's of course getting some income with those boats, but no, he's actually not, because he lost the ships as well. So there was like, that's something I was not paying attention to apparently, but there was a coordinated attack. So when Kasva was fighting back at home, Vortix also executed the push with those boats. He killed off all those fishing ships of Kasva. Kasva is just toast, guys. He has nothing left. He has a single sacred site to his name, which is obviously not much at all. And he has weak economy, he has very small production now. He has nothing to go towards as well, because he has no resources left around his base. He just has to go out on the map, he has no tools to do so. He'd probably just try contesting these bushes. Kind of unlikely the Mongols check them, so that's probably the way for him to kind of recover a little bit of eco. But if you lose so many villagers, that's basically permanent damage to your eco. You just have to take such a good fight if you are Kasva right now to recover. I cannot imagine, actually I cannot fathom the degree to which, you know, Vortix has to screw up right now to lose. Because he has such a huge army lead that it just looks insurmountable, to be honest, for our Mongol player. So in terms of army, by the way, we have 6 lancers. So those are knights, literally, right? So we have 6 knights for Kasva, which is a decent number, actually. I'm surprised he was able to get so many of them out. I think he was just banking up a lot of resources to do this, because he really needs to deal with the archers, right? So he's spamming out the knights, he's trying to kind of get some control back with this. But other than that, his army numbers are not too great, to be honest. Let's have a look. So he has like, what, a few scholars and 2 horsemen. That's not much, to be honest. Vortix, though. Vortix is actually sitting... Oh, there's a nice raid going on. That's actually quite cute. So Kasva might get some of the economy back, unless his opponent reacts. And I'm very surprised that those villagers don't move at all, but there's obviously nothing to garrison them. There's a limit as to how many units you can put in a single TC, and those knights are actually trading very favorably against the villagers, of course. The problem is, however, that he's just going to throw away his entire army, and what is going to happen inevitably, I think, right now, is a very big push coming from Vortix just to basically take revenge on the damage that Kasva has been able to deliver. And Kasva still is at a very decent economical disadvantage. There is that's a signal arrow, right, which is called attack speed arrow, giving your archers 50%, all your range units actually 50% extra attack speed, which means this is not possible to fight this anymore. You have to just back away, wait for this buff to end, and then re-engage. And honestly, Kasva has nothing to re-engage with. Let's have a look at the army count for our Mongol player. We're seeing 30 archers, 4 knights. It's incredible how large of a force we are dealing with right now if we are Kasva. Kasva is just basically lost. I think he has really been outmatched in both those games. Despite having performed extremely well prior to this particular best of 5, he is just going to be absolutely demolished by Vortix second time in a row. And this is going to be very bad for the series. I mean, for his series and for his chances, because if you are, 2 games behind, you get cheesed once in any RTS and you're just basically dead for good, right? So it's kind of scary of a prospect for Kasva, because he has to win 3 in a row right now to advance. And it's just such an uncommon... it's not unprecedented in RTS. We have seen a lot of, Age of Empires 2, StarCraft 2 tournaments, where players have been able just kind of to do the reverse sweep. But, Kasva doesn't seem to be anywhere near the level of Vortix at this point. Vortix is well practiced, push to very aggressive plays. I do not see how exactly Kasva is going to be able to reclaim his position in this series, because, yeah, he is just falling behind. Like, game after game, he's just losing more and more and more in terms of his production, in terms of his economy. He's just kind of mistiming things a lot. And Vortix is just playing out of his goddamn mind. Like, it's incredible how well he's been. I have not seen play like this before. So, it is just very cool to see this. I think it's just really neat that and a player like Vortix is actually here with us, and he's just showing us how exactly to play those less known civilizations. I was very excited to see, Kasva on the Delhi, but apparently he is not as well practiced as his opponent was. We're just gonna have to wait. Once again, we're in the lobby. I'm just gonna quickly update the statistics for us, of course. So you're seeing that there was a Mongols versus Mongols 1 again. It was Mongols versus Delhi. And it's very interesting, actually, to see this development take place. Let's also update the score. Vortix, of course, leading the series 2-0. Okay, it did update in the end. I was kind of surprised because it was just kind of stuck with the numbers. By the way, guys, if you're disappointed with the quality of the stream, I have to announce that I have like a new computer in the building, so it's going to be significantly improved overall. So from the next week, probably we'll be streaming in 1440p, and it's going to be way better overall because we have like a very new build for the computer coming in. So it's going to be pretty cool to see how the quality of the cast improves. I hope. So yeah, this being said. We're still in this particular matchup over here. We're looking at Vortix versus Kasva, and we're going to be waiting for the players to initiate the game. Apparently, they have actually started already. We can observe now, unless they exited the game. Actually, it shows them being in the lobby again, so I'm not sure. No, I think they're in the game. So we are just waiting for that to start. We're waiting for this particular matchup to begin. And as it does, we will just cast it, I guess. I'm not sure how exactly that's going to work for Kasva, having lost 2 of those meta games before. Like, he was completely dominated. He's going to play French versus French, which is obviously one of his strong matchups. Because he won against Tato with this. So apparently he's good. Because Tato is a very good French player. So seeing him play against Vortix here is going to be quite exciting. French versus French. Something that you haven't really seen today, which is a very big surprise to me. So they're just going back to the staple meta right now. French versus French, of course, one of those kind of most... how to say this? most interesting matchups overall. Or also the most played one. Because, you know, mirror matchups always are just going to show you who is the better player, really. Or who the better player is. And in this case, it feels like Vortix has been able to dominate so much that I would just give the advantage to him. However, Kasva, of course, has been quite prominent beforehand, so it's really just going to depend on how well those players perform, I guess, with, of course, the edge going towards Vortix. He has both the momentum and the lead. Yeah, I know, that always has been happening, Haunted. But I just wanted to stream in higher quality as well. So anyhow... speaking of this matchup, I really had something I wanted to say. Yeah, I know, audio just cuts off completely. I was watching my own streams afterwards. It's kind of strange. Guys, by the way, if you're new to the stream, please remember that I am actually, streaming not full-time, but part-time anyway. And you can actually support me by subscribing to me on YouTube, which is just a click of a button. It's free. And by following me on Twitch. There is a link in the description for my Twitch channel if you're on YouTube, and that is something you can probably do as well. Finally, you can also become members of my channel for $3 a month to support me on YouTube. You can just click join below the stream. You can just kind of, choose to become a member this way. Of course, I also encourage you to like the video. Sorry, that was my phone. I also encourage you to like this stream on YouTube because it just provides me with more viewers potentially, right? That's kind of big. Of a deal, so we're just gonna wait for those players to load while I kind of self-advertise quite a bit here. Do you guys think we'll see chat? Do you think we'll see a 3-0, a clean sweep from Vortix? Is Kasva not going to be able to win a single game today? Do you think that's gonna happen, or do we see like a miraculous comeback from Kasva? Because I was actually betting on Kasva, seeing how well he was performing and how poly Vortix... Okay, poly is kind of not accurate, I guess. But Vortix has been very shaky against Kalajur last week. So I was kind of thinking, Kasva better than Kalajur probably. Vortix, like, very similar, actually. Those games were showcasing that Vortix wasn't really far ahead of Kalajur. So, do you guys think it's going to be like clean sweep, like 3-0 and we move on to the next series? Or is it going to be a bit different from those two players? I'm gonna take a breather myself, kind of going into this next matchup. French versus French is gonna be cool to see new builds. I hope we see something fresh. So we'll talk about this once the game begins, of course. I have like some ideas as to how the matchup has been evolving, I guess. Okay, so I'm just gonna wait a little bit. Just hold on to this timer. Just do a few stretches, you know, and getting ready for the cast. I am. You have all the links you might ever need, by the way, posted by our good old faithful Nightbot on the chat. So keep note of that. And 5 seconds to the game, so we're just gonna go into this best of 5 final game potentially. That's match point for Kasva. He has to win this or he's out. And without any further ado, in the top left corner of the map, in the north, as the French, it is Vortix. In the blue, in the south, spawning the red, also playing French, it's Kasva. We are playing on Dry Arabia, so it's kind of as standard as they come. This is the map that all the players had to play before because they were playing in the qualifiers, and all the best of ones in the qualifiers were played on Dry Arabia, which did favor those very aggressive openings with knights and just relentless harassment, just kind of leading towards probably just the endings of the game, because one of the players would be just better at multitasking than the other. We had some clutch endings there, but honestly, that was basically the staple of the meta. We can see that Kasva here sends a single villager towards the gold. He's not building anything yet. So we're seeing actually a house, but there is a population cap reached as well, so those villagers will have to focus builders before the house mechanic just completely kicks in. You have to see, by the way, it's very interesting that this production, like the supply actually allows you to build that final villager, even if you do not have a house at the ready, which is not the case in SC2. Vortix, on the other side of the map, is basically doing the same thing. House into a gold mine. Very likely to be 3 villagers on the gold, and then he's just going to move on towards the food with everything he has. Those scouts, by the way, they're just kind of diligently bringing back the sheep, because you really want to kind of have this sustainable source of food so that your economy can flourish, right? Let's reveal the entire map, I guess, because there's not much scouting to be done, I think, in the French versus French early on. Because scouting becomes very relevant later. You could see this in Kalajur versus Vortix, where Vortix was like taking a very nice... No, Kalajur was taking a very nice lead initially in the game by just scouting his opponent well and just preempting his moves. But right now we see that those scouts are just kind of running around, gathering the sheep, trying to get some economy advantage for the later stage of the game, where you actually have to sit in front of your TC with your villagers, or you're just going to get harassed to death. So I think that's what's going to happen. By this kind of non-standard opening, Vortix, going towards those tree lines, actually, he's going to get some wood very early on, which means that he's probably going to be aging up a little bit later than his opponent. Yeah, Kasva are really not into going for wood in here. He's just going to go 5 villagers onto School of Cavalry, no gathering at all on the wood line, because he's just trying to age up as soon as he can and just eke out a small early lead, I believe. But with how conservative Vortix has been in terms of moving away from the TC, I think it's very unlikely that that Kasva gets much done. However, you can remember that from that Delhi Sultanate game of his, that he did lose like 5-6 villagers to the harassment of the French, which of course amounts to a decent economical disadvantage in the mirror matchup. You cannot really be allowed to lose more than your opponent does. So it's really important for those players to be trading equally, and if someone can get a decent, I would say 3-4 villagers is a decent lead at this point. If you can eke out this 3-4 villager lead, you're already in a very decent position to win the game, I think, because you can just produce more than your opponent, because you're working with the same production economies, with the same mechanics, and generally speaking, you can control their civilization as well. In terms of the macro play, you just kind of get a very nice advantage in terms of production, because you just have that extra source of income that your opponent does not, which might be the case here, right? You basically you get a lot of extra food if you have 1 villager more than your opponent, for instance, right? That's quite a bit of a lead. So both players, of course, aging up. Kasva here, getting the school almost done. There is also a house being built to avoid the population cap. That the school cover is going to finish very soon, and it's going to be probably 30-40 seconds before Vortix can actually start his first night. Whereas, Kasva already on the way, rallying this across the map towards the gold over here. Probably is going to be re-rallied somewhere else. As you can see over here, is just going to be directly towards the enemy base. And Vortix here on the gold. Now, we have really seen people try getting the stone as well. So people were trying to go for a 2TC build, and this has never worked. We have cast up to 15, 16 French games, I think. Maybe I'm exaggerating, maybe 10. But in none of those 10 games, our players were trying to so desperately to actually go for that second TC. Like, in none of those games were they actually able to win, right? So the double TC play seems to be deadly to the player executing that, because it just consumes too many resources. You don't have enough food to build another villager as well, so it's kind of to double produce villagers and produce army at the same time. So just effectively just kind of set yourself for defeat. That's why, you know, people have been kind of reluctant to do this, and they're just kind of going towards those more standard approaches, so like more aggressive builds. Feels like It feels like Protoss versus Protoss quite a bit, guys. Because in PvP in StarCraft 2, you actually have those kind of aggressive matchups as well, which favor you going for, you know, the first expansion really late into the game, just because you have to amass an army or your opponent just kills you, right? That's basically the idea. But SC2 has way better static defense than Age of Empires 4, I think. So then it's kind of possible sometimes to kind of get very solid static defense and defend. But here, I don't think it's possible, right? If you are just... because you have so many resources you need to gather that it's impossible really to keep track of everything. So that first night of Kasva actually wrapping around the gold here, not really been shown yet. He's actually going to trap right now. There's so much gold being gathered by Vortix. He's gonna lose one no. Okay, the knight actually harasses one villager. Oh, he's gonna do some damage to one, but he's not going to be able to kill. Please, he kills one and he's just going to escape, but taking a lot of damage here. So that's a lot of... oh no, he makes a huge micro mistake. He stays in place and trying to micro the other knight. I guess he loses one for his effort. He's going to take 2 villagers. 3 total, therefore, for Kasva. That's what we would consider, as I said, a very nice eco advantage early on. So he gets those 3 villagers, which does put his opponent at a slight disadvantage overall, but he doesn't trade that well. He would have definitely just kind of taken out that first knight out of the base here and just defended from there. So I do think that Vortix could really improve his villager micro. Just kind of, he could have definitely pulled back here. He does, I think, need a tower to defend this position, because he's getting harassed by Kasva quite a bit. And Kasva is just showing why he's good with French. He's gonna, maybe, no, he's not gonna get the kill over here, but he's keeping pressure on his opponent. He's getting a nice eco advantage. He's denying some mining as well. It's altogether, I think, coming towards a decent opener for Kasva. And he really needs to win this, because if he doesn't, he is gone. Right, so on the other side, you can see some knight aggression, like knight-on-knight combat here. And there is a scout standing over here in the middle of the map. There's also a scout on the side of Vortix, just kind of running around the base of Kasva, trying to figure out what exactly his opponent in the red is up to. We can also see there are blacksmiths being built for both players, but I do not think either of them have enough money to invest into any blacksmith upgrade. So there's just going to be, I don't know if you guys know this, but building the blacksmith as the French unlocks the first upgrade. You just don't have it from the get-go. You need to build a blacksmith to unlock that first free melee attack upgrade that French get as a civ bonus. So that's kind of a small investment that you can get into. Some people just do not know this, so I think it's worth actually realizing this is the case. Now this devolves into a slower game. Right? You have 30 villagers for Kasva, probably 27, yep, for Vortix. So 3 villagers dead. That's going to, over time, I guess, amount to a possibility for... of course, if the game goes very long. Like if neither of those players makes any big mistakes, I think it's going to amount to Kasva just going to be able to... or just being able to go up to the next age faster than his opponent. If that's going to be the case, that's really, really good for our French player in the red, because he desperately needs to win this one. We can see there are like knight numbers actually are quite in favor of Kasva, aren't they? So we have 7 military for Vortix, 7 units including the scout, right? There's just 8 actually. So the forces of Vortix are just spread around. There are probably some knights in his base that I'm not seeing. Yeah, there are 2 knights over here. There's probably one in production somewhere, and there are obviously there's a scout over here. There's like a small force of knights just checking out on this mill. And there's going to be a small engagement. That's a very, very bad idea to fight this if you have Vortix. You really do not want to be losing any knights at this point. It's very scary of a proposition to lose those knights so early on into these skirmishes. You can see they're not producing much actually, so Vortix actually just kind of chilling on the gold with 10 villagers, and because he's double producing the knights with the stable and the school of cavalry. There's another engagement, by the way. This might be a knight dead again for Vortix. So Vortix, not only does he lose economy, he also loses knights. That's never good, because you really want to sit on those knights for as long as you can, because they just get the chivalry bonus, which means that they can regenerate. Both players have actually researched this, so it's actually looking like Kasva is getting like more and more leads. There's a small harassment here coming in from Vortix. He's gonna get a single villager repaid in kind. This means that it's gonna equalize the villager count a little bit. This being said, though, I think Kasva's still in a small lead, especially that he does actually kill that knight in the end, getting the small econ advantage. Sorry, getting the small military advantage once again. So it's 11 army and 36 villagers to 35 and 8. So more army, 1 villager more for Kasva as well. He must have skipped a single production cycle, or he lost 2 villagers here that we did not see in the previous situation. We have a mill on the hunt over here for Vortix. We have a lot of knights over here actually just setting up for aggression. There's also a mill taken by Kasva. Those villagers are idling away at this point, so they're just not gathering much food at all. And Kasva is actually setting up for another offensive maneuver here. No big upgrades for those knights yet, so the blacksmiths are not operating yet. There is a melee armor upgrade for Vortix. So Vortix does have that to work with, and those knight numbers are equal, which means that, you know, Kasva doesn't want to fight in front of the TC. He's just gonna back away wisely, and those knights run away fast enough to escape other knights, of course, so there's not going to be much more happening out there, unless they, you know, someone decides to turn around, which is probably not smart at all. We see also 10 villagers on the gold here, so both players just double producing knights. I think that's the way to go in the matchup, and with this very small eco difference, I think there's gonna be like kind of a stalemate actually situation for a while, because they're not gonna be fighting because they cannot take a fight unless they get like a very decent opening. They just butt heads look at this because I think the players were just not aware of the positioning of each other's cavalry, so they just kind of move across each other, not really seeing. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff happening on the map, so that's probably why we see those knights from Kasva actually coming into the mill here, trying to harass the hunting villagers, but they do not accomplish anything. There's also a scout fight at the bottom of the map, but that doesn't, again, quite seem to be doing much. I do think there is a gap between the tree line and these kind of the edge of the map, so these knights might still be able to sneak in and get into very, very unfortunate situation for Vortix, get into his base, right? Because Vortix thought he was walled off from this side, he was not paying attention, and I'm not sure if he sees those knights. Now he does for sure, right? He definitely sees those knights now. Yeah, he does. So he realizes instantaneously he's in trouble. But at the same time, Vortix is raiding hard in the base of Kasva. It's going to be a trade. Here, we see a lot of villagers going down on both sides. Actually, we'll probably compare the numbers afterwards, but there's a lot of villager kills for those nasty knights of Kasva. At the same time, though, you know, Vortix slaughtering the villagers of Kasva too. So there's a lot of killing actually taking place. We have seen like 6-7 villagers go down here, and probably a comparable amount, maybe slightly fewer, going down for Vortix. So both players very efficient in just slaughtering each other's peasants here, and this is basically going to be probably the end of the raid here, marking the end of this engagement, and both players just escape. But they kind of, I think they did not scout like each other. They were bent on just kind of taking this trade, and they just realized, you know, what situation they were in very late. Yeah, setting up for a very interesting mid-game, I guess, right? Because we have 36 villagers, 10 military for Vortix, and 38-12 for Kasva. Kasva has a small advantage once again after the trade. So Kasva was able to kill more villagers, I guess. He was also able to produce more knights, or lose fewer. But our player in the blue is actually holding an armor upgrade advantage for now, so it's going to be kind of equalized by that, I guess, in terms of the army numbers. So Kasva quite conservative in terms of getting the upgrades here, I guess. As you can see, he's not really going for any sort of anti-arrow defense, which we'd probably like to see. He's just going to spend all money he has on more knights, which I guess is the right approach in this matchup, right? So he's just going to kill a lot of villagers. Again, that's very good trade for Kasva, actually. So Kasva is going to murder a lot of villagers here. He's getting like 4 or 5 right now. That's a lot, actually. There's a lot of economy that Vortix cannot afford to lose, just going down completely. And I think this basically is going to mean that unless Vortix is able to take a very good fight very soon, he's just going to be able to, he's not going to, sorry, he'll never recover anymore. So it looks like actually Kasva is in an advantage right now. His knight production was stellar. His economy was a little bit better. He's been able to do some little damage early on. And right now he's just snowballing that early lead into a very significant victory over his opponent in terms of economy. Because we are dealing with 42 villagers for Kasva to, like, I guess 25 maybe right now. 28 for Vortix. So it's a huge lead. 15 villagers is really a lot, actually. It's a huge advantage for a red player. And yeah, it seems like the French matchup is going to actually favor Kasva in the end. Kasva made some more accurate macro decisions. He has also been able to just manage his trades better, I guess. He has been able to put on pressure early on. He had this more aggressive build coming into the matchup. It actually just paid off big time for him. So it seems like, like if the game keeps developing like this, Vortix is just dead. Because I think if you're Vortix, actually, you're back against the wall in a way. Because you would like to be able to actually just march across the map and fight. Because every single second that passes means that your economy is just, which is so much worse than your opponent's, is going to just get even worse and worse. That's a huge, huge problem for you right now if you're Vortix. Because every second passing actually means that he's not stabilizing it, he's actually losing more and more. He takes this engagement, obviously doesn't favor him anymore because his opponent has way more knights. And this is potentially going to take us to game number 4 in the series over here. I do not believe that Vortix is going to be able to recover from this big of a deficit. I really don't think so. We have 10 knights to... let me see. To 16, man. That's such a big advantage for Kasva. I don't even think that Vortix is able to double produce knights anymore with this weak of an economy, right? He's just going for pikes, for spears. He's going to try to stabilize this, I guess. He's just going to try to maybe age up, get the advantage to get the advantage from getting the veteran upgrades, perhaps. But he doesn't quite have the gold to do so yet, right? He needs 300 gold. He needs to be mining something, and that is just not happening at this point. Those knights, there's a proxy barracks here probably going to be sniped down. There's a spear going down as well. It looks quite grim for Vortix at this point, to be honest. It's looking like he is not going to be able to just get anything out of this, honestly. This is only barracks, isn't it, as well? Yeah, he's remaking this at the back of his base, but those are his only barracks, so he had like very small unit production as well. Kasva, on the other hand, he's just kind of continually producing those knights. He has so many right now, and so many knights. And obviously, being the player of the upper hand, he's also getting those hands, which means, better harvest rates, more food income overall, just better situation on the map. There's a counterattack coming from Vortix, by the way, so Kasva is going to be under pressure here, but he only uses a single villager, and that basically seems to be like, very little else on the map for Vortix to take. So Vortix has no openings here to just kind of continue fighting. He's also going to lose this raid. I think he's just going to lose all those units from the raid, and his base is being completely obliterated by those knights. They're going to go into the production right now, attacking the barracks. And yeah, sorry, Vortix steps out here. I guess you have a series of hand with being nicely ahead in this particular situation. So you can see the economy lead. Actually, it's quite decent. Actually, he had like way more food. Like it's 1,000 food difference overall, 1,500 food. It is also 1,500 gold, which is basically, it's going to equal to 14 knights almost, which is huge. It's remarkable how much of an advantage Kasva has been able to get in this matchup. So you can see the total. Let's have a look at the villager count. So of course, losing those 3 villagers here, something that you don't really recover from too well. And you just kind of, start at a small disadvantage. 3 villagers is not a huge deal, but it is a deal nonetheless. And as you kind of keep going forward, Kasva is going to get more and more advantages. This was the pivotal moment in the game. That's where the bad trades happened for Kasva. For Vortix, that is, he just kind of lost more than he was able to kill. And from there, it was just basically going downhill, and he was not able to recover with this huge economic deficit, given the level of the play here, right? It was just basically a very close match with Vortix taking the loss. So we're just going to very quickly see if they're in another game. They're in the lobby right now, probably picking civilizations. So very quickly going to update the results. So let's just say... Might change the font, right, to match what we're using here as well. So it's gonna be French versus French, guys. That was the matchup. It should be visible right now on the screen. So I know it's not the nicest format, but it is the format nonetheless. You can kind of see what happened in the game anyway. I guess that's the best we can hope for. I could have obviously done this a little bit better. I never thought of doing this, like preparing this particular part of the stream, so that's something, I guess, to remember for later. It's the best of a table we can get, I guess, so. That's terrible, actually, isn't it? I can adjust it, or I can just justify this somehow. I think it should be better now. Because in middle alignment, we just delete all the extra spaces, the tabs, and we should be fine. I was being silly. Sorry, guys, for this. We just have to wait because the guys have not started the match anyway, so we have like a little bit of time to spare. So we're just waiting for the players to get ready for their next match, and then we'll just obviously continue. I still have to update the score, don't I? By the way. Okay, so let me just update the score as well, I guess, and check whether they have started. Yeah, they are actually starting the next game. They're obviously loading still, so it is going to be still a little bit extra time overall. To go, so we're 2-1. Advantage still to Vortix, of course. Okay, Vortix going for French again, despite having lost the previous matchup, and Kasva on the Mongols. That's interesting. So let me just kind of go to the cast. And we have 3 minutes 50, guys. I'm gonna go get some water. I'm going to chill a little bit, and we're gonna go, once this timer finishes, we're gonna go into the next cast. Maybe I managed to make myself a coffee. Okay, people, we're back. It's Michael here. We're watching Game 4 actually, between Vortix and Kasva. It is going to be... Sorry, I'm kind of thrown out because I had to run all the way back here. So, in the west, in the blue, it is Vortix playing the French. And in the east, in the yellow actually, it is going to be Kasva playing the Mongols. And it is a very peculiar map, I would say, because it is Boulder Bay featuring a lot of water. I'm surprised that they went for it. I'm not a big fan of Boulder Bays overall. I think my camera was kind of fixated wrong way, because this is the right way of looking at this. So we're actually looking at a very inverted position. So it is actually Kasva in the east. That's strange, isn't it? It's not supposed to be like this. I think this is how we are looking at this. Let's just stay with this. Let's stay with this approach, okay? So it is a very large water map with lots of fish you can contest. It is reminiscent of one of the maps in AoE 2 as well. There was a similar one available. Also a bay map with, you know, lots of water open to contest by both players. And as you guys can see, they are adjusting their builds. We have like 5 villagers here from Vortix on the wood from the very get-go, and also 6 villagers from Kasva. So both players actually just going to be rallying towards this, getting those fishing boats as soon as they can, trying to just kind of get the, you know, resources flowing, because that's basically like a second TC, as I said. On those larger water maps, however, I think French hold a very large advantage against any other civilization, because they just have this very early attack ship, the Hulk, right, which really outmatches anything else the other civilizations might be able to offer. So it's a very big advantage for Vortix in this game, and Vortix really has a lot going for him altogether, right? Because he is 2-1 in the series, 1 more win, and he's obviously going to take over. And that's basically it. Haunted actually did that and inverted the camera to go against the introduction, and also flipped everything. This was the starting position for the camera. So I think this is the intended position as well. I'm not sure though. It did kind of flip it around when I clicked it. So we're going to work with this approach over here. We're going to work with this mini-map setup. So anyhow, 3 fishing boats. I think we're just going to see continued production of the fishing boats in towards the feudal. And then the French, I think, are going to go for this kind of timed Hulk. And they're just going to attack the Mongols relentlessly, just kind of applying the pressure all throughout the series, all throughout the match. Because if you can push your opponent off the water, especially if they're heavily invested in that, you really are going to leave a mark or leave a dent on their economy that is very difficult to recover from. Because once again, those are basically villagers, right? Those are basically villagers. They cost a lot of resources, 50, 60 wood actually. So a little bit more than your average villager does. And losing them is going to be very painful. So of course you want to have something to work against that. I'm not really sure what Mongols have at their disposal actually to deal with that. Hey, there's Sis. So I'm not really sure what exactly Mongols will have to fight the Hulks from the French. But it's going to be a very scary few minutes, I guess, until he can stabilize on the water, if he can. There's going to be a lot of trading back and forth, I believe. I don't think we'll see a lot of stuff happening on the ground, because it is a heavily water-focused map. Of course, there's a passage that can go all the way around to the enemy's base, but it is a long way, right? It's really far away, and I'm not really sure if that's going to be viable of a strategy, just kind of move all the way around. That's a lot of time for your opponent to build up the defender's advantage anyway. Once again, pardon my dog drinking in the background. Now, we see the age up here with the silver tree from the Mongols, which is, I would say it's normal, but at the same time, it's surprising because of how efficient knights are. You basically have to maybe even wall off this segment of the map to prevent the knights from continuously raiding your caravans, because the silver tree is going to work as a market, really. It's going to produce the traders faster and at a reduced cost. And if you build it next to the Uvu, which is not it's here. Okay, it's here. If you place it next to the Uvu, it can also double produce the traders for a relatively cheap cost in stone. So you can basically just kind of move your caravans all the way here, which is going to generate a lot of gold because the distance is large. Okay, so that's basically the idea for our Mongol player going up to H2. Obviously, Vortix also aging up here with his French. And Vortix is going to, after the School of Cavalry, as we might have suspected, is just going to focus on raiding, I think. That's going to be the very likely solution here, just raiding a lot. Actually, barracks are going to move towards the stone here, so he's going to unpack the barracks next to the stone. Mongols, as you guys know, can move their buildings on the map, which is pretty cool of a feature. No other civ can do this. They can just pack up and move anything except for the Uvus. So what we'll see probably is double spearman production just to protect those vulnerable units. However, I think we're going to see the Hulk being started in one of those docks. Here we are. And it is going to put a very large potential dent anyway on Kasva's economical gathering here. Because I'm not really sure what Kasva is going to do against it, honestly, guys. This is going to two-shot the fishing boats. That's what I've seen anyway. So the Hulk just two-shots the fishing boats, and it's going to be a very, very thrilling... I guess it's going to be a very thrilling moment for Kasva if he is able to defend this, because it's a lot more difficult than your average ship might be to deal with. Of course, Hulks are known to be relatively slow, so they do not move through the water like your normal attack ships, so arrow ships that is, but they do have an additional bonus against the arrow ships themselves. So, you know, obviously it's 100 damage ballista attack, which can also be shot from 2 of those sides of the ship, and you can just rotate the ship around to just kind of get the most efficiency, because it can reload while rotating at the same time, as you can probably expect is going to happen right away. So there's one shot, and we don't see the rotation at all, but it does actually shoot right now. Vortix repositions, shoots again, turns around, gets the second shot off. You can actually garrison this. I did not know this. I'm gonna be very honest with you guys. I didn't know that you could garrison the boats, but that's just 3 that you can salvage. The rest of them are basically gone for good. Which means that the French get full water dominance. So, you know, double production of fishing boats if Vortix is willing to commit to this. Or potentially just, you know, stabilizing on the number of fishing boats that he currently has. Obviously with this Hulk moving around, trying to explore weather, trying to scout whether there is going to be another dock maybe around. Doesn't find anything. And that's basically all she wrote. You can see that Vortix does actually scout the caravans moving, so we know what he's up against at all, as well. So that's actually a very good piece of information for Vortix. Seeing those caravans means we can probably commit to the night production right now, get a decent standing army, just move towards this market here and just contest it. You can see the knight over here as well, just taking over completely. There's another one, no, that's just a scout being chased around. But this knight is just going to get 2 caravans killed for sure. There's a lot of resources that are just not going to come back to you at all. Obviously, we're double producing the caravans, I guess, but it's just not enough at this point to warrant the safety of those caravans right here. You can see there's also going to be an outpost being built over here. There's a YAM network, so the traders, as they move, you know, between the outposts, are going to get additional movement speed, which is, of course, good, right? Cavalry also gets that bonus. But this being said, you know, this is a very exposed line of trade line. It's very difficult to establish such a trade route without taking significant losses yourself, which is going to be the case for our Kasva over here. He loses 2 traders from the get-go, of course. That's a big dent, given how much damage he has taken on the water already, right? That's also quite a big problem for him right now. Because Kasva has taken he has lost like 3-4 workers on the water and also relinquished all the control, which means that Vortix now able to just produce more fishing boats, more warships, and maybe able to just kind of go across the water and just, you know, deliver some damage onto those workers mining underneath the TC even. I don't know how it's gonna turn out, but it seems like there is a very decent advantage for Vortix in this match. And it has just ended. And I just got kicked. What the hell? I just got kicked out of the game. I'm not sure whether like they ended faster or something. Oh god. I guess maybe one of the players just quit the game. I guess that might have happened, right? One of the players might just have quit the game. No, Kasva is still in the game. That's weird. What the hell? So Vortix is seen as browsing custom now. So I got kicked from observing that. I have no idea why. I'm gonna go to the organizer's website and ask. I have no idea what happened, honestly. Because Vortix's feed is unavailable. Maybe one of them DC'd. That might be the problem, right? One of them might have DC'd. So that might be the case. We have to wait, I guess. We have to just wait. I asked the producers, quote unquote, on the matter, so we should get some information as to how that's gonna go from here, but yeah, I'm in the dark, guys. I'm in the dark right now. Because Vortix is like seemingly... I'm just going to restart the client then, I guess. I could restart. Thank you, Haunted. I think that should work. We should be able to finish the cast that way. So guys, we're on the pause right now, I guess, while we try to salvage the situation. You could go to the match history once the match finishes, right, also, and see how exactly that is resolved. Maybe it was just kind of a singular kick for the client. Let's see, Vortix on my side is still shown as browsing custom. Okay, we're just gonna go back into the replay. I think that's maybe that's it. Yeah. I'm just gonna check the replay. I think that's gonna help. Maybe Kasva one of the players just out F4'd. I think that must have been the case. We're gonna speed up heavily, right? It was a short game though. It was a short game, so it must have ended very soon after me. Getting the DC. Also, we're actually looking at the flipped map, so I'm just gonna flip it back to what we were working with anyway. So we're gonna reveal the entire map. We're just going to wait for this to finish. I'm not sure at what point did we actually DC. I know there was a decent network of traders. There was a fight in the middle, but that's basically all I saw. So we have seen this already, right? We're at 8 speed. We cannot go faster than this, guys. So we see this small force moving through, building an outpost over here, just kind of protecting the ground, I guess, to some extent. And the ship kills this dock eventually. I guess there's a fishing boat that escapes. And yeah, honestly, Vortix has been dominant in the series, right? He has been super dominant. It looks like he's gonna win this, honestly, because he did so much damage here. He's also sitting on a decent economy, so he's producing lots of units. We see those nice chasing, I think. I think that's around the place where we did actually get dropped, right? So we saw the ram being built. I think that's the point, exactly the point where it kicked us from the spectator mode. So basically what we see here is that there is this tower being attacked, and this YAM network is going to be broken very likely. And there are also 2 hulks right now. One, because Vortix does actually lose one of his hulks. There's 1 hulk left on the map, just kind of attacking or trying to post aggressively. So we see those 2 fishing boats actually going across the map. No, those are archer ships, never mind. So they're going to do some light harassment, I guess. And that's basically that. However, Kasva is losing a lot of units on the ground. He has nothing left here, does he? He has 2 traders who are very passively standing by over here. And there's a lot of knights, lots of archers as well, just moving across from Vortix, just doing a lot of damage, and basically they're just going to be relentless and unstoppable, aren't they? Because what is left for Kasva here, honestly? So Vortix has 26 military, 51 eco, and there is 55 total supply for Vortix, 43 of which is eco. So there's basically no army. There's no standing army for Kasva right now. He has no use of those traders because they cannot just move anywhere. They're not able to move past those battering rams. And this very aggressive push coming from the blacksmith tech as well with those rams is going to be able to probably break the back of Kasva, just eliminating him from the series. Which is fair. I think Vortix just played a better game overall. Mind you, there are no archers at all. There are 0 archers in play from Kasva, so he has no way of dealing efficiently with the archers of Vortix, given the numbers of the army that Vortix has been able to put together. There are 2 rams attacking again. This tower over here is bound to fall. Another one is probably going to follow in suit. Those 2 villagers are moving up. God knows why. Honestly, they're just gonna garrison there and die. Because, you know, once the tower falls, they're just going to get instantaneously attacked and probably killed as well. And, you know, Kasva is accumulating some sort of force here. He's accumulating a small army. He's moving up with the spears. He's moving around with the cavalry as well. But this is such a small army compared to what Vortix has, of a superior economy, no less, right? So it's basically not only a lead in terms of eco, but also hugely in terms of army quality and quantity. So those archers, as I said, very pesky, very difficult to deal with for the Mongols, unless they have archers of their own, because those horsemen are just going to get locked up by the knights, and the spears are just going to get, you know, just basically tied up by the archer volleys. So there's nothing that you can do really as Mongols in this situation. Kasva just over-invested onto the water. I guess he might have not done this at all. Maybe he could have just advanced earlier. Maybe he could have just kind of played pretended this was a normal ground game and just played it like that, because this is just never gonna work. He had some very nice moments in the tournament, but this series was not one of those nice moments, I think. That singular win with French obviously showcased that he's good on the French themselves, but on any other civilization he has been playing today, he was, you know, just worse than Vortix. It's not like that he was bad, because Vortix is like one of the top players in the entire AoE4 community. And the question is like, what exactly? Because yeah, as Haunted is saying, like Kasva didn't have the map picks, Vortix did, and French are really difficult to beat on water. I don't know what can deal with the French efficiently. I think maybe like the HRE has decent production of the warships. Maybe that should work. Maybe you can garrison some. I have no idea. Garrisoning relics on the I don't know really, because relinquishing control on the water is obviously not the best idea in the world, right? I don't know. By the way, look at my glorious match history, guys. It's good, right? It's good stuff. I've been actually winning quite a bit. We're top 1.2k or something in the world right now, which is not terrible at all. This being said, this is the end of the series, so Vortix moves forward, and Kasva, unfortunately, you know, especially given his heroic performances before, is indeed defeated. We're just going to gear up for the next series, which is going to be question mark something. I need to check what the next series is. It is going to be MarineLord versus TheMista. Man, oh, that's gonna be a spicy one. Because as we know, those are 2 top players on the ladder, respectively taking spot 1 and spot 2. And they're already in the picks, so we'll see what they go for very soon. But it's gonna be very cool, guys. It's gonna be MarineLord versus TheMista coming up, guys. That's going to be the match of the day, I think. Because, as I said, 2 best players, potentially like the competitors to the champions title in the entire tournament, are gonna meet right now, right here, and they're going to butt heads, and one of them is gonna emerge victorious, and the other is gonna drop out. So what we're gonna do now is we're obviously going to do some cleanup duties. We're gonna say, okay, Vortix, goodbye. I mean, congratulations for moving on to the semis, of course, but goodbye for now. It's gonna be TheMista. And it is going to be, I'm gonna put a space here because this is uppercase font, so it's not gonna work anyways. And we are going to have MarineLord over here on the other side. Let's keep it like the same. I think that's a nickname, so it's better done like this. Gonna do some Twitch magic. And as we wait for those players to set up, of course, we will talk about whom we're dealing with. So TheMista is the best Age of Mythology player in the world, and MarineLord is... I have to say this, he's a StarCraft 2 player. He's not exceptionally great. He's good, very good maybe, but he's like basically like middle of the table in Europe. So he's not like a particularly powerful player. He's not a powerhouse like, you know, Hera is in Age of Empires 2. By no means, right? He's kind of far off from that level. This doesn't mean to... I don't mean to say that he's bad. I just mean to say that he could... yeah, he's not a great SC2 player. He's a very good one, though. So he's not, like, you know, on par with the likes of Serral, or the likes of Clem, or the likes of Hero Marine. But he is good. He's good. He's a very solid player overall, and I hope he's going to show it to us today in Age of Empires 4, where, of course, a lot of those skills can be transferred, and he has been able to do very well altogether. Yes, I know, Omni, like, every single time I load out of the game, it's gonna frame drop a little bit. That's unfortunate, but that's how it is. So every single time I reload, it's going to drop some frames. I think that's as good as it gets for us, guys. So the scoreboard looks okay to me. And we have to, of course, get rid of this guy as well, because we have nothing to show for here. He seems to be. That's what people were saying. That's what Boyd was saying. Anyway, he was one of the best AOM players. I was told that was the case. I mean, I watched a lot of streams from Boyd, and he was claiming that. So I'm just kind of repeating. I have no idea how. I've not really watched that much competitive AOM. So it's just hearsay. So if you're, I don't know who the best player is, but I know Mista is very good anyway. Yes, online, but we have an RTX 3070 here, so it's just not gonna take much longer, guys. Look at this bad boy. Can I move it into the camera? So it's sitting in on my desk right now, waiting to be placed into a computer, which I've also ordered. So we're going to get a decent streaming / gaming / usable PC overall, I guess, very, very soon. So I'm looking forward to that. In the meantime, though, we're working with what we have. Yeah, MarineLord is like very middle of the table in SC2. Top 5 in Europe is like Serral, Reina, Clem, Hero Marine. No, Hero Marine, which is Big Gabe. And I'm actually thinking about the 5th. Maybe Showtime? Maybe Showtime. So that's the question. Like, but he's not. He's very far from top 5. He's like top 10, maybe. He is in the top 10, perhaps. But that's basically all there is. So he is very good, right? He wins with Hero Marine sometimes. He is able to take some very big games, but he sometimes wins with Serral as well. But he's not on the level of those very top players. Okay, so that's the thing. So we shall see how that works. Come on, sis, piss off. By the way, welcome to the stream. I'm not sure if I did say hi to you before. I'm glad that you guys are here to, you know, support. Can I just maybe move it a little bit? I think it's better. It looks a little bit better. We just have to wait for the guys to get ready because they are probably picking civs. Also, you know, the mainstream has to greenlight them, so the organizers have to tell them to go before they go, which again is going to probably take a while. We have both Mista and MarineLord on the friend list, so there is no way we miss out on something here. We have Hera on our friend list as well, by the way, which is great. So we are sorted for the first 3 games. We do not have either Viper or Lucifron7, though. That's the problem, right? We still do not have either of those players on my friend list. So we're just gonna wait for those guys to get ready, and once they are, I think they're done with the picks. That's what has been announced on the Discord. So once they're done with the picks, I mean, once they're kind of, once they get to load, I guess we're going to go into the second series. Okay, yeah, they're in the game, so we're gonna load into it as well, and that's gonna be probably the best series of the day. Oh god, no way. So MarineLord goes for the English against TheMista's French. This match has never gone well for the English guys. I mean, historically speaking, it did occasionally go well for the English, but in the game reality, in the game, actually, like, I have not seen the French actually lose to the English in the competitive setting before. So it's interesting to see how this develops, but it looks very grim for MarineLord. I guess, like, that's the idea that you have, right? That's what Vortix did against Kasva as well, right? Where he just went for the Delhi Sultanate from the get-go, just to get a small lead in the game. And that basically just spiraled into a series win. Because he was able to pick French in the last game and just dominate the Mongols. Which was pretty cool, I think. It was pretty freaking cool. He might be Greek. I don't know. Yeah, indeed, Omna, indeed. So we're just waiting here, 3 minutes to go. Again, I think I'm gonna take a short recess, just chill for a bit. Guys, a quick reminder, if you haven't yet followed, subscribed, or liked the video, please do so right away. It's going to support my stream, allow me to grow. You know the drill, really, right? So I don't have to repeat myself here. If you're new to the stream, if you just kind of joined this, we're going to be casting lots of Age of Empires in the upcoming future. So if you're interested in this cast, you're very likely to be interested in the follow-up casts coming in the near future. I think my alerts might be broken because I got like 3 subscribers already on my YouTube, but I have not been able to actually track that down via alerts. So if you have sub, just let me know on the chat. I will welcome you properly. Apparently my my actual alerts are somewhat broken for now. Yeah, 100 PM war. Thank you, sis, indeed. That's what it was called. Sis, you should be teaching history to kids. That would be preposterous. Like, you should tell them the Mongol fact as well. That would be lovely. Just that would be you'll be the best teacher ever. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, the question is like maybe like as to whether the question is whether you can actually do this or no against all civilizations. Maybe there's like at least one more civ that can work for the water against the French. Or you can just do something that is, you know, not water-oriented at all, just kind of win through that. I'm not sure. I'm gonna say I'm not sure. But I do feel like that was a very big mistake from Kasva, just kind of going for the water that he knew he couldn't win. There was like no way that you win against the French on the water. So maybe you should just relinquish that, because it's just he just sunk a lot of resources into getting that dock going, into building those ships. He could have just spent all that money on something else. Maybe that would have been the solution, right? Just kind of not gearing towards the war against the French on the water, just gearing towards the war against the French on the ground. Maybe walling off, maybe just finding yourself a nice position on the land that, you know, cannot be contested by the water units, and just kind of going from there. Yeah, actually, it's like, if MarineLord loses with English here, it's no big deal, because he probably just, you know, it might not be his strongest civ, and yeah, it looks like he might just kind of take this free loss, eliminate the French from the picks for TheMista, and just, you know, win one with the French later on the water, perhaps. That's the idea. Unless TheMista has a plan for that as well. That's kind of the question mark, though. But no, the French are ridiculously overpowered on the water. They have this Hulk ship that basically 2 shots or 3 shots anything else on the water. So it's really difficult to fight this as any other civilization. So That Boulder Bay map is actually quite garbage, honestly, if you're playing anything that isn't French, against the French, of course. Because the non-French matchups are okay there, right? Because like all the other cities are basically almost equals on the water, with small exceptions, but the French are just ridiculously strong. Because they just get this direct counter unit from the get-go that other cities just don't have, which is super silly. It's very asymmetrical of a matchup then, which doesn't make sense. Guys, we're going into the game. So, in the east, in the blue, as the English, it is MarineLord. And in the west, supposedly, it is in the west, as the French, in the red is TheMista. And this is the first game of the best of 5, and we're going to try to cast this as well as we can, of course. Guys, if you're watching this on YouTube, please remember, like as a video, please remember to subscribe, like, and follow. I very much appreciate it. Let's get into this game, because it's going to be a very, very exciting one. Those are the 2 top players on the ladder right now. Rank 1 and rank 2 respectively, with like 7 elo difference, which is basically nothing. 1 win, 1 loss basically means that there is there's basically nothing that divides them in terms of like level of play they can do. So they can perform very well, both of them. It just is going to be the matter of who does better on the day, who has better picks, and who has a better idea as to how to play this particular matchup altogether. So as far as the French opener goes, actually, there is no gold being taken yet. We have 8 villagers on the food for TheMista. And the English are actually going for the gold as well themselves, so I think we're gonna go towards this very, very quick transition into feudal, and we'll stay in the feudal for a while. I believe this is going to be the case. It seems that that's going to it is how it's going to revolve right now. That's how this matchup is going to work. So we just go towards the very quick feudal. Not much is going to happen. You can just follow the builds. So the free on gold for the English, probably moving them away as soon as you reach 200 because you don't need much more gold. And then you just start moving towards the lumber, around like 8-9 villagers on the food, so that you can actually have enough to produce archers once you reach that feudal age. And honestly, with the cathedral, or the abbey, Jesus, I keep forgetting the name. With the landmark that produces archers for the English, they can actually get so much done because they can basically double produce the archers almost with the speed at which it works. And this means that you need a lot of wood to just support that production. So that's why our English player here, MarineLord, is going towards that very, very quickly. He's trying to get some bank on wood so that he can actually work with that going into the future. Bob Pfeffer, thank you for the sub, by the way. Welcome to the dungeon, my man. And on the other side, of course, the French, no surprises there. 4 villages on the gold. You need to have a decent backbone for your economy here if you are going to fight against the English. And he's doing exactly this, getting 4 villagers. He needs to have a lot of knights. He needs to get the chivalry early. That's why this is going to go like this. Yeah. So French players do not get wood, generally speaking, because they do not need it before they can advance to feudal. Because they just build knights, right? And knights only need your gold and food, which is why they're doing this. And the English, on the other hand, they also just want to rush towards this council hall. It's called council hall. I keep forgetting. And once they rush towards it, again, they need wood on the other hand, because they need to produce their special unit, which is the longbow. And to build longbows, they do need a lot of wood, right? So the English just need enough wood to support their infrastructure, whereas, the English, so the French just need enough wood to support the infrastructure. The English, though, they need the wood to support their own production as well, which is very different. So hence we see this kind of small difference in terms of how many villagers are being assigned to what. Of course, you want to build second stables as the English at some point, sorry, as the French at some point. So that's why we have the 3 villagers on the wood right away. It's basically going to mean that there is going to be some amount, some extra kind of production in terms of cavalry later in the game. MarineLord, on the other hand, he's going towards 6 villagers on the wood right now, and he really needs to crank up the production of archers. He's also going to the barracks to deal with those pesky knights who will be harassing him in basically very, very short time. The peculiar take from Mist, actually, that he went for a second scout. Do you guys see this? Have you seen this before? We have 2 scouts from the TheMista, which is virtually I think this has never happened before. Double scouts from the French is a very rare occurrence. I guess that is going to kind of tell him where the opening is. So you have 2 scouts, obviously scouts that you guys probably know have way more vision than your average unit. As you guys can see, the radius is ridiculously high. This means that you can use your scouts, you can move them around the base of your opponent, you can find nice openings for yourself to attack. Because English are really difficult to actually pressure, since they have a lot of extra defenses, really. Their defensive structures fire additional arrows, and they have very powerful archers as well, so actually just going aggressive against the English requires some sort of a preparation. I guess that is exactly what TheMista is doing here. Getting those extra scouts out is the response, right? So kind of finding those openings with the scout and just going for the attacks with the heavy cavalry in the knights, in the Royal Knights to be more specific, seems to be the desired weapon of choice for TheMista. MarineLord, though, on the other hand, at the other side of the map, he is playing the English, actually being French, which is funny. Maybe not so funny, it's kind of peculiar. But he's playing the English here. He is getting longbows, he's getting the setup camp ability, which allows those longbows to heal as they fight, which is pretty cool. You can see them actually spamming those fireplaces during combat. And it's weird, but it works. So this ability just, it's not finished yet. It's just going to allow you to set up this kind of healing aura, which is interesting. The English are actually quite quirky in this regard, so they have a lot of active abilities for the longbows, making them like very customizable units overall. It's kind of cool, to be honest, like seeing how much those longbows can actually achieve. And MarineLord actually is going to move forward and poke on those villages and on those knights as well. Mista responds by moving the villas a little bit around the gold, just making sure that he doesn't take any unnecessary losses, right? So we can see no player actually goes for the stone right now. Even though I think English, generally speaking, like to go for stone, it is the death, usually it's a death sentence for if you are playing against the French. So Mista here, I think, MarineLord recognizing that he's just going to go for this kind of full offensive playstyle, pressuring the French, which is quite uncommon actually, and laying siege onto this gold vein, which is not good for the French because you really want to be getting some extra cavalry and extra villagers on the gold, obviously guarantee that you can double produce the cav from the stable and from the School of Cavalry. Actually, Mista does respond with the archery range here, so it is going to be the knight archer composition. Quite common actually as far as dealing with the spears goes, right? The archers get additional damage against the spears, and the spears get additional damage against cavalry, so it's kind of going to mean that, if you have archers and cav, you can eliminate the spears with your own archers, and then go for the archers with the cavalry, who in turn attacks the archers with more damage, right? So it's basically this kind of you can optimize a lot if you micro your fights properly. That's what I'm trying to say here anyway. Those villagers here are kind of safe in the in the radius of the TC, and I do not think that MarineLord can find many more openings here. He just runs around with the knights actually. Mista does run around with the knights, and he's trying to maybe establish some semblance of control on the map, because he has been allowed finally to just mine gold full time and recover that initial kind of denied mining time that he had early on into this matchup. Now TheMista does move across the map, and MarineLord is actually kind of stuck over here with those archers. He places a single fireplace, and he drops a few arrows, the volley that basically repels the knights of his opponent. And that basically seems to be all there is for now. So basically what you see here is that we're just going to wait here, I guess, with those longbows. The longbows do actually, I didn't know this, but they also gain additional line of sight. So once they place that, they actually gain additional LOS over their opponent. So let me see. What was that? No. I remember the hotkey, I don't remember anymore. We have a fight breaking out, but you can see way more of the longbows, actually. You can see way more of the longbows, apparently, if you use the fireplace, which is pretty cool tech, I guess. And obviously, if you do not lose a longbow, then you can just heal them up with the fireplace. It's quite efficient at healing as well, as you can see. That is a relatively decent recovery for those. They actually fully heal over the course of a single fireplace. And MarineLord is going to pressure this tower. He actually goes against the cavalry, he braces against the attack here, and he's going to play a very nice defensive game. He's sniping the archers of his opponent as well, so MarineLord is winning this fight apparently. at least kind of getting the numbers advantage here, sniping all the archers of his opponent, setting up the fireplace as well, and despite having those towers shooting, the TC shooting, I think he emerges victorious here. He kills a lot of the knights, who are way more expensive, I think, in terms of like the, you know, quality at least, than those archers and spears, because spears are basically, unfortunately for them, of course, but they're pretty expendable, guys. They're like Marines in StarCraft, okay? They just can kind of walk and die. You can just make more, no problem, right? But losing knights is a problem, because they are very long, they take very long to produce, and they're very valuable. You know, they are worth the bank, they're worth the bank for the buck that you get, but at the very same time, though, they are really, really taking taking a long time to accumulate. So if you want to make a lot of knights, you probably want to double produce them with, you know, the second stable, which is indeed the case here. TheMista goes for the second stable and he constructs it right away. Whereas MarineLord is just actually going to be harassing here, attacking those villagers of the English, and it's working very well. So with the English, actually. So the French villas, you know, the French have actually lost quite a few villagers this game, I think. So there's 36 eco for MarineLord, and there is 37 for TheMista, despite Mista having a significant bonus to villager production, given that he's playing the French, right? French get additional like 10-15% depending on the age to their villager production overall. Those archers actually walk up again, harass the villagers over here, and that's basically going to mean that if they approach once again, they will probably be able to get the kill on one of those villagers sitting or chilling by the TC. What also is happening here actually is that MarineLord is playing the civilization that is supposed to expand on the map, that is supposed to have the pressure, that is supposed to be attacking, is actually set on his back foot. So MarineLord here is going to put TheMista really on the ropes, I think, because the French, to actually fully realize their potential, they need the hands. They need to be able to access the hands, they need to be able to kind of get that extra food going. What is happening here is actually very interesting. TheMista gets those there, and he's going to transport them with the professional scouts all the way to the TC. He's going to be gathering the food like this, so he's actually not denied the hand completely at least, which is very, very fortunate for our French player, because he's able to actually get this extra gathering rate from those deer. That's very smart play given their circumstances, right? So the second MarineLord actually relinquishes control in the middle of the map, Mista actually goes up and takes all the deer, which is pretty cool to see. That was a big brain move, guys. That was like super big brain move. Also, those scouts are relatively safe because they can just pick up those deer. They see a lot, they can just take them and leave. If they're allowed to do so, they might just be able to sneak an additional, you know, deer or two, and they indeed do so. Now, this being said, MarineLord actually goes towards the berries over here at the bottom, also securing them with a watchtower up the outpost, that is. But he has so many villagers here that if at some point TheMista is allowed to go across the map, he'll just definitely eliminate all those villagers that are not able to hide in the tower, because you can only hide 5. Now, MarineLord on the other hand has a decent army advantage. He has a large number of archers. Obviously, longbow is a bit slower than your regular archer, but also way, way more powerful in terms of fighting, in terms of range. So they're kiting back against the knights. And the pikes are going to cover. The spears are going to cover here in the front line. And the knights, I think, are going to be eventually killed off once again, or at least thinned out. Oh, this is actually looking very good. That's surprising, but it is looking very good for TheMista. He has been able to snipe all those pikes out. And the knights are going to run away, probably regenerate if TheMista has the chivalry tag. So this is actually a very nice trade, I think, for TheMista overall. So he is able to regain some control in the middle of the map. Obviously, there's going to be an outpost landing here for MarineLord, so it's not going to be possible for TheMista to just kind of steal those deer anymore. Also, those outposts do provide the network of castles bonus, right? Which is going to increase the attack speed of all the nearby units of the English. Which means that in turn, this is going to be a very annoying situation for TheMista, because he is no longer going to be able to fight on his own ground. Now, if this outpost goes down, it's going to be the rules set by MarineLord, so he's going to get additional 25% attack speed, which is pretty huge. He pays for this with a villager, I think, but I think it seems to be worth it overall, right? This tower, by the way, is going to shoot as well. This tower here is going to shoot as well, which in turn means that there's going to be a lot of kind of damage traded back, even kills traded back by the English over here. You can see those arrows actually going super far, reaching the knights, and there is no knight left, I think, for TheMista right now. Yeah, there is no knight. He lost all his knights in this trade. That was terrible. He overchased, and those longbows from MarineLord actually are going to be very, very frustrating to deal with right now, because they do have the support of this outpost as well. That is going to be extremely difficult for anyone to actually engage on them. And MarineLord is not going to stop. He's just going to keep pressuring. He's going to build that ram or two. He's going to actually just kind of keep going across the map with a lot of his units, just trying to, you know, keep the pressure. Actually, he has all the tools to do this. So he might actually push MarineLord off this gold. And what we see is actually there is no more gold available for for TheMista. So MarineLord is going to be able to push his opponent off the gold, and there is no secondary deposit here that can be accessed by the French. So yeah, those archers are gonna kite back. They are almost like two-shotting the knights right now, maybe three-shotting the knights right now. But that doesn't quite seem to matter. The spears are taking care of the knights, and the archers just kiting back, dealing very nicely with the archers of TheMista, killing the knights off as well. And this looks like GG, man. This looks like actually a very large advantage at the very least, if not just the end of the game. Because those are like, this is a fight after a fight after a fight that MarineLord is taking, and, you know, just trading very favorably. He took like a singular bad fight this game, but other than that, he's been able to, you know, push his opponent off the gold, force them to stop producing knights a lot, and then he's actually just able to take a lot of fights around those outposts, which also fire a lot of you know, extra arrows. There's a lot of free damage actually just taking place for MarineLord. That there is no response from TheMista to what is happening. Honestly, I do not think there is like a single thing that that can be done at this point, because he lost so much. And you know, this is a critical mass of archers. I think like this is the number that is not going to be easily repelled. And the knights have been thinned out so much that it doesn't seem to be possible anymore for them to fight back efficiently. And there is no blacksmith either, so there is one actually. There is a ranged defense upgrade, so it's not that terrible, honestly. It's not that bad. But, you know, MarineLord is actually taking lots of trades that are favoring him. He has better economy probably at this point. Like, we have 48 vills for TheMista, and we have 49 for MarineLord, which is really cool overall. My food has arrived, I think. So anyway, it's looking like a very decent situation for MarineLord in this game. And this ram push is actually going towards the TC once again. You know, a single ram is not going to do much, right? A single ram is just kind of going to be there just as a pressure point. It forces the TC to focus fire like with this natural attack on the ram, but it doesn't kind of allow you to. I think you can still retarget the garrison units, so it's not that terrible overall. Okay, so we see in our engagement, actually those archers kiting back quite nicely, the spears fighting the front line. You can garrison some units into this outpost as well to repel the attackers, but I don't think it's necessary at all. So those archers are going to kite back, the ram is pulled away as well, but this is a lot of pressure, of course, and this trade does seem to favor MarineLord once again, quite nicely. So MarineLord is moving forward once again with his units. He's going to harass the knights, and one of the knights is almost dead. The other also takes a lot of damage. And again, now we're just focusing the volleys of all those arrows onto the archers on the back. So MarineLord, recognizing that the only threat for those spears are the archers at the back, is just going to thin the numbers here as well. He's continually killing the knights as well, which is very good. I think that's a good moment for TheMista as well. Sorry, for MarineLord to actually scout around the map, because there's a ninja base here mining the food, or gathering the food, and there's a ninja over here as well gathering the gold. So they're relatively unprotected. What I would like to see then is actually some sort of a form of aggression, just kind of moving around the bases, wrapping over here, and maybe dealing with this economy, because at this point I'm pretty sure he can keep taking good trades, but I wonder if they're trading equally, right? As long as they trade equally, or like kind of, you know, a slight disadvantage to them, I think it's still okay. And GG actually missed realizing this on the fourth. It's a very bad trade happening here. In the end, all knights die again, and yeah, MarineLord just had the pressure in this game, which means that he's going to have a very nice advantage going to game 2, because he can pick the French on that bay, on the Boulder Bay map, if he wants to. And I guess TheMista might still want to pick the French himself, so it's going to be a big question as to what they do right now. But that was a very interesting game, actually, from MarineLord. He was able to show how good the English can be against those very sturdy opponents. It seems like this is indeed how those games are. going to play out from now. So the French no longer hold like a huge advantage, which is really cool to see overall. And it seems my girlfriend ordered shrimp from dinner as well, so I'm going to take a short break-ish, I guess. Have my food. But we're gonna obviously keep casting, right? We're just not gonna talk as much. So we're gonna go into the game number 2. With MarineLord holding 1 game advantage, but I'm going to sometimes chomp on my shrimp. Which is pretty cool, guys. I can't wait for the shrimp. And we're just waiting, I think. We're waiting for the guys to decide as to what to do next. That was a very cool game. That was very nicely played by MarineLord. Especially considering the fact that, you know, generally speaking, English are said to be at a disadvantage here. But what we saw was actually like a single TC play. That's, I think, what is becoming the staple meta right now. So people no longer force those expansions, which is, you know, kind of the classic move in a lot of the other games. Dziękuję. It's kind of the generally accepted move that you do expand at some point. I think as this is no longer the case for Age of Empires 4. Thank you, Omni. Thank you, guys. So we are waiting for the game to start. I'm going to take my moment to eat. Wait, I'm gonna share my shrimp so that you guys see what I'm having. I hope nobody minds too much, but I need to find my intro screen. Here we go. So we have tempura shrimps, guys. Shrimp, and that's a whole box of those bad boys. Look at this. And French fries. That's the right move, right? I'm really bad at directions of the camera because it's mirrored, right? Instead of just kind of being the normal reflection. So it's weird. Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy my shrimp. We're gonna wait for MarineLord to get his bearings and prepare for game number 2. They're nowhere near starting, I think, so I'm just going to kind of drop to the cast window. And we're gonna wait for those guys to start. I'm going to maybe add some sort of an overlay text as well, you know, stating what is happening. I need an outline here, don't I? It is outline, isn't it? Fuck. Why is it so thin? Oh, it's, I know why it's so weird. It's white outline. Nie, dziękuję. Dziękuję. Guys, we're waiting now, so I'm gonna take my sweet time here. We're back. Guys, we're back with the stream. I'm just getting ready to talk. And I think we're good to go. So, in the right-hand side of the map, in the east, in the blue, it is MarineLord playing as the Rus. It's a very new civ, actually. I haven't seen Rus played that much in this tournament. And so I'm very curious as to how it does. And in the east, or in the southeast, sorry, in the southwest actually, as the Mongols, it is going to be TheMista. And honestly, Mongols have had like very different performances in this tournament overall. We've had some good games from, I think, MarineLord. No, Panda Bear SC. I'm kind of mixing up names, right? It was Panda Bear SC, I think, who was performing extremely well in the Mongols, I think, among other people, right? So there were like different games for the Mongols overall. Excuse me. And it seems that Mista is actually kind of proficient on that. I would expect like every player who is top 1 on the ladder to be proficient on those kind of core civilizations. Mongols are considered to be like A tier by most of the tier lists, which seems to be supporting the idea that you can play them in here as well. And that's basically the idea. The Rus, we have seen Rus played by many players. So we have seen it played by Kasva in his matchup. Was it against Tato? I think it must have been against Tato. We have seen a lot of different players trying Rus, and they did not succeed. I think that I have not seen a single Rus win so far in the tournament. Maybe I was obviously not observing every single game, but I have not seen too much success from the Rus, despite their very cool mechanics, right? So the Rus get a lot of gold from killing the Huns, basically. So for every single animal that they kill, including the boar, including the sheep, including the wolves, and the deer, of course, they get extra gold. Not only that though, but also they do get this extra bonus. So if they are able to gather enough bounty, so enough gold from those killed animals, they will also get more food harvest rate, and their hunting cabins, which is another unique building for the Rus, will generate extra gold. They generate gold on a per minute basis, depending on the number of trees in their site. So in this case, for instance, this is a rather inefficient cabin because it is right next to the woodline that is being chopped. So the more trees go down, the less it is going to generate, I believe. So that's how it's going to go. So Rus player, focus heavily on wood, by the way. I'm not sure why, but our Rus player is going for a wooden fortress here, just to secure his units, I guess. This is also, this is like 20% gathering rate bonus. So if you have like 5 villagers on the wood, I think it makes sense to have a wooden fortress, but other than that, I do not believe this to be the case. So I'm not sure how good this is with just 3-4 villagers. I mean, I am sure it's not as good as it should be, but I guess you're just going to get a lot of wood overall, and maybe just secure some sort of a an early lead with this, right? Because what he's trying to do, of course, he's getting free gold from the hunt, so he doesn't need to mine anything. So he's trying to just find as many hunts as he can, get as much gold as he can from that for free, and he's just gonna try to go up to the next age as quickly as he can. TheMista playing the Mongols, that's a very different story, to be honest, because he's actually forced to gather gold from the mines, and he should have enough food anyway to also support the age up really soon. I guess he's gonna pull those villagers from the gold on towards building a I don't know really, I have no idea, because the market is at the top in the north. I'm not sure there's another market, honestly. There isn't, so I don't think the silver tree is a good idea here. Oh, thank you, Haunted. I did not know that, actually. So I'm wrong. I thought this was actually going to, like, once the woodline is exhausted, it is actually going to define how much gold you get. But I was wrong. Okay. But anyway, the Mongols have a very weird situation because this market is very far away. So this trade boost is going to be perhaps not going to permit the trade for the Mongols at all, because, you know, Rus have very good cavalry, they have early knights starting in feudal, so it's not going to be possible to, you know, send your caravans all this freaking long way across the map. So he has to just settle for those deer stones, which of course bolster your mobility, so it's not entirely terrible, I guess. Especially going in towards the cav. I'm not sure. I mean, that's definitely not the optimal play, because I think the Mongols, generally speaking, want to be trading a lot. Yeah. Oh, never mind, there's actually a market, yeah. I didn't see it. Fine. Okay, so there is a market. I know there should be mirrored, but those maps are just kind of weirdly generated sometimes. We see a very early raid, by the way, from the Mongols with 4 scouts. So it is kind of just repelling the villagers from the gold. But you know, Golden Gate is still going up. I do not think the Rus needs that much gold anyway, because they have like lots of passive gold generation. They can build a lot of cabins as well. At some point, they just do not require to mine too much. Right, there's a fight between the scouts going on over here as well in the base of the TheMista. And MarineLord is kind of keeping out the pressure. It's a very quirky game. I'm really not sure what to focus on because I have not seen this matchup before. But it looks like it will kind of somehow end up being Scout Wars, which is really, really uncommon overall. The TheMista gets to Feudal first. He's gonna go for a very quick barracks to deal with the scouts, I guess, and potential calf follow-up, I suppose. And we see double stable going up for MarineLord indeed. So this response, or kind of preemptive response with those barracks, is going to be the proper one indeed. There's also a stable producing scouts already as we speak. So it looks like an interesting turn of events where you have 6 scouts from the Mongols, which might be kind of giving us the idea that, you know, the TheMista wants to raid and he actually wants to kill some buildings with that. Because scouts have very decent attack against buildings. I think they have like the basic default number of damage that they can use to fight the structures. So the infrastructure of the enemy. So you can use them to efficiently kill off buildings at a certain rate. And also to harass your opponent of the gold, like is being done over here. On the other side of the map, we see that there is actually... Yeah, there are 4 knights queued in production for MarineLord. So he's going very hard onto that early harassment unit. The question is like how well this actually develops into the later stages of this matchup, right? Because I'm not sure how much you can get done with those knights. They can be very good at defending your base, I guess, but with the number of spears and with how late they come compared to, you know, the French knights who are basically like ready to go around like what 5-minute mark, right? These are very late. They take super long time to build. They're as strong as the Royal Knights of the French, as far as I remember, like maybe 1 attack less or something, but 1 attack fewer. But not really, no, like you just get a free attack from Blacksmith, right? So they're basically the same as the Royal Knights at this point, but they do not regenerate health, first of all, which is kind of a big problem. And second of all, which is probably more problematic, they, as I said, take a long time to build. So those timings that work for the French Knight will not work for your Rus Knight, right? That's kind of the issue here, of course. Okay, so that's why. That's very interesting. So what TheMista does, he goes for professional scouts. He's trying to steal as much deer as he can from the maps. He's just kind of going to go around those hunts, and he's going to take all the deer he can back to his base here where the villagers can safely gather that, which is pretty cool. I like this idea. It's a pretty cool approach, honestly. And he's defending that very well, so those scouts survive. They obviously regenerate health, because every single scout does regenerate health for free. You can see it over here. There's no passive for that, they just do regen health. So he's gonna drop those deer at the base. He's gonna go around the map and probably gather some more. Those 4 Rus Knights, they're no match for this number of spears, so they're just gonna be repelled efficiently by the TheMista. And this seems to be a very neat position for our Greek player, I guess, right? Because MarineLord here, he is not doing much with those knights, and that's a decently large expenditure, right, in terms of resources, in terms of wood, because you have to build 2 stables. Not getting much done with this is not really what you were aiming for, not really what you were hoping for when you went towards the Rus. He can still, of course, just pivot towards archers or something. He has to actually get archers, because he has to deal with those spikes somehow. There are so many spears, look at this. There are 10 over here, and they're hardened, right? And they're like 10 hardened spears, that's it, actually, never mind. Because he invested a lot, TheMista invested a lot into those scouts, so he's gonna plunder those as well as he's going to salvage the deer, and he's just going to escape. And it doesn't seem like there's a good response from MarineLord to this, and honestly, TheMista is going up. Look at this, he has clicked up, he's going towards this step redoubt, which is the landmark that I think provides you with gold drop-off. Yeah, this is basically like an improved jar. So generally speaking, Mongols have the this very unique drop-off building, which allows them to drop off all the resources and can also be moved around the map. It is quite expensive, because 100 wood, unlike the regular gathering buildings that cost 50. But as I said, it's reusable, so once you exhaust one node of resources, you can just move to another node with the ger, which can obviously, or ger, which allows you to once again just kind of keep mining about building an additional gathering site. So over time, I think, these pay for themselves, right? That's basically the idea here. So now TheMista protects his scouts once again, so they go unharmed. You're going to transport all that food back to the base. And those villagers are really safe. Look at this. So because this basically goes against the plan that MarineLord had, because MarineLord wanted to use those knights to harass, or he wanted to kind of move around to maybe just kind of attack those vulnerable points, which is usually, you know, the food gatherers, because they are usually forced to move out of their base. But you know, Mista is not having none of that. He just is moving all those deer right to the TC, to the safety of it. He's going to be playing very, very defensively here in his base. It's looking like he's just going to be able to just pick up every single, almost every single deer from the map and just kind of put it here, which means that he basically guarantees that he gets free food gathering for the, you know, duration of the game. He hits castle really early as well. The Rus is nowhere near. No, that's not true. Rus is kind of close actually. Rus is following his steps, but it's, yeah, the Rus player is like MarineLord is slightly behind in terms of aging up, I guess. Now the Mongols get the market. That's nothing special either. I guess he just they just want to establish, get the possibility to exchange some gold for food and wood. I believe that would be the natural choice. Or, you know, you might want to buy some extra wood, just go for that second TC at some point as well, because you're so safe here. I don't think that the Rus have a good response to this. I'm not sure whose blacksmith was it. So it was the blacksmith or the Mongols. So actually he's gearing. So Mista is gearing up for an attack. He unlocked the siege engineers. He's going to be able to attack against his opponent. By the way, another unique part of the tech for the Mongols is that they actually get some extra technologies available through the Uvu. So if you build a blacksmith next to the Uvu, you can use stone to research some improved versions of those regular techs, which is basically just a nice empowered army that you can get. Especially this one, of course. Like this is an additional 30%. HP for the cab, which is usually 20%, for instance. Those values are basically like extra 50% of the baseline value that other civs get. This means that you get slightly stronger units as the Mongols. By the way, this also acts as a university, of course, so you can just get the university text from here, even if it is outside of the Uvu, because Mongols do not get universities. Sad people, right? Now we see very few, that's actually another thing that we have seen in those pro games, right? There are very few tech upgrades going on as far as the gathering rates, right? So there's basically nothing researched for the TheMista, and MarineLord only now is going for that Brodax, right? So that's basically a very late research coming here, and he has the wheelbarrow as well. So I think, yeah, he is valuing that extra gathering rate a bit more. Now, we see some horse archers as well, which are scouted immediately by the TheMista, which once again should be used to harass, but I'm not sure how efficient they will be. Now, the problem is as well, something that we did not see at all, I did not see anyway, is that we have so many of those Springles. So, the TheMista doesn't use the siege engineers to build rams, he actually goes for Springles here, and he's going to just kind of put on the pressure on his opponent, right? So instead of going for the siege workshop, he's just going to use his infantry to produce those Springles in large numbers. By the way, they build very fast, like unlike the rams, which I think they take like a minute almost to build. The Springles and the Mangos as well, they take very little time to build up, which is pretty convenient for the sieging armies, of course. So you can see here that there are like 5 Springles, very high range on those bad boys, extremely high damage values as well, which means they can basically like one-shot, two-shot the villagers, I think. Three-shot the villagers, apparently, and they're doing exactly that. So they're putting the pressure on the woodline here for MarineLord, and they're forcing him to move his villagers elsewhere to a more safe location. Now, the problem for MarineLord is he has very little standing army, actually. We have 45 military for the TheMista to MarineLord's 23, and he's terribly supply blocked at the top on top of that. So there's like very little he can do until he gets some additional houses. You can see he's scrambling to do that right now, so he's getting some extra infrastructure going. And those springers are very efficient at disposing of anything, really, any units that are not, I guess, infantry, because they do not deal well with like mass of infantry, like they don't deal well with horsemen. Like if you can just ride a horseman into that army, you can basically dispose of those springles very quickly. But what MarineLord has right now is not really going to be sufficient, I feel. So we see this army kind of moving forward right now, trying to fight what seems to be a very strong Mongol army. You have lots of men-at-arms, you have those very powerful springles. Those MAAs have very strong attack overall. They're very, like, I guess, resource efficient, you could say. And they're just really putting a dent into MarineLord's armor. I think this is basically the exact opposite of what we have seen in game number 1. Right, so game 1 was basically full dominance of MarineLord in terms of pressure. Now TheMista cranks it up. He puts on the pressure himself. He's building additional rams. He has a man. He's actually building a mangonel as well, which is pretty cool. And he's raiding his 2 knights coming into this base over here, probably trying to go towards those villagers, gathering food here around those cabins as well. And there's basically a large unit, 7 idle villagers here for MarineLord, and in the very north of his base, also doing nothing. It is a lot of pressure from TheMista, actually. I wonder how much MarineLord can do to actually salvage the situation. I mean, he has a lot of possible trades that he can do efficiently, so that might be the saving grace for him. Also, this number of horse archers is going to one-shot the MAAs. So if you can just kite back a little bit, that could be fine, but this is not remotely enough of the army for MarineLord. He's out of his pants down, he's dead, right? So he loses the series. We are 1-1 in the series, actually. So it is a very exciting turn of events. So in terms of stats, again, like we have a lot of eco for... actually, no, we have a lot of military advantage for TheMista here. Let's have a look at the timeline. So the growth was way bigger for TheMista, right? It was just way bigger. Villager-wise, they were equal. They were even Steven. 1 TC producing consistently, that's basically what you're going to see on every graph, with no extra bonuses. But in terms of the army, there's this exponential growth for TheMista, whereas MarineLord, I think, was just kind of playing for a later game somehow. Maybe he was hoping to get to Imp. Or he was just hoping to use those course archers, to execute some harassment, but his opponent was having none of that. He just pushes. And honestly, the siege engineering push with springles, with rams, with mangoes, looks like it's very hard to stop. It was very cool to see this, and I think I'm gonna play some Mongols once we're done with the tournament. But it was a very cool thing to actually witness, because, yeah, it's something that is rather uncommon, I would say. It is rather uncommon. So our boys are in the lobby right now. I'm going to very quickly update the scoreboard. We are 1-1 in the series. And we're just waiting for our players to start their next game. This is my screen. So we are 1-1 in the series. Mongols won and the English won so far, which is a very cool game overall. I really like this one. I think the English game was a bit more interesting overall, because the English usually just don't push out and kill the French on the spot, which was totally the case there for MarineLord. I think that was very peculiar. Here it was just, I think it was a nice surprise timing attack. So TheMista just backed up a lot of resources because he was not making that artillery. He just moved across and made it on the spot. So he took very little time to move across, and I do think that MarineLord could have spotted this way sooner. So he had so many scouts, they could have probably just kind of seen this coming from a mile away. Maybe he could have prepared a little bit better, got some defensive infrastructure maybe. He could have got some extra units, some knights, maybe some basic infantry as well, to just kind of deal with those relatively resource efficient men-at-arms. I think that was the big problem. So it seems like we're going into game number 3 in a while. Again, I'm going to take a really short break now to regain my composure, and once we're done, we're gonna kind of move towards the next match between those two excellent players. Guys, just a short reminder, if you haven't subscribed yet or followed me yet on Twitch and you're watching, please do so right now. It is going to greatly support my stream. It will allow me to improve and yeah, keep building up the numbers, which is kind of important, right? For anyone who is streaming, who's making content, they want to be seen and they want people to watch their casts. So if you do enjoy yourselves and you think you would like to return to the future events, please consider dropping me that subscription. This being said, we're gonna take a short recess, I guess, as those players are gearing up for the next game. They're still in the lobby even, so I'm gonna take like a 3-5 minute break, because that's what I'm allowed to do, since there's nothing that's gonna happen for a while, right? They still have to start the game, and once they do, there's going to be a 5-minute downtime for me to kind of go into the next one. So we have to just wait for them to get going themselves, and yeah, we shall see how it progresses, I guess. I'm curious what they pick, actually. I'm very curious as to what they pick. I'm muting my micro. I'm gonna swap to the cast. It's here. I should make this thicker somehow. Maybe choose a different font. So we just need to wait for the boys to be ready right now. I'm gonna finish off my food. I have some fries still. And yeah, we just wait for them to get going once again to game number 3. I think Mista is already in the game, so it's just a matter of 5 minutes now. Okay, we're gonna take a minute. I'm gonna show you my dog, guys, because yeah, she grew. She's huge now. Chodź, Karma. Chodź. No chodź, będziesz popularna. No chodź, tak, zdobywca, Karma zdobywca. Chodź. Right. O, jaka to ciężka. Babo, co ty? No co ty, Karma? Okay, so it's dog sharing time. I should get a dog camera or something, I think. Oh, I'm gonna move the camera down a bit. This is Karma, guys. Karma's a bitch. Absolutely she is. She's 5.5 months old, and she's ridiculously cute. The coolest dog in the world. So, I'm not gonna be casting with dog on my lap. I don't think it's gonna work. So we have to, unfortunately, dump the hound over the barricade, because we have built a small barricade here. Hey, Karma. Oh, super. Ale ty grzeczna. And we're going into the game, because it's just loaded, guys. It's just loaded, and there is no need to delay this any further. So, starting in the south of the map, as the Mongols in the blue, it is MarineLord. In the northwestern part of the map, in the red, playing the French, it is TheMista. We're in a... I think this is going to be the defining moment, or it's going to be the defining matchup of the series, because the player who does actually take this one is going to have 2 opportunities to end the series with a win. So whoever actually is able to eke out a win right here is going to have a very significant advantage going further. That's a very important thing to note. Another thing to note is that, of course, Mista is on the French, and it did not really work for him when he was playing against the English. I wonder how exactly MarineLord's Mongols work here, like how good he is on the Civ. Because, of course, we all know that, the Mongols are quite a potent civilization. They can do many things, and it really depends on how exactly our players intend to use them. We see a very early dock from MarineLord, by the way. That's something I really do not like too much, unless you can exert some sort of a pressure on your opponent's dock if you're playing against the French. Because, as we have seen before, Mongols are ass on the water, guys. They're just complete garbage. They cannot, I do not think at least, they have the potential to defend against this, overwhelming aggression from the French ships. So the question is like whether we can actually get to the Castle Age and use those explosive junks, for instance, or use your own warships or attack ships to actually deal with those French vessels. The problem, of course, here is that there is no water economy started for Mista. So Mista's French. I don't think he has the goal in mind to actually go for water fights, or just kind of to focus on water gathering at all. So there is not going to be food coming from the water for MarineLord. Instead, he's going for stone. Sorry, no, that's wrong. Oh, the Mongols are getting the stone from the Uvu. Shit, I thought like it was. Sorry. So the Mista is actually not getting stone. He's not getting anything at this point. He's building a very early outpost here, which is, I think it's quite strange, because you do not have to defend your gold early on against anything, unless you kind of, I guess, you believe there's going to be like an early scout attack or something. I do not think that this 100 wood that is being placed on the map over here is going to be well spent. I don't think he needs this at this point. He could have probably used that wood towards something better. But again, he's top 2 player on the ladder. I'm top 1,500, so what the hell do I know? Now, this being said, the economy is developing quite well for MarineLord and for the Mista, I guess. MarineLord has water control, which I do not think he believed he was going to get initially. So he's going to get enough fishing ships, I guess, to substantiate getting this dock. I think they'll at some point pay enough dividends and gather enough fish to just kind of be, decent return on investment. I think this might be kind of coming soon as well, because they harvest fish very quickly. They can, stack up to 40 food and return that to the dock. So I think this might be even if at some point he loses them, if he's able to just kind of go unbothered for a few minutes, and MarineLord, his opponent, Mista, is not getting a dock of his own, I think he's going to be fine with this. Because You just basically are getting free resources here. You obviously had to invest a little bit into the wood here initially, but this is going to be all returned at some point in the future. What this map also has is 2 markets that are located very close to those shallows over here, but they are also very conveniently located close to the potential silver tree. But, you know, again, MarineLord is having none of that. We have not seen a single silver tree other than the Kasva one, which was a complete and utter failure. So there's going to be another deer stone actually being placed by MarineLord on the map. And yeah, we will not be seeing anything else. I was kind of hoping to see the trade established by MarineLord, but I guess like against French it doesn't make sense, right? Because they're like so mobile with this cavalry that defending against, you know, night attacks from multiple fronts, from multiple angles, might just be a little bit too much. So I do understand why MarineLord decides against it. It might be just very map specific of an approach to take as well. Now you can see there are like a lot of fishing boats actually, and there are no more in production. So MarineLord is sitting on 6 right now, and he's very close to aging up, while his opponents playing the French has already aged up at 5 minutes into the game, having also, by the way, gathered a decent amount of wood. So he's gonna go probably for a dock of his own, or at least he's going to try to apply pressure onto the economy of MarineLord. So TheMista is actually getting a nice, I guess he's getting a nice, he's getting towards a nice number of warships even. I'm really not sure what he's gonna do. Like maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm completely misreading this. Maybe those 5 villagers are just here to support the production of archers, but it seems quite strange, to be honest. It seems quite strange overall that this is happening at this point. That we have so many villagers on wood, and there's nothing happening on the side of the river for the TheMista, right? TheMista is just not getting anything done at this point, nothing at all. So that's a big question mark, like whether it is actually going to be just a straight up land fight, like land game from TheMista here. I think he's just he decided to relinquish the water control, which is interesting. I guess it's kind of a different take on the game. I'm not sure how exactly that works for him. Also this knight, I think he could have left like I guess like 30, 40, no, maybe not 30, but like 20 seconds sooner, right? Because I think he's like very late to the party. He's also spotted instantaneously by this can over here. So this is not going to accomplish much either. Those pikes or spears are moving across to meet the knight on the other side of the river. I think MarineLord realizes he's not going to catch it, so he's just going to move back towards his base, and that's all there is. Now the scout, the can actually from MarineLord just sees everything, and MarineLord is really ready for this. He's not going to get surprised by that knight. He's not going to lose any villagers to that. I'm not really sure how exactly that's going to kind of pan out in terms of, you know, the hunts and such, so how exactly those players plan to expand on this map. Like whether they're... I don't think we have actually seen a single double TC build today. It has all been 1 TC. Right? Am I wrong here? Have we actually seen a second TC build by anybody? It's been just docks. Like the only extra economy people who are getting, like extra villager income, I guess, has been the water. So you have a dock, of course, here producing the boats. Still, we have what, like 7 right now? 7 indeed. And I don't think he's gonna get more, because at some point you just exhaust the fish and that's it. And there is a scout here, actually. I thought there was a villager going to build a dock find, but no, I don't think we're actually going to see any dock play, any water play from TheMista. So he's just gonna go towards this late game. The interesting part for the TheMista is actually that he has not gathered stone, where I think he was allowed to do so to some extent, right? He has a lot of villagers on the wood here. I don't think he's being pressured in any way or to any extent. So since you're not getting the water control, why not just go for the, you know, for the ground control in terms of the economy anyway? You can just get a very nice mining camp here and just establish some sort of defense. I think he just kind of realizes though that, you know, the greedy play, which is obviously going for the second TC, might bite him on the ass eventually. So he decides against it, just decides to kind of pump out extra units, knowing that, you know, the French economy is eventually going to surpass the Mongols because he just produces a little bit faster. He's just going to try to find some damage with those knights as well, because there are like 4 knights over here, and he's going to try to wrap around into the base of MarineLord just to sorry, just to do some mild amount of damage. Though they're instantaneously spotted almost, and those archers are actually going to go for the broke here. One archer drops, and those knights just kind of have to leave because there are too many spears to actually, you know, for MarineLord, for TheMista to pick any fight. So MarineLord, on top of his game, also this extra YAM network bonus actually applied to all the units as well. Increasing the speed by 15% is quite big, which means that, you know, those knights are going to have to just kind of be very sneaky in order to achieve anything in this matchup, I think. And no surprise here, again, it's very fast castle for MarineLord. We have seen Mongols do this over and over again, where they just kind of go for very early castles, and they just kind of try to capitalize on the lead that they generate through, you know, extra tech and such. Because it's a game that's going to be very difficult for, I think, for TheMista to break at this point. I believe that MarineLord just realized, you know, he can actually spend those 1200 food and 600 gold onto going up, especially that he has no particular use for the gold anyway, other than just, you know, going up or getting the tech in the blacksmith itself. So we're getting also the steeled arrows here, which is going to be the upgrade for the archers. So +1 range damage is going to be coming for MarineLord. Is also going to be using those archers to approach the wood line here and maybe deliver some damage. One villager drops. That's very good. I think like any small lead, when game is played optimally, is just kind of important, right? So getting this one vill sniped, obviously going to contribute to you getting a nice advantage. Now, in terms of economy, of course, 42 villagers to 38, but I think this does actually include those little boaties over here. So those 8 fishing ships, 8 now by the way, are going to be contributing to, you know, at least the lack of economical disadvantage for MarineLord. And I think he's in a very decent position right now. He's gonna get some upgrades. I think he's gonna start the archer upgrade right away. Nope. The pie, nope. What is he doing then? Why would you, like, you age up for a reason, right? You want to get like your units a tier up, which obviously makes them stronger. So I think that he just needs gold right now to do this. So he's just going to maybe just start gathering right now. And just kind of work like this. By the way, this is like a mini wheelbarrow because it allows your villagers to move faster as well. So if you get this, it actually means that your economy is like a little bit faster. Maybe you get like, you know, 5% extra resources overall because your villagers just waste less time moving between the gathering point and the drop-off point, right? Which I think is actually quite good. It's obviously not as impactful as, you know, double producing traders, but it's good enough, I think. It's good enough. Okay, so the French have enough, so Mista has managed to muster up enough resources to age up himself, but he has rather small army, 20 army count total to 20, okay, never mind, that's actually enough. You have knights and you have archers. I think this is a good enough army to handle whatever is coming your way. So these knights are of course like 7-8 knights and a decent pack of archers. I think these guys are going to be enough for Mista to just kind of keep himself alive. Should any attack occur, of course. Siege engineering, by the way, completed, so there's going to be some sort of push, I think, coming from MarineLord. So he actually did invest into that, but he has still not reaped the benefits of going towards the Castle Age upgrade. So I'm not sure whether he's going for that right now, or whether he's just going to wait a little bit. We have actually the veteran spearmen being researched, finished as well, and we might see the veteran archers following in suit, or they're actually there as well. So both those upgrades actually hit at the same time roughly, and there is a lot of infrastructure going down for MarineLord as well. This outpost, of course, over here to provide some fire support and maybe just the YAM network as well, right? I think it might be just kind of contributing to the YAM network bonuses. That's actually very nice. I think that's very similar between the English and the Mongols. You can just kind of use those outposts to generate some extra ground for yourself. Of course, you can also move this landmark towards the base of your enemy. We can see there's gonna be probably a fight breaking out, but TheMista, knowing that he's behind in terms of eco, he's probably just going to have to relinquish some ground. He's gonna have to lose some production here, because if he just goes for a fight against veteran units, I do not think he trades efficiently ever. So, having realized that, he's just going to kind of play it safe. I think he might even start... I don't know, do you want to defend this, or do you just kind of give up the school of cavalry? That's the big question, right? Because Mista still... Oh, he has just aged up, I think, with the guild hall, yeah. So he's age 3 as well. He's still waiting for the upgrades. Okay, the knights have already got theirs. I guess that's kind of the go signal, right? So you can actually go for an attack, because the veteran knights are really very strong for the French. So he kind of pushes a little bit forward here. He goes for a nice re-engage. There's a flank as well of those knights coming from the back. It would be very good if we could deny that villager from building. I think he killed her, right? He actually killed the vill. So he's able to at least play defensively here. Depends on how well he handles the fight. There are a lot of spearmen in the mix in the front line. So those knights are actually kind of getting attacked here. On the other side, however, there is also a few knights in the backline dealing with those or disposing of those archers. So it looks like, you know, the defender's advantage being here, TheMista might just defend this attack. He might just be able to, you know, keep himself alive long enough to probably just kind of, you know, stay in the front line here and make it through this very, very rough patch. Because he was, I think it was a very bad timing mistake from TheMista, where, sorry, from MarineLord, where he had an opening where, you know, he was in castle for a long time. He had like 2 minutes in castle without his opponent being there. So if he had just gone straight up for an attack there, he had just kind of a nice timing prepared. I think this would have like worked like way, way better, because I think you'd be at least able to kill the school of cavalry. You'd be able to maybe harass the archery range as well. You'd be able to deny a lot of infrastructure from your opponent, and maybe just even harass the wood line here, I guess, right? Just kind of push the villagers off, just cause some damage. The way things are though right now, it's kind of an even game again. Like Mista maybe even holding a nice advantage in terms of quality, quantity of the army. No, quality it is. So 17 army for TheMista, 26 for MarineLord. But you have to remember, those are archers and some MAAs and some pikes. On the other side, we have lots of knights, actually. Yeah, that's a large unit of knights, actually, for Mista in this kind of side, on this side of the map. So this is going to be probably favoring... It is going to probably be favoring our French player, should an engagement occur soon. Like, if they should fight very quickly from here, very soon from here, I do think that Mista takes it. Though Mista does actually need to have some sort of fire support still. I think he does need some more backline in terms of archers. It would be very nice if you were able to actually get a second archery range or something. I do believe that this would actually allow him to produce more, you know, fire support for the knights, which is really what counts quite a bit in those matches over here. So we see that knights actually are charging in a little bit. A scout is sniped. Knights do go in, but yeah, he's actually just very hesitant here. He's waiting for the flank from the back. That's very nicely done. TheMista actually goes from behind here. There's no can available for MarineLord, so he's not getting the unique bonuses from that. So there's no nice opener with that arrow. And I think the knights are just gonna clean up. Look at this. They're just those numbers are very big. Like, there are so many knights still alive. They just clean the house, man. I think the archers were very, very nicely focused from TheMista on the pikes of MarineLord, and MarineLord has only archers left. Veteran knights are very good at dealing with those archers, because archers no longer kind of have enough damage to penetrate the armor. They only do 3 damage per shot, because this is 6 armor that there's like full you know, full ranged armor upgrades for those knights. So I think you need crossbows at this point to at least, you know, contest this front line of TheMista if you are indeed playing as MarineLord here. So, okay, so that's very sneaky. So Mista tried to sneak in a dock. This doesn't work, of course, so it is scouted very quickly by MarineLord. He keeps nice control of the river, and he's going to dispose of that. However, there's a large force of knights, obviously noticed by MarineLord, because he sees this via the outpost. But there's a large force of knights actually going across the map over here. It's going to be stopped. That's a very nice use of the choke point here with the pikes. So they kind of go through here, defend. The extra bonus from the bonus movement speed, of course, from the YAM network is going to work towards your advantage. And those knights are forced to disengage. On the other side of the map over here in the main base of TheMista, we see knights actually fighting off those spears. And I do think that these kind of proxied outposts are going to fall as well. You see, oh no, that's terrible. No, actually, no, never mind. Those are just spikes. You can lose spikes. I thought those was like berry bush being gathered, but no, it's just a couple of pikes just going down casually here. It's obviously not great. We can just remake them very quickly. You have like 3 for barracks production, so that's not a huge loss at least. But it is a loss nonetheless. Right? Losing some food here, of course, not going to benefit you too much if you're Mongols, right? So economically speaking, because I guess this is just going to be disengagement. Yes, it is. And this is going to be a push, which it indeed is. We have 63 eco and 37 military for MarineLord, and 66 to 23 for Mista. Again, we have not got a second TC this entire day so far. We're playing with very, very basic economy, single TC producing only, and there is nothing kind of hinting towards the fact that, you know, we'll be getting an additional TC anytime soon. A lot of idle villagers, by the way, for TheMista over here. 8 right now. It's not good sign, I think. That's not great. But we see another push, actually. So MarineLord goes for an arrow. He's relentless in this aggression, right? I don't think it's gonna benefit him too much because they're nice in the back, just waiting for the spikes to move out. So unless you know if you are MarineLord here, if you're able to get a very good push here, if you're actually able to just kind of kill a lot of villagers, you're fine. But you have no way right now to defend this because those knights have wrapped around the base of MarineLord. They're gonna do a lot of damage here. I think it's gonna be a game-deciding moment. There's gonna be like a slaughter of villagers. I guess 10-15 go down at the very least here before those knights are cleaned up. On the other side, however, we see a lot of archers. We see a battering ram as well, and we see a very large dedicated push actually going towards this base of the TheMista. So we see a defense here. Those knights are pushed. Oh, they're on low HP, but they're pushed back actually, and they do not kill more than I think like 7-8 villagers. However, here the push from MarineLord is continuing. He really has to do damage of this to at least match what happened to his own base, and he has to match the damage done by those knights. Those knights are actually caught up, and the few pikes that are here, they caught up to the knights. They're actually going to chase still, and going to do some damage if those knights are not paying attention. So they have to be microed out, I guess. There is a second round coming from MarineLord over here in the TheMista's base, and there's a relatively nice engagement with those spikes actually. There's a large number of spears actually coming through, funneling through that choke in the middle, through that shallow, and it feels like it's gonna get cleaned up, but those are not bad trades from MarineLord, I think. They're not terrible. The problem, of course, being that I think that second ram went down, and he's not even gonna... Oh, he's not gonna get cleaned up. He's actually gonna clean up himself. That's very good. So those few knights that, that MarineLord did not have... sorry, that the TheMista did not have, actually probably decide this game maybe even, because MarineLord is going to be strong enough right now to just push for the TC. You have those knights being also cleaned up. That's very bad sign for the TheMista. I think the TheMista just dropped the ball completely here. He just lost the game. Because that was a very good positioning from MarineLord with those archers, with those spikes. And those spikes, they are not like equals to knights even still, but they are overwhelming in numbers. They're very cheap to make. They do not cost gold. They're very fast as well. You can just reproduce them very quickly. So if you lose any, they're just gonna come back and just... You have like a never-ending stream of those almost. Look at this. There's also a large unoccupied army over here. And yeah, the TheMista's landmark falls, the School of Cavalry falls, the TC falls as well. There's only Guildhall remaining. That's the win condition right now for MarineLord. If he can just kill this, he wins the game. Because there's no way that his opponent remakes this. I don't know what these units are doing, man. They should just be there fighting. Because if you can just keep those rams alive, if you can just attack this Guildhall, you win the game as a MarineLord. I think he realizes this. Because he's just fighting with this very small force, but the rest of his production is just really far back. Okay, so it is still terrible for the TheMista. He has so much food actually, so much wood and food. He's not able to make anything out of this, and there's a never-ending stream of infantry and archers coming into his base still. So even though he repels the attack, even though he defends this, even though TheMista defends this, MarineLord's still in a driver's seat in this game. Look at this. There are so many of those archers just moving forward, just trying to get some damage onto the villagers. There are spears over here as well. They did a little bit of a massacre over here. And yeah, I think this is going to be just basically a final push right now for MarineLord, for a French player. I mean, for a French player playing Mongols against our Greek player playing the French. And it seems like the French are not really winning too much today, are they? Was it just the water map actually that they won? I think this might be because there's just one win, I think. And obviously there's like a French versus French mirror, so one of those had to win. One of those factions had to win. But okay, there are a few knights here actually giving some trouble to MarineLord, but I don't think that's enough. So there's another nice charge from the knights. Honestly, okay, TheMista had very nice flanks. He has been able to charge into the units of his opponents. He's been able to clean up very nicely in those few engages early. But right now he's just getting outmassed, I think. There's just such a huge infantry mass. For MarineLord, he's just gonna take this game, I think. Look at this. Those knights are going to take some damage here. And obviously, as I said, it's not so easy to remake them. And those crossbows, they look like Assassin's Creed crossbows, by the way. Like, man, look at this. They look so cool. That's very nice unit design. But they're attacking. That's like Assassin's Creed skin, man. Look at this. Those hoods, those cloaks, really cool stuff. So they're moving back. They're kiting. There are some crossbows in the mix, as I said. So they're dealing with the knights quite efficiently as well. So you have a lot of knight counters present on your team right now. So on your composition right now, if you are MarineLord, and you the game. Taps out. It is fun. So Mongols defeating French very decisive fashion, but it was such a good game. Very clean macro for MarineLord. I think the very big difference was the fact that MarineLord was allowed to get the water access, right? So TheMista did not contest the water, and MarineLord had like free economy, like basically like 2 TC boom in a way, which allowed him to just, just get a very large advantage in terms of economy. Because this doesn't show on the graph here, I think, but the villagers, there were some fishing boats in the mix as well. So there was this very big trade as well over here, right? This is the villager trade where they both went for broke. And actually, like, MarineLord didn't do much damage here at all. You can see there's like no dent even in the production in the number of villagers for TheMista. But MarineLord did actually take a decent amount of damage here, not enough to actually stem the flow of those infantry units, right? In terms of military count, look at this again. Mongols just outproducing the French, right? I think there's a big weakness. Like, you can just get such a huge mass of units that the French is never able to fight you back. Like, it doesn't matter how high quality your army is. You have enough trash army, like, you can just defeat that unless your enemy has Mongos, I think. Like, if you had some Mangonels, maybe then, because it's very difficult to reach them, against the Knights, against, like, some sort of decent micro. And in those choke points, I think that's kind of the nice defensive unit here. If the TheMista had been able to, muster up, like, 2-3 Mangos, just focus on the trained lineup in the back, I think this would have been very, very useful to him. Or even just kind of, he could have used that to eliminate the pikes. I believe that this was probably the play. We have not seen much artillery at all, barring those obvious sea drums and barring the Spriggles as well, coming from the Mongols of the TheMista in the previous game, right? This was kind of cool of a play. But this being said, we are at the match point. MarineLord being at the advantage 1-2, so 2-1 actually, which is pretty cool. Guys, if you're new to the stream, by the way, please remember to subscribe on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch, leave me a like on YouTube as well, because this boosts my visibility. And yeah, just enjoy yourselves. And do join the chat if you're new. Also, you can introduce yourselves, tell me how you're feeling about the casting, tell me how you're actually feeling on the day, or how you feel about the matchups, anything you like. We can obviously talk about this now, because we have some downtime waiting for the next game to begin. That was a very good game. I really like those kind of scrappy feudal castle age games. They're really exciting. We have not seen any 30 maps played today as well. I don't think that's gonna happen, right? They're just gonna go aggressive all day long. So I've updated the score. I think it takes a while for the screen to reflect that. It does. We have this visible right now. So you have 2-1 for TheMista. Very cool games, man. I'm really thrilled. So we're just waiting right now. We're waiting for the next game to begin. Okay. And after that, we'll have RecoN versus Hera, right? There's gonna be RecoN versus Hera coming later. Which is also very cool. I think Hera is going to take that though, but it's very exciting to see what exactly those guys have prepared. Because it's kind of cool that the first matchup was a lot about Delhi, right? Because Vortix picked Delhi, first game Kasva picked Delhi, second game it was very like, the entire kind of series was solved by Delhi Sultanate. And nobody actually picks it in this series over here. So neither TheMista nor MarineLord do recognize how strong Delhi might be if played properly, or they're just not prepared to do that. Oh, come on, Omni. Oh, stop taking a piss. You like to watch my streams, that's very nice. You have a dog, I didn't know. How come you have a dog? Can you post a picture on the Discord? Guys, by the way, we have a community Discord. Link is in the description of the video. You can join there and you can actually see Omni Dog's... No, Omni Peasant's dog. That's Omni Dog then, right? You can see Omni Dog's peasant, that's what I almost said. But yeah, you can see the Omni Dog as well. Omni is a cool guy, by the way. If you enjoy like memes, I think he has a very cool YouTube channel that I would very much advertise or recommend to you guys. Those guys are taking a while to decide, aren't they? They really are taking a while to decide. So we're just going to be patient. Yeah, we're just gonna have to be patient here. Oh, they are in the game. That's fast. Actually, that's the first time they do this so quickly. So I guess we just jump right into the game once it unlocks, of course, for us. Oh, I think it was just kind of a bug again, because they just went in and left the lobby instantaneously before I could join as the observer. It should load now, though. I think, yeah. Where is this? Okay, cool. So, okay, yeah. So the French have not won a game in the series, which actually means that there is not going to be. Yeah, we will see French win today on this in this series once again, because this is going to be French versus French. So one of those guys have to win. So that's basically that. Like the French have been getting the short end of the stick so often today. Actually, they were dominated by the Delhi. They were dominated by the Mongols. What is the two matchups that happened outside of the French versus French? Actually, we had also Mongols versus Rus, right? Where Mongols won in this series over here. But generally speaking, French do not seem to be performing too well on the day. Let's face it. Like they're probably good in the French versus French matchup, but the French being such an easy civ to play, I think they were just very prevalent early because people just knew exactly how to play them from the get-go. They were very easy to pick up, right? On the other hand, the Delhi Sultanate, for instance, they're very, very complex. So I think that might be the reason for which we are seeing so little Delhi play overall in comparison to the Mongols or to the French. Right, that was kind of the idea here. That the French are just really simple, straightforward. Their builds are easy. You can just kind of focus on micro and not worry too much about like those unique bonuses that you have to apply from your civ. We also saw Englishmen versus the French, right? So the French lost to English, the French lost to Mongols, the French lost to Delhi. The only civ that is still kind of out there that can still be played. I don't think we have seen the Holy Roman Empire today. We have not seen the what else are we missing? HRE and Chinese, right? I think those are the only two civs that have not been played so far. Am I missing on something? Have we seen every other civ? Because we have seen the English, the French, the Mongols, the Delhi, English, French, Mongols, Delhi. Oh, we have not seen Abbasid either, right? We have not seen Abbasid either. So that's the thing. So we are still 3 civilizations short. So I think this might shift the kind of the perception of the meta, or like given how those guys are playing, right? This might kind of change how we perceive it to a certain extent. Yeah, he looked he was pushed to being defensive though, let's face it, because MarineLord took that water control for some reason. I don't understand why, but he was allowed to take the water control against the French, which is, I mean, it's weird, man. Like, I don't understand how he can give water control to the French as the French. And he had basically 2 TCs for a long time. Like he produced like 8 fishing boats. He got a lot of fish from the river, and I think that was basically what allowed him to just get a decent numbers advantage in terms of the army and just play around it from there. I think that was basically the idea here. That was the turning factor of the game. Like he was just so far ahead because of how strong his economy was in comparison to the French economy, which is usually even stronger. So it's kind of weird, but I think it was the case. That was exactly what happened that game. Thank you, Omni. Guys, so join the Discord to see the super cute dog of Omni Peasant. Please. You will not regret it, probably. Probably. Unless you just memed me again, man. Because Omni also once photoshopped my face on a dog from a game. That was one of the most vile things I've ever seen. Oh, it's a cute... Oh, come on, it's so tiny. What the hell? It's actually super tiny. Oh... What? Oh, what breed is this, Omni? Is this the potato terrier? Or is the carrot retriever? The famous Ukrainian breeds. We have potato retrievers in Poland as well. Hold on, I need to actually charge my phone because that's my entire ability to supervise the stream. So I need to get my cable straightened up, and I need to get my phone going once again because it's almost dead. Oh, we're going to the game, by the way. Yeah, potato retrievers are the best, man. Guys, it is probably, oh, not probably, it's possibly 50-50, guys, to be the final game of the series with MarineLord spawning in the bottom right-hand side of the map, playing the French. In the left-hand side, also on the bottom, kind of in the middle of the map, it is TheMista playing the French in the yellow. And it's pretty exciting, to be honest, to see this. It's actually quite cool that we're gonna kind of probably end the series with a French against French matchup, unless, of course, Mista manages to somehow win it back right now. And the thing is, like, if Mista manages to win it back, then it is going to be a 2-2 tie, and we'll see how exactly those guys manage Game 5, where only one of them is going to be, namely, it's going to be MarineLord, who will be able to pick the French for that final match. So we see no surprises here, I guess. A house being built, then a mining camp being built, then those villagers just going all the way towards this gold mine. Probably third one joining them very soon as well. And it is indeed the case. And with this happening over here, we'll just kind of have a standard nice opening. Neither of the French actually going towards the wood line, right? It's very important to say once again that they're just going to commit to the food, to very fast age up, I think, and just kind of to early aggression. Again, not a single time today did we actually see the French going towards the second TC, or no RSF actually going towards the second TC. It's a very risky possibility, I think, but MarineLord has been so stellar on the defense, I guess, that he could try to sneak out the TC. I'm not really sure, I'm speculating here, of course, but it is a possibility. Now, MarineLord is actually going to go towards that lumber camp once again, so we see this actually going up very, very early on into the match, which is indicative of a very different build then, because he's probably just going to try to incorporate some pikes earlier on, maybe go for some more aggressive maneuvers here. I think that's the idea here, because TheMista, of course, still not even close to getting that wood going. So, yeah, that's a big question, actually. So how exactly does this matchup revolve from here? We're obviously going to see very close age-ups as well, because, both those players at 400 food right now. Mista, like, with a second advantage, really. He's going to go with 4 villagers towards building that TC. And 1 villager actually is going to break off from this pack of 4 to build a lumber camp. There are 2 villagers on the lumber for MarineLord, and he's also building this School of Cavalry, though with 2 villagers only, so he's probably going to be a little bit later to the punch. Those villagers are also idling here. They're going to move towards this mill, and he's going to secure this mill and use those berries to bolster his economy. I'm kind of surprised that we're not seeing too much play towards the deer, but I guess those players just don't trust their skill much enough. Because you can probably just, that used to be the play in the French versus French, actually. Where we just get an outpost over here, we get a mill, and just kind of try to get 5 villagers who are safe, theoretically speaking, to just use those very efficient deer to gain additional resources and maybe make a little bit more army. But that's not happening. Neither of the players actually is going towards that. Maybe there's going to be professional scouts research actually over here, because you can see that this scout over here is actually killing the deer. So he might actually be, so Mista might actually be going towards getting those deer back into the base soon, and hunting them down for, using them from the TC just to gather some extra food. So we see scouting, mutual scouting actually going across the map. And on this map, on the... Is it the French? No, it's not the French. It's the Mountain Pass. Yeah, there are 2 maps. Mountain Pass and French Pass. French Pass is like lots of gold in the middle. Mountain Pass is kind of nice open map. Kind of Arabia with a huge mountain in the middle, really. That's basically that. So we see that age-up is going to be a little bit faster. That's what we see for TheMista. Obviously, MarineLord slightly behind because he's building with 2 villas. Which also means, however, that he's getting extra economy, right? He's getting extra eco behind us, so... he has 1 villager gathering, whereas like his opponent does not have that vill picking up resources yet. Yeah, we do not see any reason for those deer to die. So poor 2 deer are actually just biting the dust over here, whereas there is nothing really to validate that choice. Now, TheMista actually moves a lot of those villagers towards the wood. Probably he is going to get that very early barracks as well. He's just kind of trying to make up for that wood difference from before by just kind of, you know, sending extra villagers. Now, it doesn't make much of a difference, I think. As long as you're just able to keep up your production of villagers from the TC, none of those kind of, I know, villager transfers make much of a difference here. So, as long as you're able to kind of hit those marks and get enough resources, you're fine. You see, there is a wall, by the way, from TheMista actually securing this area over here. That's very nice because this might allow him to actually, you know, just kind of fend off some of the attacks of his opponent. If you can just contain yourself, it's gonna be very nice. I guess, like, if you can get... It's actually very nice wall for Mista here. There's a passage here, however, I think, through the mountain somewhere, but I'm not sure. Is there? I think you can pass like this, but I'm not 100% sure. You can certainly just kind of get a wall over here, as TheMista can get a wall over here, and your base from is safe at least from one direction, right? Which is very nice. And then I guess if you wall off here as well with the palisade wall, like here somewhere in the mountains, you get fully walled base, which is pretty decent. I don't know, Counted. I have no idea. I mean, those guys are clearly better players than me, right? So, especially if they're French. So I think they're just kind of trying to... That's going to be a micro battle, I think. It's going to come down to micro... First of all, macro to some extent as well, I guess. So MarineLord here sitting on a decent eco. They're not really committing to army, are they? So we have one knight for MarineLord. And you have two knights for TheMista. But TheMista is actually using those scouts to... He actually did research professional scouts, I think. So he's killing the deer and bringing the deer to the TC. Which is a safe choice. We have seen this done before as well, I think by him as well, right? He was doing this against the Rus, right, of MarineLord. So that was the choice, but MarineLord is actually doing that as well. So this seems to be a very decent choice. If you can get that research going, you can actually pick up the deer and move them to your base, which means you're no longer exposed to any attacks. And not many players actually do this. I have not seen this done too many times. So it's kind of a safe, non-committed game. You're not going to fight too much. There are 3 knights for TheMista. By the way, the yellow knights look very cool. I like that. That's very nice kind of graphical design for the yellow knights, guys. Lovely dudes. On the other side of the map, though, for MarineLord, we do not see too many units at all. Let's compare economies. 31 and 7. That's equal to military. And that's 30 to 6. So there's one fewer villagers somehow for MarineLord. So he must have skipped a beat somewhere. Maybe he just made up for it, yeah. And there is obviously fewer military actually as well. I'm really wondering what exactly happens here because, like, generally speaking, the French versus French games have been very violent, guys. That's the reality of it. Like, the French versus French have been, like, really just kind of people being on the offensive all the time. And just kind of trading blows. That's what my French versus French looks like as well. Like when I play against another French player, because I play French and Abbasid, if I play French versus French, it's usually just kind of, you know, I kill your villagers, you kill mine. But I think these guys just kind of understand that, you know, there is like very little possibility because like they're both very good at the game, right? They realize it's not gonna happen anymore. Like they're gonna garrison their villagers so fast that the harassment is not gonna, I think, is gonna be a non-factor, right? It's not gonna be possible for those knights to harass anything. Now, MarineLord is going to try to utilize this kind of narrow passageway, but he's going to be gravely disappointed to find this completely walled off as well, so he's going to have to find another route to his opponent's base. I do not think he can go through here, right? He actually also notices that this hunt has already been taken, literally taken, so it has been like completely dismantled, and there is no way to recover those deer. And also, he's kind of trapped by those 3 knights over here coming from TheMista. Mista, by the way, has a blacksmith, whereas MarineLord does not, so there is going to be a small advantage in that regard as well. I don't think there's a fight breaking out here either. I think that, you know, they both research chivalry, so they could trade a few blows, maybe hope for like 1 knight kill to 0, but that basically is that. I don't think they're gonna commit to that either. Actually, no, Mista has researched the chivalry, whereas MarineLord has not yet. However, MarineLord is actually gonna go up. He clicks up. He goes for the guild call, I believe, and he's going to start going towards that castle age. And it is going to be a big problem right now for TheMista. So the question is like whether TheMista is able to do something right now, or he just produced like 1 knight too many, and he's like slightly behind the eco this way. he has produced 4 knights too many, man. Oh my god, 5. So we have a very large army. Actually, I wasn't paying attention to this because he kept those units at home. But we do have like 3 knights for MarineLord to, you know, what seems to be like 11 knights for TheMista. And the question is like, how exactly does MarineLord defend this right now? Because this is like a very large army disadvantage. And those guys are researched, they are fully upgraded as well with the attack bonus. They kill 1 knight as well. That's really bad because, let's face it, MarineLord is not really geared towards defending this at all. He queues up a few knights, maybe he's gonna be okay. He builds like additional stable or 2, or stable barracks. Like, if you are Mista right now, you're wasting time. You have to go for an attack. Really, you do have to do this. I mean, obviously you're going up yourself. I think Mista is actually clicking up somewhere here. Yeah, he is. But the problem is that, you know, for MarineLord, he has so many fewer units right now. If you can just kind of capitalize on this right away, you can just get a nice run of those villagers, even just trade a little bit, you can definitely eke out a nice lead. But instead, I think we're just going to gear towards the late game. So there's a nice charge forward. They're going to get a single villager kill. They're going to maybe trade favorably here. It seems to be the case that they're going to trade at least quite nicely. But that TC is fully garrisoned with villagers, so the most he does actually deny some mining time from his opponent. He's just going to disengage. There are 3 villagers building here. There are 5 for TheMista, so actually that age up is not going to be so decent. They're going to age up at a relatively similar time. But obviously TheMista still holds a knight advantage, right? He has way more knights. I'm not sure how exactly this works for him. Oh man, if this was actually a wraparound before, if he'd actually been able to get to this construction site prior to this moment right now, he could have been able to get so much more done. Maybe even pressure MarineLord off the Guildhall, just kind of take the castle age lead himself. It doesn't happen though, so ML reaches that age up first. And the question is like, how exactly does this game evolve right now? Of course, there's like a little multi-prong attack happening. Those knights are trapped though, so they're gonna take the scout and leave. And there is not much happening for now. I think they're just going to disengage, get their knight upgrades, I think, and they're just going to look for another opportunity. Unless one of them makes a big mistake. Of course, there's chivalry done for TheMista though, so if he takes damage, he's actually fine with this. On the other side, however, MarineLord doesn't have the chivalry. He has royal knights. I think the upgrade is also taking place, right? He's getting that veteran upgrade somewhere right over here, whereas obviously the same probably is going for Mista, though Mista is again a little bit ahead on the clock. So he has more knights, and he's actually going to sit on an upgrade advantage too. He has it right away, and there are no veteran knights for our French player. So TheMista does actually hold a veteran royal knight advantage for a while. Now actually it is matched right now, so it kind of all gets dissolved, I guess. Yeah, they just disengage, as I said. They're not going to fight anymore. Because there's like no nice opening for either of those players, right? Because like TheMista has an army advantage, but he doesn't. He's on the attacking side, so he can't really just go in here and attack this huge French base with the TC. Like there's just not gonna work, I think. Whereas on the other side, you know, MarineLord has the defender's advantage, so he's kind of safe-ish. But he doesn't want to overcome it because, again, he has like army disadvantage, I think, still. Despite all that happened, despite making some extra knights, I think he does still hold the army advantage over here. So it seems like they're just going to disengage. Nice micro out, getting those those more vulnerable knights out, but it doesn't quite mean that anything significant actually happens this game at all. So yeah, there are actually knights coming from the back, killing 3 villagers of MarineLord here, which is very good. For TheMista, he's this very large knight force actually over here, and he's going to keep doing the multi-prong attack. He's going to keep harassing here, and as these knights actually lure MarineLord in, the next pack of knights arrives into the base, and they're going to try at least to posture offensively, get some aggression done, or, you know, just at least harass the opponent here to some extent, right? It's looking quite good, honestly. Now TheMista, back at home. Oh no, MarineLord actually is getting stoned, so that's the thing. So ML is actually going for the stone. He can get the second TC right away if he wants to. He's getting this. Oh, he's actually started, right? He has just started that. He has been getting stone. And he's actually probably going to keep harvesting the stone towards the keep later on. And he's just going to settle on 2 TCs. Obviously, I think Mista sees this, right? We can just see his perspective right away. He doesn't yet. He might see the foundations now, so he's gonna be aware of the fact that there is something messy happening right away. He's actually could have actually killed a few of those villagers, but he decides against that. I think he kind of knows there are knights coming as well. He doesn't want to trade against this. There's a wolf killing villagers, man. That's how intense this game is. They're not managing to defend their villagers against the wolves anymore. And there's a large force of the Mist actually attacking here. I'm not sure if this is enough to kill. I think this might be enough to actually defeat MarineLord altogether. Look at this. So the nice charge in. There's a smaller force from MarineLord. Actually, I don't think this is enough to defend this. Is it? Like, I think we might have just kind of seen a little bit of an overreach from ML here. He goes for that second TC while not really having enough army to support himself, and he's just gonna lose this fight. Now the question is, are those knights going to be able to end the game, right? Does it actually mean the end of the game? It seems that it's the end, and it is going to be all 5 games for us today with ML versus Mista. So MarineLord is actually defeated. Mista makes more knights, Mista gets more tech, Mista goes not up faster, but he just kind of is more efficient at going up to the next age, produces more cavalry, and just wins the engagement, and that's all she wrote. Very weird ending, honestly. That kind of trade at the end was, you know, obviously favoring Mista because he had way more cavalry. So you can see here, like, there was a significant army disadvantage for the Mista, for MarineLord throughout the game. Honestly, at the end, it was just too big. It was impossible to overcome that, even with additional infrastructure behind it, right? So MarineLord just kind of didn't have enough forces to defend against that aggression, and he just loses. Yeah, it's interesting actually to see that TC being built and losing the game instantaneously as well. So yeah, I think Mista just recognizing how strong he is, he just kind of goes in and takes it. He is going to be 2-2 in the series. Very peculiar, honestly, to see this happen. We are 2-2 in the series, guys. We're 2-2. I just need to fix the score. So there's 2 absolute titans of gaming are going to go for game number 5 as well. That's insanity, man. That's just absolute insanity. I did not see that coming, to be honest. Yeah, oh, that would be... Oh, whoa. Yeah, because MarineLord actually has the French still, right? Mista took the French. That is probably gonna be the Boulder Bay then. Does ML have the pick now? I think he lost, so he should have the pick, right? So he's just gonna go for the Boulder Bay, I guess. He's just gonna use the French, and we'll see how exactly Mista responds. I mean, this was very good effort by Mista. She just took so many good fights in the end. Despite having like this very slow start to the game, right? It was very nicely done. I think those deer again, like having that extra food income, right, was very beneficial for him. So it was quite interesting to see that happen overall. We're just waiting for the players to get ready again. So, yeah. And they're probably trying to decide what to do. I think it's very likely to be the Bay, man. I think it's very likely to be the Bay. I'm gonna check the Discord because they do announce the picks instantaneously, so we'll know what we're going up against, or we'll know the matchup that we're going into anyway. So we just have to see that on the Discord of Genesis. It is actually Boulder Bay. It is actually Boulder Bay, guys. So it's gonna be Boulder Bay, Abbasid versus French. Of course, MarineLord being still able to pick the French after all those games he played against them. So it's going to be quite exciting to see how exactly that one goes. I'm kind of worried though for Mista, because of course this is a decent advantage. You know, playing the water map as the French is going to be quite a decent advantage overall. Observe. But we're going to see the Abbasid dynasty for the very first time of the day. On the day we'll actually see the Abbasids being played. So 4 minutes 30, guys. I do need a break again because I've been talking non-stop for a few good hours. So we're gonna take a short right now. I'm going to maybe open up a beer even. Maybe that's gonna spice up the casting a little bit. I'm a bit tired as well, so the beer might actually do me some good. And we'll just go into the next matchup once this timer elapses. Okay, so 4 minutes 20, and we'll go into the next game. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. And we're just waiting for this match to start. I'm curious actually, because Mista might have something up his sleeve. I think he must be prepared to deal with the French somehow. And there's like this very nice, I think that might happen actually. There's very nice build order that I've been doing on the ladder of the Abbasid. We just kind of go for very, very fast second TC. We're like, you're basically good to go with like feudal and second TC around 7 minutes. And obviously you get feudal very early, like around 4:30 or something. So you can do this as well. There is a nice build order that maybe allows you to play very like this more defensive game. And since this is such a long map, maybe the Abbasid can just play without using the water at all. Obviously, you do relinquish some control then over the map because you can just get attacked from these transport ships and such. But at the same time, I think that's probably the play. I would really not like to see the water being contested, unless TheMista has some crazy Abbasid play in mind. Where I really don't know how he's going to handle that though. I'm gonna admit it though, I did lose against the Delhi Sultanate playing the French on the water on the archipelago. So I'm not sure how exactly relevant that is, but it is possible to lose, at least as the French. I don't know how that actually happened, because I thought I had killed like his entire water economy, but he managed to sneak a few villagers to a very different, island. He just kind of built a load of docks over there and just kind of took over the game from there. I don't know, like, he just snagged by me though, so that was very different. There is no way to be sneaky here on this one. There is like one shoreline only, and it's very transparent as to where you might be building your docks. So we shall see. I'm very curious actually, because I'm not too much in favor of actually having this map included in the map pool in the first place, but since it is here, like, we might just as well have it, right? So we'll see how exactly those players deal with that. Obviously, big challenge for TheMista. So it's going to be a huge skill check. If TheMista wins this, obviously it's going to be very meaningful, right? It's going to be very meaningful because it might seem then that he is the favorite really coming into those later matchups, because he's like super flexible. But again, we did not see the Delhi played at all. Like, we have not seen a Delhi game from these two guys. I'm wondering what exactly Hera and RecoN have in store for us, actually, because that's going to be very interesting to see as well. Like, whether one of those guys has also picked the Delhi or no. So it's going to be actual game starting right now. And in the southwestern corner of the map, in the blue, playing the French, it is going to be MarineLord. And it's going to be actually TheMista in the east southern corner of the map. Again, on Boulder Bay, playing the Abbasid Dynasty. And he starts with the dog, guys. He starts with the dog. So he apparently has a plan to handle this mano a mano on the water. It's a very large open water map, guys, as you can see, with a single trade post, with a single sacred site as well over here. Probably very difficult to defend, though. I'm wondering how exactly this is going to be handled if you know, the match comes down to taking... there are two, actually. There are two sacred sites right now here. This map generates differently, because I've had like a few games here where there was only one sacred site on like kind of a separate desert island as well. I think they're just fully RNG here. So, the Abbas is opening with the water heavily. We have 5 villagers on the wood. There's one fishing as well over here on the dock, and there is a fishing boat or two being made by TheMista, obviously. No surprise here, MarineLord also going for the water. There is no reason for the French not to take the water. The very important thing, by the way, is that those spawns, I don't think they favor the French quite heavily, because this is very short rush distance, right? Because you could spawn like over here. That's what I think we saw with the Mongols versus French before, like where they spawn like around here, around this spot. But here, that's very kind of close to each other, and they might actually meet very soon. So those armies are going to clash very easily. And that, I think that that fast WTC build from TheMista that I did say it was a possibility is no longer on the cards, I think, because it's way too close of a distance, and the rush might be lethal, right? So I don't think going WTC here makes much sense. So we'll see, however. So we have 2 fishing boats here, and a ferry run coming out. There's no surprises again. I'm really kind of wondering how exactly the Abbas are going to play the water, though. Really, like, kind of unsure as to how exactly you can defend those ships. There are a few possibilities that kind of come to that spring to my mind. One of them being actually just kind of you fishing from these deposits first, and maybe getting an outpost. And getting those, you can get like a sprinkled emplacement, I think, on that. So maybe that's going to be the way. I don't know, though. I have no idea. But that will, of course, require you to move on to the stone and get some stone very early on as well. Spend 100 wood to secure a position. I guess that's better than losing the game straight up, though, right? So maybe the disadvantage can be at least to a certain extent alleviated by getting some extra defensive buildings over here. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure as to how exactly this is going to play out. So obviously TheMista going for those kind of deep fish for now because he can, but later on down the line I think he's gonna have to relinquish this position, just go for a more defensive play over here. Now neither of the players is ready to age up. It's 3:20, so it's kind of late, to be honest, for the Abbas to age up. So he's going to be up to feudal around, sorry, up to feudal around like 5-minute mark, I think, at this point, right? Maybe a bit later actually even. Yeah, he's gonna be at 5:30, right? 5:30 now. So it's quite slow actually. Maybe even like at 5:36 seems to be the timer. And the French have already started their research as well, so they're gonna go up rather soon too. I would wager that again we'll see like this single hulk being built from the docks of the French. That seems to be the possibility. Oh, the sprinkler replacement is not possible even. Okay, that's good to know. I'm just thinking, man, because I'm actually trying to figure out the way to defend those ships. Because once the Hulk pops and just kind of swims across the map, I don't think there is much that you can do defensively, right? Against that, as Abba said. Like, no upgrades here are just going to be enough. I mean, you can just go for like Dow heavy, but they're just getting heavily countered by those. So, I don't know, by the Hulks. I'm not really sure if that's gonna work. There is a scouting going, so now MarineLord confirms that there is a lot of fishing going on the side of the Abbasids, and he's just gonna be preparing probably for an attack of his own. So I'm pretty sure he's just gonna go for a very early Hulk and just try to pressure his opponent out of that position. This being said, there's a lot of villagers who are still gathering wood, right? So that's probably a hint towards the fact that we're gonna see a Hulk pop out the second that this age up finishes. 2 villagers though only on this, so it's probably going to be relatively slow. I think it is like the problem. So it's not like a unique. It is relatively unique to the French, but in the way that it's kind of available very early, right? Because you cannot get attack ship because it is an attack ship, okay, which is a ballista on the broadside. The thing is that all civs have access to those, but not in H2. They have access to it in H3. So it's gonna have a huge tech advantage that you can use those very heavy attack ships that basically dispose of those arrow ships very easily, because all the arrow ships just get arrow ships. Whereas the French do not get the arrow ships, I think. As far as I remember, yeah. They only get the Hulk, which is the normal attack ship. Okay, so I spy with my little eye something beginning with H, but not yet. So MarineLord is gonna get 300 wood, and as he does, hello? Oh, he's not up yet. Okay, he's not up yet. Okay, I thought they were both up, but Mista is actually ahead on the clock, and he's gonna start the Hulk immediately. See? So that's the play. The response here is apparently going to be a Dow, and I would probably like to see a second dock, because you cannot outmaneuver those ships with just a single dock production, I think. That the only possible play here that's gonna work... Oh, there is a second dock, actually, all the way up here. So there is a transition from the Mista actually moving upwards towards the north, with those docks, getting the defensive setup over there maybe, getting an additional Dow or two, maybe getting the research down for the extra HP for the Dow. I'm really not sure how it's going to go for those players, but apparently the water play is the weapon of choice for them. I do not think there's going to be a possibility for Knights coming out anytime soon either, because you can't afford this. Like, you can't afford to have like both expensive attack ships and you know, to afford some sort of ground army. On the side of the Mista that you're fishing a lot, I think you can afford both, like, you know, archers, spears to defend potential attacks, to deflect those offensive maneuvers, as well as some sort of a water military as well. Obviously, archers do cost a lot of wood though, so it might be a problem in that regard. MarineLord actually sends a knight across. It is scouted though, so it's quite... Yes, I agree, they have a very rad name, and yeah, absolutely. What do we have? What else do we have here? Yeah, Zebek. Yeah, how do you even read this? Zebek? It's Bagla. Bagla as well. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation quite badly. So now we have a little bit of an encounter over here, of course, so that is to be expected. There is a Hulk, and those are two Dows, man. Those are two Dows. Sneaky little Dows trying to run around. I'm not sure what exactly is happening here. So I guess he's trying to micro around. I think that's what's happening. He's trying to just micro around this arrow ship, just making sure that it doesn't die to the rotating ships of his opponent. As he's sending two attack ships to harass the workers. So he's gonna kill at least one or two fishing boats of his opponent, but there's a second Hulk over here, or third Hulk actually, just defending that position, and obviously MarineLord is going to go find about this water base as well, and he's going to put pressure on that. So we see there's also another Hulk in production here in the northern dock, and there is another Hulk in production in the southern one. So I think MarineLord is going for like full, complete, and utter... it's Zebek, okay, it's Zebek. So anyway, it's complete and utter water domination here coming from MarineLord. I think he is not going to be defeated with this many ships. The question is though, because it is a lot of money spent to build those, don't get me wrong, because the expenditures on the side of Mista were actually quite low. Like the Mista got, you know, he has 6 fishing ships, and he produced like 3 attack ships, which are significantly cheaper than those Hulks. They are like, what, 180 and 90, basically like half the price or even less. Which means that, honestly, it's not that bad for the Abbasid, is it? So Mista is actually, he did actually gather the stone. He actually goes for the second TC on the back of this. So he has double TC economy. Obviously the Abbasid have that extra fresh foodstuff upgrade. He's going up to the Cast Age, man. He's actually doing super well. I think this is a major overcommitment from MarineLord towards the water. Because like, what does he gain here? He's like, he can kill those fishing ships, he can kill the dock. But as I said, there's like summer distraction, because those arrow ships just ran in here, they force extra warship production. Like, he has like, what, almost, I think, 1,500 gold on the water. And how does he use it in combat? He doesn't really, right? This base is so distant that it doesn't seem to matter how, that you have so many ships. Like, you can kill those. I don't think that it matters too much to our Greek player. Like, the Mista has like so much right now in the on the ground. He has like 2 TCs. He has such a nice booming economy. Look at this. He has 47 workers. There are 47 on MarineLord side, and 46 on the Mista for the Mista. And he's actually going to keep getting the advantage now because he's double producing the vills. So that French bonus is not going to be much more relevant anymore. And you have like 4 spears over here, hardened, I guess. No, just regular spears, deflecting that singular knight. But honestly, look at this. This could have been 15 knights. This could have been 15 knights for, I think, 15 knights for MarineLord. Like, so many ships, man. We have 5 of those hulks. 5! Which is... It's like, well, 1,300 gold. Okay, it's 1,300 gold, which is a lot still. No, don't get me wrong, it's so much money that he just doesn't have access to. Like, you cannot salvage those. I think he would like to salvage those ships right now, because he needed... The thing is, he needed 2 of those to completely dominate this water battle. He didn't need 5. And Mista reaches Castle Age so far ahead of his opponent. Look at this, MarineLord nowhere near. Like, he's 400 foot away still from even starting the age up. And yeah, Mista is already there. He has the culturing access to a lot of those cool techs. Like, this is so good. Preservation of knowledge means that you have minus 30% cost to all the tech you're gonna research in the future, which includes the imp upgrades if we get there even, right? We have not seen a single imp age up today, by the way. So we might actually see a very long game. It seems to be the case, right? We have lots of water economy, of course, for MarineLord, so it's not like this is terrible for him, because he has so many ships on the water. He's gonna be able to harvest a lot of those resources from the fish. But I do not really think that, Mista really cares too much about this, because he matches those expenditures with his own economy here. He could probably just send more villagers towards the sun, just get more TCs even, if he wants to. And I guess he's just gonna err on the side of caution. He's gonna get his eco going. I would really love to see some eco upgrades right now. He has a very safe position, and he should be definitely trying to get some research. Look at MarineLord. He already has done the first wood research. He has probably done the first no mining, but probably the first eco wheelbarrow as well. Is very likely to have been researched somewhere. Oh no, he doesn't need the wheelbarrow because he's actually using the ships. So he probably has researched the drift nets. The first layer of the water tech anyway. Yeah, they have camel cav. Yeah, they have camels. They have also free siege. Look at this. This is happening again. Oh my god, MarineLord is gonna get PTSD from this. Because this is the second time that this is exactly what Mista did with the Mongols. Very fast age up into a super aggressive artillery push. Because they can build, they have the free upgrade as well to build artillery on the site. They can just use those infantry units to build artillery. You need a special upgrade to all the other civs to do this. And oh, like, what do you do to defend this? Look at, there's so much army. There are MAAs, there are additional barracks coming, there are battering rams, there is a Springald over here as well, of course, being built, the Springald number 3 being built. There's nothing. So I choked actually on this. Just like MarineLord is choking right now. Oh, he's just dead, isn't he? He has nothing on the ground, literally no units on the ground. Look at this, he has 5 warships and 8 men-at-arms. What do you do with this? So you're H3, so what? Mista has 3 Springalds, probably 4th on the way. They deal super well, they're like super anti-armor units. They deal so well with MAAs. They deal so well with Knights as well. Look at this, this is such a small unit. I don't know how you dissolve this, like how do you even manage this defense anymore? And right, the Abbasids are actually disposing of the buildings here as well, so they're killing the houses, meaning that there's very little production to be done. There are obviously 4 barracks here, so if ML is able to reinforce on time, I think he's gonna be able to hold this. It's just a big question of whether this 1500 gold that he sank into the ships is going to be enough or no. To basically tilt the game. Look at this, so there are villagers being pulled, I think, towards the ram. You really need to kill the ram right now, if you are indeed MarineLord right now. You have to kill that ram, you have to force at least a disengagement. Those spears do not do great versus MAA, so that's actually nice for ML. His infantry is probably a bit stronger, but he has to deal with those Springals, like 6 of them right now on the map. 5 because there's a... Oh, there's a Springald on the side of ML that is actually shooting those Springalds of Mista. But Mista is very quick to react, he kills this one as well. This is GG. There's like overwhelming force. Look at this TC is getting rammed. Like literally, MarineLord is being taken to the ram ranch right now. Look at this, he's just going to be completely taken down. There is no army left for ML. There is so much, there are so many forces actually available. There's a proxy barracks here. There's so much production coming. There are 2 proxy barracks over here again. ML is dead to rights, man. He's just gonna lose the tournament so early. our rank 1 player dropping to rank 2 player in this very decisive match number 5 that is. So as I said, sinking so much money into those ships, that was the ultimate bait from TheMista, and I'll give that. The Navy's dead now for a reason. GG. The series ends. So in this best of 5, TheMista emerges victorious. And we have a very large army lead, of course. And I think in terms of the economy as well, it was not a big disadvantage for our Abbasid player, right? He had like decent number of villagers because he has been producing with it, double TCs for a long time. He was able just to overtake MarineLord. He had more tech. He kind of timed his age up way better than his opponent. Several times this series, by the way, he did that. He goes for this second time in a row, actually. He goes for that very aggressive opening in H3, right? He kind of just goes towards the base of his opponent. He builds a couple of the Springles. He gets a really solid army going. Like, he builds a couple of proxy barracks. He just takes over. And, yeah, takes the game. He wins the game altogether. It was very clean. And, yeah, we see MarineLord actually being completely eliminated from contention. He's just gone. So ML is just gone from the tournament, guys. That's so impressive, actually, to see this. That was the... I thought this was gonna happen, actually. I kind of had the inkling that this was gonna be the case. But yeah, that's basically that. We are... Second series, we're gonna start the third series very soon then, right? It's gonna be RecoN versus Hera. So guys, we're gonna just take a little bit of a break right now. I think we're gonna go on a 5-minute break or something. Because once again, I do need to recoup my strengths and... yeah, we're just gonna have to wait for the next match to begin anyway, right? So we just have to wait. Where is this? Yeah, that's it. Get that nice break message added here first of all. And we're gonna wait for those players to come back, and we're gonna obviously cast. That's gonna be probably the coolest series of the day, other than this one. It's gonna be Hera versus RecoN. Obviously Hera, with a lot to prove, right? Hera with a lot to prove, guys. I'm gonna add a nice border over here as well, I think. So it's visible. We have to wait for Hera and we have to wait for RecoN. There is no going forward without those two players, just being up and ready to go. Unless they are, but it doesn't seem they're even in the lobby. So I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, guys. And once we return, it's gonna be Hera versus RecoN. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, because I think in around 5 minutes, we'll have another awesome series on our hands. And of course, a quick reminder, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube yet and you're new to the stream, or you haven't, followed me on Twitch and you're new to the stream, I highly encourage you to do so, because we'll be casting a lot of cool games, including tomorrow's finals of the tournament. So highly recommended. that you guys do actually join and tag along for more. Okay guys, we're back because the game has started. I'm just gonna load into it, so brace for lag. And of course it is 5-minute delay as per usual, so we have to wait for that. And this is Rus versus Mongols, guys. So Hera's famous or infamous Rus play is going to actually be happening today. I'm actually curious because I have not seen that much of good Rus play being displayed, to be honest. Like, we had MarineLord playing Rus, and he had his ass kicked by Mista's Mongols, is it correct? I think that was the case. Like, Mista just took the Mongols for a ride, and he just raided the hell out of his opponent. Have we actually seen more Rus today? Is it the only one? Because I might be wrong, actually. I've cast so many games today, I'm not really sure anymore. But it seems like those are basically the core games, right? So, Hera versus... MarineLord versus Mista was the only kind of decent Rus matchup. And yeah, it was convincingly won by the Mongols, but mostly because I think it was mostly because of the lack of preparation, right? You can't just kind of rebuild. You cannot build an army on the spot. You need to have something waiting for your opponent, right? So I really feel like scouting would solve a lot of those guys' problems. I do feel like they're just not scouting even remotely enough to be able to tell what's happening on the map, and that's just something that is a good instinct from SC2. So I'm actually surprised that out of all players, it was Hero Marine who gets caught off guard so many times by those, very, I wouldn't say predictable, but yeah, I would say foreseeable at least timing attacks, right? So I'm hoping not to see more of that today. I think Hera is going to be diligent enough not to allow RecoN to just completely obliterate him in the Ram Ranch as it was the case before. So I would really love to see something different. I would love to see the more solid defensive play from the Rus. I think that's what Rus excels at, and that's what Mongols also don't kind of do too well against, unless they're just allowed to, build up a huge army and go towards your base unnoticed, right? I really don't understand how that could have happened and how MarineLord could have allowed for this so many times. But this is indeed exactly the situation that we are in, right? Basically, like, Mista just picks up a large army, he packs up, he goes to the enemy base, he wins the game, like, off the back of that single aggressive. I think like MarineLord was just too conservative with army production. He was just playing too greedy, and he just got punished super hard, like twice, or maybe even thrice, because that game against the French versus French game. It was also basically that. It was MarineLord just kind of dropping the ball in terms of the army numbers. He was just not producing enough cavalry, and he lost. That's basically all she wrote. So surprising, but it is what it is, right? He just kind of got greedy 3 times in the series, and that's when Mista was just kind of ready for the greed. He just went for those very decisive engagements, and he just punished and won, right? That's exactly how it went. So, not even surprised, honestly, that those games ended the way they did. But it's kind of peculiar, right? That someone who is rank 1 on the ladder just kind of gets... maybe it was the nerves, maybe it was just, again, tournament play. Not exactly the optimal conditions for anybody, unless you're just super used to playing on the tournament stage. But the fact of the matter stands. I think like Hero Marine has been able to show very good performances. I think like his 2 wins were really intelligent and nicely done, but those losses were really dreadful. Like those losses could have been easily avoided if he had just not been so greedy, if he'd been more diligent with the scouting. And it's actually like very surprising, because SC2 is a scouting game. It's a game of information, it's a game of denying and gaining information, and you can access so much info just by having a scout, even by sacrificing that, like 100-foot sacrifice at that point in the game. Like, if you are, let's say you're 10 minutes in the game, right? Just getting that scout, just kind of running through the enemy base, seeing exactly what they're doing with their eco, with their infrastructure, it's really going to tell you a lot. So I actually don't understand why HM just kind of, played so carefully. Played just kind of so conservatively that he didn't even scout. Because that would have definitely told him a lot, right? Just kind of keeping a single scout around the enemy base, just kind of, at the peripheries of it. just seeing what they're doing, like, it's very, very important. Just seeing that extra cavalry in the French versus French, or just kind of spotting the attack earlier when the Abbasid just went for it in the final game, right? Or just kind of dealing with the Mongols as well. I think that was another problem, is dealing with the Mongols, which he absolutely blew as well in the Rus game, where he had like a decent position. I really just don't think that was proper play. Guys, let's get started. It is going to be our very first game between Hera, playing the Rus in the left hand side of the map, somewhat towards the north, in the blue, our very famous Age of Empires 2 player. And then we have RecoN, slightly less known player, playing the Mongols in the east northern quadrant of the map. It is actually a very open map, very close starting positions. Look at how nice I think there's going to be a rush map. Look at this. Look at how little space the players have between each other. This is so close. I'm actually surprised by this. It's actually such a small map. You can just basically walk a spearman, like, what, 10 seconds, 15 seconds from one base to the other, maybe 20. But it's insanely nice, like, for rushes. If you want to play aggressive, this is the map to do so. What I actually like to see, Mongols do, actually, I'm actually not in full accord with what is happening over here. I really like to see this TC either here, or even like here, because you can just wall off this part, and then you're completely impervious to any forms of harassment, right? You can just kind of defend against anything. Like, obviously, the further you move towards the east with the TC, the better you can get. Okay, you can see, by the way, RecoN actually starting with a lot of wood. He's also pulling all the sheep across, so he actually picked them up with the scout, but he just kind of decides to run them because he wants to, master up more sheep as he goes. Now, he probably also wants to deny some of those hunts. So the Rus player over here, Hera, is going to be taking this entire hunt over here. Hera is, by the way, not chopping a lot of wood, so he's not going to go for that wooden fortress immediately. He's going to take a little bit more time to do so. I think we saw way earlier wooden fortresses built before. There's also a hunting cabin, of course, supporting the economy of Hera, getting him this nice access to the extra gold income that he so desperately needs if he's not going to mine the gold at all, which Rus, generally speaking, doesn't do. Now, we see okay, that's what I was thinking, right? So there's a stable, and the stable is actually building double scouts. We see 2 scouts coming out immediately, and there is also going to be an additional pair of scouts. No, just a single. No, that's again double scouts coming out once again from the Mongols. That's something we have seen today a lot, actually done by other players. So we have seen like double scout spawns, and they're actually just going to go around the map, apply the pressure, deny the hunts. Maybe it's really a big question as to what exactly those are supposed to accomplish. Obviously, the end game goal for them is actually to gather all the hunts up from the ground and move all those carcasses back to the main base, because you can just get this super nice upgrade, which is called Professional Scouts. And this just allows you to actually get some nice research. So it allows you to carry all those animals back to your main base, right? So you can just kind of gather all those killed hunts and use them to your advantage. We see those Mongol scouts actually just running around. One of them is taking heavy damage from the TC. But, as long as he doesn't die, it's okay, I guess, right? We're not really going to count our losses over here. It's quite okay. Now, the Rus scout actually is getting another kill on the deer. You can see there's this nice streak when you actually just auto-attack and move immediately. If you can reset that auto-attack, you can get double autos from the scout. You can see, like, you can just basically chain that. You can use basically this machine gun scout, I can say, right? So if you reset those auto-attacks efficiently, you can get a lot of extra damage from that scout. You can clean up those hunts extremely fast. Hera, by the way, probably might want to kill those wolves at some point, right? That's another important thing. But RecoN sees it all. RecoN is actually everywhere on the map. He's killing all the hunts that he can. So the double production of scouts serves double purpose. First of all, of course, you get that extra access to the scouting information, and also you can carry away those carcasses. But most importantly, you also deny a lot from your opponent, and this is exactly what's happening over here. RecoN has been able to masterfully delete a lot of those hunts, taking a lot of the potential income, right? Because it just damages the income that, in terms of gold and of food, that the Rus player is able to generate throughout the game. So actually getting those things done is really, really important for you if you're playing the Rus. I mean, if you're playing the the Mongols against the Rus, or any other civilization actually, but Mongols are so good because they can actually double produce scouts, being way more efficient at denying things from your opponents, right? I'm actually just looking at this because I didn't know that this is actually double upgradable as well, so you can actually move. I was not aware that you could move the Jer in towards the UV and get like those upgraded versions of techs by just moving that and getting this research going. So it's actually pretty cool. You can get some extra economical edge, I guess, by just spending that extra stone on the tech, which is very neat. It's very interesting. Those are rather small bonuses, but you know, those are bonuses nonetheless, so nobody should be complaining too much. Now, I think we're just gonna go for the age up, and the Mongols are going to kind of continue. They're gonna continue building up that gold because I believe there are some upgrades that he wants to get. Right? I think that's the only reason he might want to have gold for, because there are no units you can spend gold on as the Mongols, by the way. So you can see those scouts actually disengaging here. They're kind of chasing each other around. Hera kind of realizing there are no hunts left on the map, most likely. This one is dead. This one is dead as well. Like, every single hunt has been cleaned up completely. In terms of the passive generation, though, Hera has only been... Oh, no, he did super well, actually. He has actually been able to get 395 bonus from the get-go. He only needs 100 more, 105 more, which you can easily get from sheep and a single boar kill or two, right? That's basically what he's probably just going to go for. Find that lonely boar somewhere maybe at the bottom of the map over here. Just slaughter that poor animal and get that extra nice bonus to income. There are two boars, actually. There's one over here. There's also one over here, if you are really desperate to get that bonus ASAP. Not sure how it's gonna go, though. You can see Khan actually harassing the scouts of Hera, so Hera might lose a single scout over here. Very fortunate, though, he does manage to escape with his life, and those scouts disengage. Now, okay, so Hera is actually, as I said, sending... that's actually something that we have not seen yesterday, sorry, that we have not seen last week. We are contesting boars. That's really nice. You get a lot of extra gold from this. As the Rus, you get 75 gold for killing this animal. And also, obviously, this does contribute to your bonus of gold accumulation. You only need 20 more. I'm not sure if there are enough sheep in the base of Hera. Probably no. But Hera is also going for a second TC of the back of this. So that's actually very nice for the Rus as well. They get this for almost free. So you only have to gather 300. So you only have to gather 200 gold into the 300 stone, which is way more efficient. You can just build a second TC very quickly as the Rus, and you can, you know, reap the benefits as well of that construction. Now you can see that those scouts are probably going to be stealing all those animals. That's very annoying for Hera because he would have probably preferred to go here, put down that hunting cabin, and just start gathering those deer. But he's gonna be completely denied that resource. And yeah, we see this actually being done very well by RecoN. He's gonna steal that, actually mirroring what was done by TheMista in his game. He's just taking all the animal carcasses. He's gonna transport them to his base. He's going to get like very nice economy boost from this because those animals gather very quickly. We see also the that's another very nice thing that you can do as the Mongols. You can research this in conjunction with the professional scouts, which provide you with a lot of extra gathering rate from animals, which is already very high for there, right? So it's actually just extremely high right now. You can see those scouts actually relentlessly stealing the carcasses from the entirety of the map. Looking like Hera is actually in small trouble at this point, because it seems like the history might just repeat itself, and Hera might just kind of get pushed by, you know, a superior economy of the Mongols. Though, of course, Hera is setting a double TC eco here. He's getting that, you know, double villager production. So he's getting double archery ranges as well. So as long as this investment into villagers does pay off eventually, he's going to be fine. It is mostly the question of whether this actually does pay off or no. I do think Hera has enough, or has what it takes to actually just control the game well enough to stand the test of time, and maybe just get to this maybe like mid-castle age where Rus is extremely strong, right? Obviously, like, getting to Imp is even better for the Rus, but that is again quite difficult to do. The longer you go into the game, obviously, the more those passive research generations will benefit you as the Rus player, right? So you get obviously those hunting cabins that we don't see too many of. We saw, like, I think it was Kasva, actually. Kasva was getting lots of those hunting cabins. He was like a maniac with those. Do you remember the game last week where he was just basically building the cabins throughout all those stealth woods on the entirety of the map? He had basically, like, I don't know, 20 cabins scattered across the woods on the map. I'm not sure what the map was, but it was the one which has like a lot of stealth spots for the cavalry. or for all units actually. So he was just building those cabins everywhere on the map, just getting huge benefits from that. So or reaping huge benefits from that. So it was pretty cool overall. I think it was very interesting that he was actually doing that. Here though we do not see this, but the Mongols once again going for relatively quick castle up, but Rus is going to march them very, very soon. So you can see that Hera also ready to age up. So 7 villagers, by the way, 8 villagers center, so it's going to be matched. They're going to be in castle at the very same timing. Very sharp timings, by the way, from the players today. Like, these guys are in sync. I think MarineLord was actually slightly behind the clock a lot of times, whereas Hera here is obviously getting a very decent position in this game. You know, being able to actually acquire a decent amount of resources, I guess, and by the same token, obviously aging up relatively fast. So you see Abbey of the Trinity being the obvious choice of tech for the Rus, and we see that extra gathering point, which is indeed being built by our Mongol player here. The step redoubt is being placed here. The second option for the Rus is usually going to be built when you're... Sorry, but for the Mongols is going to be built usually when you are actually going for something more offensive. You can just move it towards the enemy base and just reap the benefits of that. Honestly, there is not much more to be said, right? We see Mongols actually moving up with those deer stones, right? So he's going to pack those up, get that extra movement bonus. He's going to put on some pressure as soon as he reaches Castle Age, but Hera obviously matching him there, so he's not going to allow this to slide so easily. And he's probably getting a lot of army behind this as well, hopefully anyway. For Hera's sake, I do hope that he's gonna get a decent enough army composition to actually work against the Mongols well enough. Hera also goes for that boar over here at the bottom of the map. He gets that final bonus, securing himself 555 bounty, which is enough to get the 3rd tier. Now we can see that obviously RecoN over here accumulating large army numbers, and he's gonna be probably pushing relatively soon. I think that's a good indicator. I'm not sure if Hera is even aware of this. Yes, he sees this with a scout over here, no, with a villager, or maybe that's just the TC's vision range, isn't it? Or it is the wooden fortress. Anyway, Hera is aware of the fact that there is something quirky happening here, and he's going to probably have some forces mustered up. I do believe this might be the case. Let's see the economies: 39 villages for RecoN versus what, like 52 for Hera. Hera though has no army at all, because they have very similar supplies, but RecoN has like way more army, like significantly more units. And also, as I said before, those nasty springles being built as well. So those springles, you know, constructed very near enemy's base means that they don't have to move throughout the map, and they can just get a lot of bonus. You can just kind of get a lot of timing with this. You can save a lot of time by just kind of producing them on the spot with your infantry, right? So that's exactly what is happening over here. Those siege engineers research are going to benefit our Mongol player, and they're going to just kind of, yeah, there's gonna be 3 springles already. Hera has to be ready for this. I do not believe he is not prepared to repel that attack. He has a single siege workshop. Obviously, Rus have some very strong bonuses. So those roller shutter triggers, they provide you with +2 range for your own springles. So if you're patient with your micro, I think you can just get a lot done with them, right? You can actually just snipe your opponent's springles without actually being touched by those. But obviously the question is like whether Hera is going to be able to do this or no. He's also getting some cavalry archers. Again, kind of weird, questionable choice, I guess. They do work very well against the spearmen, so I guess that's the reason. They are relatively expensive though. 80 food, 40 gold, sorry, 40 wood to the regular 30-50 of the regular archers. But since Hera probably has some extra food to spare, or at least can purchase additional food, using that golden gate, he should be okay. We see those 3 springles actually moving up, sniping villagers left and right. 3 villagers already dead for the Rus, for Hera's Rus actually. But there are 3 springles ready to respond in kind, so it's very possible that, you know, this is basically going to end here. However, the army composition is very similar to what we saw before. There are very few units for Hera overall. Those are basically a few cavalry archers and 3 springles against a huge mass of infantry. For RecoN, is it again, like, is it going to be the Rus player being caught with his pants down here? It seems to be the case. Like, I do not think Hera can defend with this. He needs way more units. Like, he needs so much more than this. Unless he micros like an absolute god of Age of Empires 4. But even then, like, it's so scary, actually. Look at this. Those are actually knocking on the doors of the TC. It looks like this is gonna be GG. Like, I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure. We see 5 springles for for RecoN, and we do not have the tag being. Oh, it is actually no. Is it being? Is it happening somewhere? No, we don't see the Springle tag happening at all. So those Springles of RecoN, they're actually going to destroy the Springles of Hera. There's this gonna basically it's gonna be like a trade of what 2 for 4, which is really favoring RecoN, especially they can build additional Springles on the field. And Hera is just in trouble. And Hera is also getting raided here. So RecoN goes for a very aggressive maneuver in the front. He has those really nasty Springles sniping the horse archers. At the same time, he's raiding with the infantry, attacking those poor villagers in the north. It is looking like a very nasty situation for Hera. And RecoN is just taking over the game. Hera has set up the game of the series. And Roos once again is on the push. So this very tight off guard a lot. Like it's very weird actually how frequently this has been happening throughout the series, or throughout all those series played today. And yeah, RecoN just dominates Hera completely. He blows him out of the water with that very aggressive push in the late game. That's all she wrote for Hera. Look at this. This was so many units again. Hera should have seen this coming. Should have been able to prepare some units for that. Especially that they aged up at the same point. So there's no excuse anymore. Like because obviously Hero Marine was late to his age up. So he was actually like a minute too behind. Hera was on point with this. Like he was actually sitting on a good tech. He had no tech disadvantage anyway. He was just basically the same footing as his opponent. He was probably overproducing villagers or something because he had no actual army to back those villagers up. He just got completely obliterated there. It was crazy, man. It was absolutely insane. I do not believe that Mongols just keep doing this today. That's like what, third game in a row I think with Mongols that just ends up in a very aggressive push where Mongols just win decisively because the opponent is just not ready. And it's Hera, for God's sake, like not some random player anymore. It's actually Hera. Like obviously we had like MarineLord getting taken down by that as well. So obviously by no means is MarineLord a random player, but Hera is like, I would expect him to just do better against this. He's extremely experienced, by the way. Look at how many games he has, man. It's like he's level 51 account. Like he has played so much of Age of Empires 4. Like he still gets taken down by that very aggressive push by RecoN. Obviously, like I think RecoN might have a second account because that would explain why he only has customs here, right? He only has custom games, nothing else. So it would be feasible to assume that RecoN has been playing on a different account, not to show his cards before the tournament. Okay, guys. As previously, we're gonna go on a short-ish break, I think, as we wait for those players to ready for the second game. Do you guys have any predictions? Maybe not even a break. Do you guys have any predictions for what's gonna happen now? What do you think is going to be the weapon of choice? What civ do we see now for Hera, and what do we see from RecoN? Do you think the Delhi are going to return? Do we see the return of the Delhi Sultanate, or was it just kind of one hit wonder from the first two players of the day? It was just Vortix being crazy on the Delhi, and everybody else like not having caught up yet. Because honestly, if you're just gonna face, Vortix in the semis, you have to be ready for the Delhi Sultanate play. I'm not sure how you really prepare for this, having so little time and seeing how proficient he is on the civ. But you need to have something ready for that pick. You really have to kind of be able to. You need to be able to respond in one way or another to what is going to happen. So Hera in the lobby right now. I think we're gonna set up for the next game. We're just gonna quickly check the Discord, by the way. Okay, so there's no information about the current state of affairs, by the way, so you just have to wait for those maps to be announced again, I guess. And yeah, they're just chilling, guys. They're just chilling. Those are very exciting games today so far. I think that we've been having a lot of fun with those. I do still believe that our second series have been the most competitive. Obviously, with Mista being incredibly competent on those kind of off picks in a way, right? Because he has been playing something that is not really commonly used at all. So that's very peculiar, to be honest, to see that happening. So we shall indeed see how that kind of transitions into the next game. So they're like, this is the meta for the Delhi. That's something that really bothers me, right? That first game, like with the Delhi being so dominant, I'm just kind of trying to figure out whether it is indeed going to be something that sticks or no. Whether it's just kind of one build that worked with the Delhi specifically, or is it just going to be kind of something that people start doing once they realize, you know, how strong the Delhi Sultanate can be. So very, very peculiar overall to see that actually happen. And we're just waiting right now. We're waiting for the players to get ready, guys. It's obviously taking a while. Hera is ready, though. They're going into the game, and so are we. I do need to update the score, actually. I do need to update the score. This is RecoN taking that very first game of the day. And obviously there's going to be a clock. We have a delay. We have 4 minutes of delay right now happening. So it is just a matter of time before we're able to get into the next series. Guys, again, I would like to remind you that you can subscribe to me on YouTube. You can follow me on Twitch if you wish to do so. I will be casting lots more of AoE 4. So if you're interested, you're very welcome to join and see how exactly you know, my games are going and how exactly, because I'm also playing games, right? I'm also playing AoE 4. I stream it. So I do invite you to kind of stick around and see how that works for you, right? If you do enjoy this cast, I'm pretty sure you'll enjoy more. Obviously, we're casting the finals tomorrow as well, which is going to be quite a big event, I hope. So looking forward to that. So far, so good. We're waiting for those players to just settle down and get ready for game number 2. And it's going to be the classic, guys. It's going to be French versus French, so nobody's saving anything for any later moment in time. I think Hera is deadly on French as well. I think we have seen Hera play French a lot. He has been just really on point, very accurate with the play, like on stream anyway, so I think, and in the tournament as well. I was not fortunate enough to be able to spectate his games, but I did kind of listen, and I did actually watch some podcasts. I mean, the recordings from the Genesis stream, and I think Hera is very, very competent in this particular race or Civ matchup, honestly. So I do believe he should have an advantage here. I obviously have not seen RecoN play at all. Prior to today, I have not seen RecoN play, so it is going to be a big question mark. Obviously, he did show that he has the fighting spirit, you know, and he has very good timings. Those are the two things that we saw from RecoN so far, or we have seen from so far. So RecoN is actually really a competent player. We know that, and Hera now knows it as well, and he has to respect that, right? I think that previous game was playing. I think Hera was very disrespectful, honestly, because he just allowed for things to happen that should have never happened. There, like that push was just absolutely uncalled for. Like not having seen that was just terrible. I agree, sis. Yeah. It's actually just kind of fun to see like how different players coming from different games as well, right? Because approach the game, approach the meta. I was kind of looking forward to Hero Marine, to be honest. I think he kind of dropped the ball because I think Hero Marine, like we saw Kalajur use the scout so well. I was kind of expecting Hero Marine to scout extremely well too, because that's just the staple of SC2. But he just didn't do that. I don't know why he did not do this, but he obviously has some issues to fix, right? He lost a game to Probe last week where it was very uncalled for, because Probe is definitely not as good as HM, depending, like at least you know, given the ladder standings. So I would not expect that to happen. It did happen nonetheless. And then of course again right now just losing to TheMista. Of course, TheMista being a very different caliber of a player, but still, you know, rank 1 versus rank 2 is going to be volatile. But Hero Marine just was very disappointing in terms of like how easily he got taken down. From an SC2 player, I think I would expect more in terms of like kind of awareness and scouting and just kind of seeing exactly what your opponent is up to. So now those two players, by the way, both RecoN and Hera, they have been around rank 20 on the ladder. I just checked, like they're both like 2 ranks within each other, so like I think 10 ELO rating from one to the other. So it's kind of, sorry, it was obviously MarineLord. Sorry, Hunted. I keep making the mistake between the two. One of them is German. Hero Marine is German and MarineLord is French, right? And Hero Marine doesn't play Age of Empires 4. Guys, we're going to game number 2 between Hera and RecoN. So in the West, playing the French. In the blue, it is Hera. And in the East, also playing the French. In the red, it is going to be RecoN. And RecoN is very likely to be building the same thing as Hera. I do not believe this is going to be any different. The build for the French has been worked out. I think people had so much time to experiment that I do believe we have settled on this kind of staple here with, you know, 3 villagers on gold very soon. Like you go for house, then you go for mining camp, 3 villagers on gold, and hooray, you have a build going, right? Basically, that's all you need. Like all the other villas go towards the food. You slap on some extra villas in feudal, go up to 10 if you want to have double stable production, and that's all. I do not think there is much more to be said about this build. You do want to get the lumber camp once you start aging up, I think, in order to get some sort of support for the cavalry, and obviously be able to double produce, because you do need to start some wood gathering to build an additional house, and a blacksmith and a stable afterwards. So you do need some wood at least. You cannot skip wood completely, but you can skip a part of it. So no surprises. Hera here going 2 villages onto the gold. Maybe slightly, actually he's slightly behind with the building. I don't know why, what caused this, but he is slightly behind in terms of the... okay, that's why, he has 8 on food. So he went 8 on food, so his first villager went onto food. Only his second did go towards the house and towards the mine. That's why he is slightly delayed on gold. But this means he will have more food, so that should not matter at all. Like, he will just have enough resources to age up. Maybe even this might be a bit better, because this should give him some extra food to work with. Though he's sending the 4 villager towards gold, I'm not sure I like it. RecoN is... there's small variance there. We have 3 villagers here for RecoN and 4 for Hera on the gold. And Hera is not going to fix it. I'm not sure what he's going to do with that gold, honestly, but he is... like, Hera is one of a kind, so I guess he will figure things out as he goes. We have 5 villagers. That's crazy now. So, question mark? Is he going to be, like, very fast? No, RecoN has more food, doesn't he? I mean, you can just remove those 2 villagers. You have enough to age up then, right? If you're Hera, he does this. Yeah, so you see he actually does it. So yeah, it was weird, but he actually did this. Like, see, so he has enough to go up to feudal, and the same thing actually happening for RecoN. Very similar timings. 3 villagers building for RecoN and 4 for Hera. Actually pulls extra villas here. 5 for Hera now. So it's going to be a slightly faster advancement for Hera after all. No big differences between the players, honestly. Just those villagers building that landmark right now. Obviously, 5 being slightly faster construction than, or kind of providing slightly faster construction than 3. So it's going to be probably like a 10-15 second desync between those 2 players before they're able to actually clash and start producing knights, right? So first of all, Hera will probably have a knight the same moment. So Hera will have the knight on the side of RecoN the moment that RecoN produces his own knight. So it's going to be completely matched. I don't think that knight does much. Obviously, that spawn as well very close to the gold. I think this is kind of nicely thought out. Both players doing this, right? Because this allows you to basically just kind of have that knight just defending your gold immediately if you're late, which is gonna definitely be the case for RecoN. Hera is gonna age before 4 minutes, man. He's gonna age before 4 minutes at this rate. Like a few seconds before 4 minutes. Anyway, it's not gonna be a lot, but yeah, it's gonna be like sub 4 minute age up. And RecoN is gonna go like for 4:30 at this rate, unless he pulls extra villagers, seeing that Hera has aged up already. not gonna happen actually, nope. Hera immediately starting a knight here, of course. 5 villagers back on gold. We have rest of them going towards the food, 2 of them on the wood over here. There's also a mill in construction, so he's gonna go for those berries. And yeah, just try to probably contest the position of his opponent. RecoN, on the other hand, is going for an outpost. Yeah, okay, I think that's reasonable, just kind of having this, since this gold is very exposed. For both players, actually, those golds are really exposed. They're in the front of the base. Getting those outposts will be very reasonable against knights. Of course, this gives you some protection, allows you to stay safer. By the way, RecoN actually goes for double scouts, right? So he's going to go for like extra scouting information, I believe, unless he is also going to go towards his professional scouts and, you know, facilitate that, you know, high scout numbers, those high scout numbers to just stay safe with the villagers harvesting the food. I think that's also quite a good choice, actually. I'm not sure why people are not doing this more frequently. Now, Hera, again, just 6 villagers on the gold over here. No extra infrastructure coming, because those are just 2 villagers on the wood, so very unlikely to, you know, he's very unlikely to have additional stable or anything like that very soon. This knight is going to be repelled from Hera. He takes a little bit of damage as well, so that's not going to be that big of a deal. Though, because he can just regenerate with chivalry, but he's going to be repelled completely here. He can't come back anytime soon. And he cannot really dive too deep, because this means that, you know, the TC just snipes this unit before it can actually achieve anything. You have 5 villagers on the gold, very conservative from RecoN, and Hera might be getting some more. No, not really. So you're kind of seeing this very nice passive game. Hera just kind of looking for opportunities here. But RecoN has 2 scouts. I do not think there's going to be any opening for Hera to actually do something in this game right now. On the other side of the map, Hera going with 7 villagers now, so it's kind of a build up to a second stable, I think. That's what usually happens. Like if you go up to 10 villagers on the gold, it will lead you to getting that second stable as well, which means you can just double produce cavalry. Obviously, the stable works a little bit slower than the School of Cavalry, since it is like, you know, 20% less production. But this is still very decent overall. And we can see that those knights, again, from Hera being repelled, and they have to back away. So, nothing really big happening, honestly, right here. This School of Cavalry is just going to be used eventually to pump out lots of units. We can see like 7, 8, 9 villagers now for Hera, which is heavily indicative of that second stable coming in soon. RecoN, on the other hand, RecoN is not really probably going towards it. He has 5 villagers on the gold, so single production only. And he loses a single villager, by the way, here because of the Knights of Hera. And he doesn't trade favorably either. So he might get the scout, actually. This is very good, because this allows him to deny some of those kind of extra insights. But he doesn't pull those villagers on time. They are going to get body blocked by the knight, though. So Hera, realizing that, just pulls away. A single villager killed is a decent advantage, though. For Hera, getting that obviously is not huge. It's not going to be game breaking. But it's just a lot of damage that comes down. You can see also 8 villagers onto that gold right now for RecoN. So RecoN is also going to go towards its second stable anytime soon. We see that actually being built by Hera, very close to School of Cavalry. And we are just going to see probably a decent cavalry count for both players very soon, right? So what I believe is going to be also the case is that, you know, they're going to go forward towards that blacksmith. Obviously, the player with the blacksmith first gets a little bit of an advantage. It is just 1 attack with 30 on the knight, so it's not huge, but this is something that, you know, you can just use to his advantage, mathematically speaking. Obviously, 1 attack when on armor, though, is a very different story. It's a lot then, because you can reduce it like 2 damage from every attack, and that just adds up to something very big overall as you kind of go forward with the tech. Obviously, 2-2 to 0-0 is a very, very big difference as well. So this is going to be, if you can get there, you're obviously kind of doing very well in the game too. Or your opponent is not paying attention, right? So Hera actually charges in here. He almost gets 1 knight of RecoN. RecoN is forced to back away. He micros nicely, actually turns those knights around. He saves them, but at the same time, Hera actually runs this knight in to his own demise. He tried backing. I think he should have just committed to the villager, because he would have killed the villain and traded for a knight. Instead of that, he just loses the villain altogether, and that's all she wrote for that unit. Now we see another stable being built by the French, actually, by the Red French, by RecoN. And RecoN is getting a very, very nice position in this game, I guess, with a little bit more knights. I think he has like 6 to 4. Though there are probably like somewhere in production here. There are 2 more knights coming in. 3 more knights actually. And Hera is going for a market as well. Instead of blacksmith, he's going to go for a market. This is very surprising. So it might be indicative of the fact that he might go towards that next age up too. Maybe just, you know, he's going to sneakily mine the gold over here. And very likely to be buying the food. Or I really don't know other purpose for the market there might be. But he's probably going to just go for that and try to get some extra edge in this game just by going to castle. Chat, why would he build a market here? Is it just a misclick? Did he want to build a blacksmith or build a market instead? Is he just shaking his head right now? That's the question. I think he might be shaking his head right now. Where's my blacksmith? Because that's the expected tech, right? Just go blacksmith, just get those upgrades. I think that's what is happening. No. Okay. Okay. Double market. Question mark? Do you just... You could buy stone, right? You just buy stone, but that's not gonna happen, is it? So Hera is... I don't know what they're gonna do with the market, honestly. They have not bought or sold anything yet. But it's weird, man. It's just weird. I have not seen that before. So we have those knights actually just running around here. Hera looking for opportunities. RecoN not giving him any. There are 5 knights over here defending those villagers, gathering food. 1 is idle, but that's basically not a big deal either. And that's just kind of a safe position for both players. I think they're just gonna keep dancing and nothing big is gonna happen. We can compare the ecos quickly. 36 for RecoN to 37 from Hera, I guess. 42 from Hera, what the hell? Wait, how did he get so many more villages? Was he so successful? I have not noticed 5 villager kills. That's huge, actually. It's a very big difference. So it's not great for RecoN at all. Actually, having that disadvantage is not great for RecoN, I would say. I would reckon it's not too great for RecoN at all. And this is a big fight, actually. Hera going for a push here. Forcing a fight, killing some villagers possibly as well. 2 villagers going down. That's 2 more added, actually. So RecoN has not been on the other side of the map at all. And Hera is just taking every single possible opportunity to kill some villagers, and he's doing super well, actually. So I thought he was not doing too hot with those kills, but he's actually doing very well. You see, blacksmith dropped for RecoN. It's gonna be responded in kind by Hera is the question. We don't see it anywhere, right? It's actually nowhere to be seen. The scary part actually is that Hera is like so far out on the map, and he's not really, you know, being harassed at all. He has had complete freedom over the course of this game. He has numbers disadvantage right now. There are way fewer knights for RecoN, and RecoN is also kind of not really doing anything special at all. He has been just losing villagers and not accomplishing anything with the rest of his units. He has like some extra knights being produced, of course, but Hera is just superior numbers in terms of villagers and army. So we have 16 knights for Hera, 15 knights for Hera. That's actually same number, so it's not bad actually. It's not bad, but the villager count is going to sting as we go into the later game. And also, RecoN has been idling a lot of villagers here. Like, he has been idling lots of vills. Not sure where those guys are. Oh, they are here, hiding in the tower, actually, and they're not being used at all by RecoN over here. They're just ungarrisoned as we speak. Hera, 1 idle vill. 48 villagers to what, like 40 of RecoN? 38, that's terrible. So I think RecoN is on the ropes, actually. Again, we see this kind of happen over and over again. Like, one player takes a very decisive lead in terms of economy, just kind of killing a few villagers, and they just kind of put on the pressure, never stop. I think Hera is just kind of putting a lot more here. I don't know. It's RecoN, not RecoN. I thought it was like I reckon, like that was my read. Maybe that's the reason. Like that's because he's not scouting, man. He's not that. No. That's I reckon, because he's not scouting at all. Okay, Hera very aware of this incoming push as well. No, that's just completely random. He just pulls his villagers. That's so lucky. He was gonna lose at least 1 vill here, but he was just building the house, man. That's like he just kind of. He basically just goes down to tie his shoe while an arrow is flying his way. He just doesn't realize there's an arrow flying, but he just goes down on his knees to tie that shoe, and he's lucky enough to dodge the arrow here. He really gets this one done. Very luckily here, and we see a very large engagement from the knights. There's a small flank as well from the north, from RecoN. RecoN is actually kind of on the back foot here, though, I think. There's 1 knight dying from Hera, nothing else happens, actually, they disengage. That's a nice trade for RecoN, you know, every single little lead you can get is obviously very good. And yeah, they're both producing units all the time, so there is no stopping. They're not gonna go up to castle, I think. I'm not sure those markets are going to serve, what purpose those markets are going to serve, though. Yeah, I know what you mean, I know. Okay, oh, wait, what the hell? I missed it, Hera's Castle Age! Oh shit, RecoN is dead! He has to kill Hera right away, he has to kill Hera right now, before the upgrade goes down. I was not paying attention at all, like, Hera is just going to go up because I had, like, my player camera on RecoN. I do not see the age up then. And I was not watching the resources. Hera has gone up to castle. And Hera is actually going to be taking this fight as well, I think. He just needs to get the veteran upgrade going. RecoN actually recognizing what happens, he was trying to snipe the upgrade, he doesn't get it though. And it's gonna be veteran knights against regular knights. So that's gonna be terrible for RecoN, of course, or RecoN. And RecoN is going to be... Okay, we're gonna start calling him RecoN then. And yeah, he's gonna get slaughtered, because those knights have way more stats. And they are just way more healthy, they have more damage, more armor, right? Every single stat on those guys is just higher. Hera cleans up, Hera wins the game, man. If you're RecoN, just Alt F4 at this point. Goodbye, RecoN. You are 1-1. Okay, goodbye, RecoN. We're gonna stick to RecoN, because I got used to this, man. I got used to this. We're gonna keep calling him RecoN, even though I know it's wrong now. He's idling like 60 villagers. Okay, 6 villagers here. More, because they're not showing as idle, because they're just trying to harvest this little sad freaking sheep over there. But yeah, they're not doing much. No, it's cool, sis. I'm just kidding as well. That's fine. But those veteran knights look dope. Like, the change in the armor set is very nice. Like, they're just gonna... Oh... Okay, that's gonna be glorious charge from Hera. I mean, RecoN is nowhere near, right? RecoN is nowhere near being able to advance. So Hera's able to sneak enough resources out, I think by kind of getting those 2 camps at the back to actually dominate this. And RecoN is actually, just kind of scrambling for control back in his base. But I don't know if he can hold this like any longer, because there's so many units. Okay, there are so many veteran knights in the base of Hera, right? So, in the base of RecoN, knocking on the door. And they're very nicely upgraded as well. They have like so much more attack, they are so much stronger. Hera has the guild code that generates free resources as well, 60 resources every 20 seconds. And the more you have, the more it generates as well, so it's actually really cool. If you can stockpile those. And yeah, RecoN is actually running rampant in Hera's base, maybe forcing him to go back, but honestly, I think Hera can just respond in kind. And he has enough units here to kind of support this too. So he can probably just kind of repel the attackers at the same time as attacking RecoN on here. And he has such a strong army. Those knights are really good, right? Sorry, I lost my flow. But those knights are so strong for Hera. They can probably take like, on what, 7 knights can probably take like 12, 13 of RecoN. And those knights of RecoN actually are very pesky. They're being very annoying to Hera, so Hera is not really able to push and end the game yet. But don't get me wrong, guys. RecoN is so far behind right now, and he's just digging himself a deeper and deeper hole the longer this game lasts. So I'm not sure how exactly he sees his way out of this, but that's not gonna work too well, I think. I do not see how exactly, just working with regular Royal Knights against veteran Royal Knights is going to be a good idea. Hera doesn't seem to have a blacksmith either, like, at this point. I'm not sure, but it's kind of inconsequential here. RecoN losing extra knights in that chase as well, because he missed micros. He takes a very rapid turn. I do not think that's gonna work. RecoN also taking those knights over here from the bottom, charging towards the base of Hera, but I do not think this is gonna work, right? You would need so much time, and Hera has so many more units than RecoN at this point that I do not believe this is even winnable. Look at this. He's gonna get sandwiched here, at least to some extent, and I do not see like any way for RecoN to kind of claw his way back into this. Yeah. So we have like 8 knights over here from RecoN still trying to salvage something in this game. But obviously there's going to be a slaughter of villagers again. We see like so many villagers actually in the advantage of Hera. I think we have 52 for RecoN, maybe 50 even to 66. And on top of this, we do see the age up advantage as well. So it is just not looking too pretty at all. I think it's just a matter of time until RecoN realizes he's screwed. Hera has enough at home to hold as well, so it's not going to matter too much. And yeah, RecoN is just getting murdered by the enemy's knights in his own base. He has no gathering available because his units have to be garrisoned to, not to die. So his workers are nowhere on the map. I can't because I rebound this key to something else. I do have like an additional key for this, but I don't remember what it is. I have to check afterwards. I have to check after the game. Once the game ends, I'm gonna check it out really quickly. But it doesn't matter. I don't think Hera cares at all about blacksmith upgrades, to be honest, man. Why do those knights have different attack values, though? Oh, that's charge versus no charge, right? This is kind of the melee attack versus no... with charge mode and without charge. I was kind of surprised. Hey, RecoN, that was kind of fantasy GG, guys. It kind of took long, but he does die in the end. Spells his demise. We are to series after the first 2 games. Am I correct here? Yes, we are. There is an obvious thing, though, that some of you have seen before. RecoN still does have French then, and Hera does not. So Hera has used his golden ticket, and yeah, RecoN still has that available. So he might be able to probably, use that in another map, on a different map where he has the advantage going forward. So that's basically going to be the case, probably. And now we have to wait for Hera and RecoN to get ready for the next match as well. So guys, a quick reminder to those of you who are just new to the stream, who have just joined. If you're new, please do consider subscribing to me on YouTube, following me on Twitch, and joining our community Discord. It's really important. Oh, well, the finals will look like. I actually talked about this initially, but my favorite was actually killed already. My 2 favorites have been killed because I was actually betting. I think my bets were as follows. So let's have a look at the standings. Sorry. So we have. I thought Kasva would take it because we saw Kasva play very well, like with different civilizations that are not French, and I thought that Kasva would take it, but Kasva was really just deleted by Vortix. Vortix was like way better on the day, and Vortix had way better grasp of what you should do with other civs. So that was basically kind of a different. Story. I thought MarineLord would take Mista down because he's an SC2 player, but I'm basically just an SC2 fuckboy, so that's the reason. I believe that was basically the problem, right? For me, I was biased. I could have probably bet on Mista. In this case, I think Hera's gonna go forward, and in this case, I think it's gonna be Viper. We see a decent trend, like kind of showing that those 2 players are. I think they're just very good in the competitive setting. That has very little to do with how good players they are, which I cannot deny because they're just amazing. Both of them are really good at Age of Empires 2. But I do think that Hera and Viper, they've played in so many tournaments, they really know how to handle stress. They know how to handle any sort of pressure. Whereas Lucifron, he used to be, I think he used to be a pro SC2 and Warcraft 3 player. By the way, Lucifron is the brother of Vortix on this table. So basically, yeah, I think Hera and Viper, they're just kind of way more prepared. Like both Vortix and Lucifron used to play SC2, but they were never really that successful. They were very good, but they were not like extremely good. They were not like Serral good at all. Anyhow, whereas Hera and Viper, they are Serral good right now. So I think like both Hera and Viper, they're like Serral level in Age of Empires 2. So going into AoE 4, I think they just kind of hold a decent advantage with the competitive prowess that they have, with their I don't know, just the idea as to how to approach a longer tournament. So I think they will have just better preparation and maybe a better grasp on the meta, though obviously the way that Mista and Vortix have been playing today, those are very scary players. So I would probably wager there's gonna be, I think if we see like this go in the bracket fashion, like if Vortix goes against the Mista, I do think that the Mista will win. We have seen like some very interesting pushes from him. He was very solid overall. And I think Kasva was very disappointing, so I'm not sure like that Vortix's victory here is actually too meaningful in comparison to what Mista did to MarineLord. Right, plus Mista is actually rank 1 now in my books, because he beat rank 1, which was obviously MarineLord. Then yeah, I have not seen Lucifron7 play. So I've seen Hera play OE4, I've seen Viper play OE4. They're both very good players. So if I were to guess, Those two probably will climb forward, and maybe Viper wins because Viper seems to be higher on the ladder, and Viper seems to also have like a little bit more civilizations in his up his sleeve. Though on the other hand, Hera's been playing a lot. Right? Hera's been playing a lot of different civs. He has played like a ridiculous number of games. Like he has like 277 games played, which is probably more than any other player in the tournament over here. So I think, okay, never mind. It was also Kasva. I think Kasva has a ridiculous number of games played. But those, aside those two, like the other players do not have even remotely as much practice. So maybe Hera just kind of uses the experience and he moves forward against Viper. So I guess the finals would be, I would bet Hera versus Mista would be the finals here. If the bracket looks like that, so it's going to be winner of this versus winner, like it's going to be winner of Vortix versus Kasva, it's going to be Vortix versus Mista, and whoever wins these two games on the other side of the bracket, then I would say Hera and Mista move forward. Obviously, it's just guessing at this point, and they're in the game. So we're gonna go, and by the way, Lucifron has accepted my invitation, so we're gonna be casting the entire tournament today. So the final series of the day, also gonna enter the cast. We have not seen a single 3-0, by the way, which is, I guess it's optimistic, it's good. It's kind of looking at, because this means that since we have not seen a single 3-0, those are all very good players. Like even Kasva, who was slightly behind Vortix in most of the games, I think even Kasva has been a very good performer overall. So kudos to him, I guess. Kudos to Kasva. We are actually waiting for the game to load as we speak, by the way. So yeah, I have to get rid of this as well. I'm gonna go into the casting window. 3 minutes 40, guys. I'm gonna take a very short break, get some water, and we're gonna resume casting because I just ran out of liquid on my side of the desk. I have like a small fortress that protects me against the dog because she has been trying to kind of run rampant and steal my new graphics card. So we're not gonna have that happen, are we? So I'm just gonna have to go over the barricade, get some water, maybe make a very quick coffee because I have 3 minutes, and we're gonna be back. I'm gonna be reinvigorated, and we'll cast this exciting game number 3 between those two players. So be right back. Okay guys, right on time, have a nice cup of espresso here, and we're ready to cast the next series. It's gonna be Hera versus RecoN, game number 3, and yeah, let's get into it, shall we? So guys, without any further ado, spawning in the left upper corner of the map, playing the Rus again. It is Hera trying to prove something. He's trying to show how good Rus can be, because he's really good on the Rus. So I'm not surprised he's playing the Rus, but it is going to be insanely difficult of a matchup, I believe. Once again, because Hera is playing the Rus and RecoN in the right-hand side corner in the east. In yellow, he's playing the French. And it has been a very difficult matchup historically for Rus. That's not true, actually. It's been a very easy matchup historically for Rus. In the game, though, in Age of Empires 4, it is a very difficult one because Rus seems to have a slight disadvantage in terms of the feudal age fights. So it's going to be a big question mark as to whether they're actually going, Hera is going to show his prowess on the civilization or no. By the way, the map is the French Pass. No, it's King of the Hill. It's one of my favorites. Okay, it's going to be interesting. So King of the Hill is a very peculiar map. I was not paying attention to the loading screen, but King of the Hill has those large gold deposits very, very kind of centered on the middle of the map. So you basically have this very small deposit, usually exposed as well, kind of somewhat towards the northeast of your base or northwest, that is kind of going towards the hill, but any good amount of gold is going to be available only if you kind of try to contest those deposits over here, which means that there's going to be a lot of fighting happening over those resources, right? It's very similar to the map called the French Pass, where you have like those gold deposits kind of located in a valley between two hills with two very narrow passages leading into it. This is way more open though. Honestly, this map is also very short on sheep, so if you can actually get a little bit of an advantage over your opponent, you obviously should go for that. Hera going towards 2 villages on the wood, 9 on foot right now, and he's going to send a second scout out to kill those deer. Then you have this village over here trying to maybe look for a hunt nearby the base of his opponent. He does actually miss those 2, I think, though I'm not really sure how many he was able to get. I was not following that too closely. 206, so he's actually able. So actually Hera must have been able to clean up all those hunts so far. So he cleaned up these 2. He gets this one as well, he gets this one. He's also very close to being able to advance. 2 minutes 30 into the game, he's actually going to be able to I think he must have located all the hands but this one, which is probably going to be stolen by RecoN. And yeah, he's going to go up to feudal. Starting at 240 with 5 villagers. This is going to be a very, very fast age up for the Rus. On the other side of the map, our player RecoN here starting his school of cavalry. Slightly later, of course, but still on a very decent footing here. And yeah, it's looking very, very interesting as a matchup here, because, Hera able to accumulate a lot of those bonuses. You can see them over here. 290, so he has tier 2 unlocked already. Hunting for those wolves right now, isn't he? And he's trying to just reset those auto attacks. As you can see, that's a very cool micro trick. So if you attack very quickly in succession and move like A move, A move, A move, you can get those very, very quick arrow attacks from the scout. Which are normally not possible, right? It's just you have very long wind-up animation that you reset that auto attack very nicely. If you know how to do this, you can just basically get it like 80% of the time. And this gives you like way more cleanup potential, both on the animals on the map, and on potentially like, the deer if you're contesting with your opponent. See, so he's actually doing this right now again. He's kind of moving up, getting one shot. Here he fails, so he doesn't get that. See how long the wind-up normally is? Takes like 2 seconds, and he does reset now. He gets it, and he gets the reset again. So it's about like A moving very, very quickly. It's kind of a nice, neat trick that you can pull off with the scout. If you are good at Rus, you'll probably know this already. If you're not, then it's kind of important to realize that there is this nice auto attack reset for the scouts. By the way, it's not hard to execute at all. It takes like 10 seconds of practice, and you can do it like 60-70% of the time. Hera, of course, has been playing a crapload of Rus and some more, so he knows exactly what to do, and yeah, he's just going to be a master of this matchup, I think. So, in terms of resource gathering, by the way, if you guys are curious, we have this single hunting cabin placed here, and there is nothing more special happening for Hera. He's not going for the wooden fortress, because I think That's another feature of this map, by the way. That's very nasty, especially for those cities that want to go archer pike or archer spear, actually, because there are very few wood lines near your base. There's basically one that spawns near you, and anything else you have to go really far off to get to. And that's very nasty unless you can get a very quick second TC, which, yeah, cough cough, Rus can do. So I think we're gonna see Hera actually just kind of maybe put this second TC conveniently between these two wood lines over here, because he can just get it very quickly, you know, selling, buying that, you know, stone with this bonus here and just kind of acquiring a little bit of additional wood. I think he's gonna go for that relatively soon. I don't think there's any reason to delay this, of course, though. Getting the second TC too soon means you have no army to deal with the French aggression, which is gonna be coming your way at some point. The nice bit for the Rus, though, of course, is that they have the knights of their own. So, you know, the Rus knights are kind of basically comparable to the knights of the French. The only difference being that the knights of the French are actually going to be able to regenerate the HP using that special tech called chivalry. Whereas the knights of the Rus do not have access to the technology. So, you know, the tech isn't there yet, in other words. Which unfortunately means that if you take those short trades with French cavalry, you're going to basically be able to recoup a lot of that HP, and whatever damage you take as the Rus knight is going to stick unless you have a priest nearby and you can just actually use that to your advantage, right? Other than that, you're just gonna have to kind of, you know, bite the bullet on that one and just kind of deal with the fact that your knights are going to be less healthy overall if the French does research that cavalry, the chivalry bonus that is. By the way, Hera heavily on gold, so he's definitely going for the second TC very soon. I think he's just gonna mine a lot. He's gonna use those bonuses here. He's gonna utilize that that Golden Gate bonus here to purchase some extra stone and purchase some extra wood as well if he can, because he's just getting a lot of gold right now, right? For that very particular reason, he's going to be able to just get a decent economy. Now, that's very scary though for Hera. He loses at least 1-2 villagers here. Those knights are gonna run rampant in his base. Actually, this one, oh, he might escape with his life just barely. Oh no, 2 HP, 3 HP, 3 HP on the knight of RecoN, and it seems like he's actually gonna get away with that. There's a knight from, however, on the other side there was a knight harassing from Hera. I'm not sure how much he accomplished with that, to be honest, though. So this might be kind of an interesting meeting in the middle. Like, one of those knights is gonna kill the other. Look, they have knight. That's kind of a lancing duel. Oh, they kill each other. Oh no! I was really rooting for Hera's knight, but they just kind of clash in the middle. They just kill each other, and that's that. Oh no! Oh no, man! Ah, that was a jousting match, but it was not a successful joust, guys. For either of the knights, they just kill each other heroically. What a sad story. Okay, so those three lancers or early knights of the Rus over here. And we have this single knight actually trying to kill the scout of RecoN. I'm not sure how well he succeeded that. He might actually, Hera might get the kill here. No, he doesn't. RecoN pulls away on time, actually, or pulls out on time. With those villagers, he's gonna be just fine here. This scout, by the way, apparently is going to live too. Okay, Hera is not anywhere near getting that next TC. That's kind of weird. I would have expected him to have that already. I guess he realizes that maybe just going 2 TC cripples his production too much. That's what happened to our 2 previous Rus matchups today. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, sis. That's exactly what I wanted to say here. Yep. Poor jousters, man. Poor jousters. What a crazy freaky word it is to joust in English. Jesus, who came up with that? Probably Shakespeare. That's probably not the case. Do you guys know that this is a myth, actually? Because people keep saying that Shakespeare invented so many words in English. Like, they say, you know, like 30% of contemporary vocab even can be attributed to Shakespeare. They say like 2,000 words can be attributed, and so on and so forth. It's all a fluke, actually. It's all a myth. Because Shakespeare barely introduced about like 300 words to English of his day. That's what the research has to say about it anyway. So that was tragic as well. There are lots of myths actually surrounding Shakespeare overall. There's also a myth that says like Shakespeare had like really huge vocabulary, by the way, which was totally not the case as well. Like Ben Jonson had bigger vocabulary than him, for instance, on average anyway. So again, we're back to French versus French. I don't know why I'm picking out those Shakespeare factoids during this fight here, but there's nicer. They're jousting, okay, they're jousting. So there was a nice exchange happening over here. So yeah, Shakespeare has been mythologized heavily anyway, and this fight is not going the way of RecoN. RecoN is really losing those knights more frequently than Hera here. Obviously, Chivalry should kick in, and it should allow those knights to regenerate, but this is not that not that great overall. That's also fake. Yeah, he has not made 45k words. He made like 500, 400 tops based on the existing corpus research, which is crazy. Okay, there is a fight breaking out here. Honestly, I do not like this for Hera because his knights are hurt, and he's taking this very unfavorable engagement. Also, RecoN pulls away with all those kind of low HP knights, and Hera just kind of goes back for re-engage once again. He doesn't do much though. There's crazy micro juggling here though. Oh, Hera does get one more kill here. He re-engages. This did not work well for Hera, man. This did not work well for Hera. He loses the majority of his knights, and RecoN survives with the majority of his. I'm a teacher of... I teach linguistics at university, Haunted. So I know my linguistics shit. I'm writing a PhD in corpus linguistics. So in language statistics, basically. Hence, I know the research. But so, in a way, I'm an English teacher, yes. You can say that. Okay, so we have actually Hera Knight. He goes in, he doesn't do enough to kill a villager, and he survives. Okay, that's nice. That's not terrible. So, over here, though, there is still no second TC for Hera, as far as I'm concerned. There's a lot of gold for Hera. He has the Golden Gate continuously trading. He's very good at using the Golden Gate advantage. I would honestly not mind seeing, you know, a TC dropped even here. Although, like, securing a woodline, of course, would be nice. I think at some point you just need to do this, because this is just completely gone right now, and you have no more wood access at all. Okay, so there are some pikes for RecoN, by the way. So RecoN is going to have some sort of a response here in this game. To those Knights of Hera, but Hera actually was able to eliminate a large portion of Knights of RecoN, though. We have to say that, like, RecoN did lose a like, I don't know where those Knights went for. Oh, there are 2 here, I guess. Let's see. Hera has 12 Knights as all his army. RecoN has 6 spears, no, 7 spears, 6 Knights. So it's a very decent situation. Oh, please don't talk. Let's not talk about Finnegan's Wake. Okay, no. I tried. What wasn't my favorite read? Okay, we're gonna talk about that later because there's a big fight over here, and I think Hera is gonna take this. Actually, he's very close to cleaning up here, though he loses a significant portion of his own army. However, RecoN is actually gonna lose at least 2 free villagers here from the Rus. So Hera, nice micro, he cuts off that villager, he cuts her down, he leaves all those cav as well. So 3 knights, surprisingly enough, survive that engagement, and they're just gonna get out of there. Oh no, that's a miss micro though, he doesn't back off those knights on time, and he's going to lose 1 more. Hera also sending extra villagers here to build a mining camp? Why is he going for so much gold here though? I'm actually surprised. Not, you know, like, I don't mind getting a lot of gold. He has 1200 in the bank, he's going for more. I'm not really sure why. RecoN has 21 idle villagers because he was probably forced to, you know, garrison them all in the TC. Nobody's going for stone, dude. Nobody's getting any additional stone at all, which is a bit surprising, I guess. And there's a nice clash of the knights here happening near the hill, actually, and looks like RecoN has a nice advantage in terms of numbers here, which is also going to mean that Hera loses some villagers over here too. So RecoN is gonna charge downstairs here. He's gonna kill a single villager of Hera's, and again, those villagers are gonna help. They're gonna be pulled. So Hera pulls the boys and the girls, and is actually gonna go into a fight against RecoN's knights with the villagers of his own. So it's going to be villagers defending their own land. It's also quite scary. I would love to see some sort of defensive infrastructure here, because, you know, those mining camps over here, they're super exposed, And I really hate to see, like, you know, villagers dying for no reason. There could be a wooden fortress here, and, you know, they'll be just fine. But that's not happening. For now, we see, like, lots of hurt knights actually repelling the aggression of RecoN. And RecoN is sitting here at home with very low army count, I think, at this point. So we have 4 knights, 6 pikes to 6 knights of Hera. Both armies basically resetting completely here. And those players are not really letting go, are they? Hera might eventually go for a... Okay, why? Guys, like, you probably know stuff about the game that I don't. Why is he going for a market when he has Golden Gate? Does he want to keep trading more, actually? Does he want to just kind of trade every single inch of gold that he has, every single bit of gold that he has? I guess that's the reason, right? He can't trade beyond the limit, I guess, on the Golden Gate. So that's the problem. So there is a knight again running rampant in the base, so he gets a single villager kill. He's probably going to die for it, but he does actually get some small economical lead again. 39 villas for Hera, by the way, to 55 for RecoN. So, what? That's a huge lead. What the hell? So RecoN is really ahead in this game actually right now. So having been able to kill all those villagers is actually going to be great. And not only that, Hera does get that final bonus tier, but only now. It is 16 minutes in the game, and only now does Hera get that final bonus to the economy. He also builds that wooden fortress. Very idle, lots of idle villagers, by the way, for Hera. I'm surprised to see that, but he's actually keeping a lot of those very, very idle over here. So you see a little bit of a fight here. There is also a house being built for Hera for some reason over here. He takes that fight, not sure if that's reasonable. He has lots of low HP knights who are going to probably just drop dead over here. He loses all of them for no real gain at all. And Hera is getting smashed. I think Hera is gonna lose this match, man. It's not looking great for Hera, is it? Obviously, this wooden fortress contributing to the DPS those units are doing, so if you can fight around it, that's great, but honestly, they just run out of the range, and lots of villagers from Hera are gonna die again, man. There's so many dying already. Look at this, 2 at least, 3, probably 4 maybe even gonna die. No, it's actually 1. What was that micro RecoN? Come on. But RecoN is gonna re-engage once again. Look at this, he's gonna take more knights again. Hera is not keeping up with the production, he has not enough resources actually anymore. So he's running out of fuel. And yeah, look at this, Hera's villages are in shambles. Hera's gonna lose like 3-4 villages more at the very least right now. He has no production anymore, and it's gonna be a huge problem right now. So he has like too much gold, I guess. He just mines too much gold in the end. I know I just thought he had like a plan for that gold. Like I didn't think he was just kind of gathering so much of it for no reason. And it's a very big fight over here right now. Villagers pooled, I think Hera is dead. RecoN is gonna take this game. He's gonna be 2-1 in the series. Yeah, Hera is dead. He surrenders. So Hera is not able to send the pressure to the French. Legendary. Is legendary on the stream? Not good enough. Not even remotely good enough for what RecoN has brought to the table. In terms of military, RecoN wins. In terms of eco, RecoN wins. In terms of tech, RecoN wins, guys. So timeline-wise, in terms of villager count, look at this. Like, there's a huge discrepancy kind of growing as the game progresses. That's because Hera was not on 2TC, I guess. Military count, ridiculous difference as well, because that production was very much impeded by the number of villagers that Hera had. He took some good fights in a kind of under several circumstances. He was able to actually get good fights, but he was not able to transition from there into something good and kind of take any big leads from that, right? So he took this one big fight over here, which he basically just negated any advantage that RecoN had, but he was not really able to extend it into anything, and then he actually he went for those greedy gold mines, actually, that I really do not understand too well. And he lost so much there. So many villagers actually exposed to his opponents, they all just died, and yeah, RecoN just took the series from there. I think Rus are just one of those quirky civs. I do believe that's the case, right? Rus just requires some more time, and they require some more mastery then. Because, yeah, I would not have expected RecoN to win against Hera's Rus. And Hera is super good on Rus, he still loses. Okay, make of it what you will. I'm not gonna talk about balance here, because we are very early into the game. We have no idea how the balance works. The fact stands, though, Hera is going to be at a huge advantage. Guys, all the new viewers here, I invite you guys to follow me on Twitch, to leave me a subscription on YouTube, and also to provide me with a like below the video so that I know that you guys are enjoying yourselves. If you are, please click the like button there to make the stream more visible on YouTube, of course. Make the algorithm work for us a bit. We're waiting for Hera to pick another game, so it's gonna be a little bit of time, I believe, before they can go into the next game. Yeah, I know. I know how they work. Yeah, I played some Rus. So, but I felt like he had a plan for that gold. You know, he was just gathering so much of it, but he really wasn't spending it on anything useful. So it was weird. Honestly, it was very strange of a game from Hera. I don't understand what he was planning to do with that. Maybe like the correct choice would be to wall off a little bit, like at least a section of the map could be walled off so that you could like kind of mine comfortably, not lose villagers to garbage. Like that was kind of weird of a game, man. I don't understand what he did there. Obviously, RecoN very good on French actually. That has to be said. Like he played super well, and Hera just not enough to beat him. Hera just didn't bring enough to the game. So yeah, RecoN wins. RecoN is 2-1 in this best of 5, guys. Very cool. So we might actually not see Hera even go up here. I'm very surprised to see this, but yeah, RecoN might actually just completely remove Hera from the tournament, honestly. I'm gonna look up the I'm gonna look up RecoN. I actually don't know what he was playing before. I did look him up before, I just don't remember. I can't remember for shit. Here we go. See, he's an AoE 2 player as well. I reckon he's an AoE 2 player. He used to compete in AoE 2 and in Age of Empires. Oh, he's from he's from Age of Empires Online, the big forgotten title. That was actually a game I kind of thought and I did entertain playing that, but it was kind of play to win-ish in a way, right? You had to unlock a lot of stuff. It was kind of a greedy business model, so I never bothered to play it. At least it seemed to be a greedy business model. I'm not sure how exactly it worked, but when I was I was a kid back then, I think, and I was just heavily discouraged by the fact that there was like lots of microtransactions there. You had to unlock civilizations for money and shit. It was kind of quirky, so I kind of decided against it. Though now we have DLC, so DLC just basically work the same way. You just have to unlock new Civ pack for money. So I guess whatever. It is what it is. Okay, this being said, like we were looking at Hera actually, you know, the verge of defeat from the hands of a somewhat less known player. Let's face it, Hera is like considered to be the Cyril of Age of Empires 2, whereas RecoN, like he's less known. Like he used to play Age of Empires Online, and that's basically all he had been able to achieve. But right now, he's looking like, you know, a very, very competitive player in the tournament overall. So can't wait to see what exactly comes out of this. Oh, it's free now. Yeah, but it's too late, right? Isn't it? Like, because we have. I do not think like Age of Empires 2 even is worse than Age of Empires Online. It might be different, but you get what I mean, right? Then we have Age of Mythology, which is also very good. We have Age of Empires 4 right now, so I think Age of Empires Online is just dead. They blew it with a business model early, right? It was just I remember there was just a lot of really nasty shit in AO. I kind of was very discouraged from playing that, so I prefer to kind of, I just don't understand those ideas where you have to just unlock so much for money. I think there are like elite versions of units that you can unlock as well. There's just lots of crazy shit there. I'm not sure about the specifics, but it didn't look good, man. It didn't look good in my eyes. So yeah. Here we are, guys. Hera 1, RecoN 2. And we're looking, I mean, Hera is looking down the barrel of RecoN's gun right now, and he really has to figure out a nice way of solving the series at this point. There are no French picks available anymore, right? So they have to play something else. We have seen Mongols win as well, right? Hera was killed by Mongols then, so no Mongols for RecoN, no French for RecoN. Hera cannot play French anymore either. So we shall see what exactly those guys are gonna do. We shall see whether they're going to persevere or no. Obviously, I'm kind of hoping that Hera bounces back. I would like to see Hera move on. He's such a chill, positive guy. I don't know RecoN, though. He might be a chill, positive guy as well, though. So, you know, not biased at all. I will see how those series play out. And may the better player win. May the better player win, indeed. So they're in the lobby now, so again, we're gonna kind of have to take a small recess, I believe. Anyway, thank you for chatting so much, Haunted. You're very welcome on this stream, of course. I'm glad that you kind of drop by and you talk about AoE. I'm very glad that, you know, we have some loyal viewers for this game as well. Because I don't know if you're aware of this, but I kind of a variety streamer, I guess. I got big because of Darkest Dungeon. I used to cast lots of PvP there with Sis, the guy who is on the chat with you. So that was kind of our start. We cast lots of tournaments. We have them recorded as well on my YouTube. So if you're interested, you can look those out. Look those up. Those are very cool events because we were just kind of organizing them on our own, and it was very cool to kind of talk about those games. Sis also has like a sick voice. I really wish he had been able to get that Age of Empires 4 running on his computer so that we could actually cast together as well. Because that's just, yeah, that's just kind of something I do deeply regret. Like not being able to dual cast with anybody right now. And Sis was such a good co-caster, man. Is? Question mark. Sis, just get a normal PC so we can actually cast a fucking game or two. So we used to cast Darkest Dungeon together. There was a very nice competitive PvP mode then, but it was also discontinued, quote unquote, whereby they just stopped developing it completely. And then, oh, there's also a game starting, so we can go into observe. And we have to, is going to be like fuck. Okay. Okay, we have Abbasid versus Abbasid, guys. I'm just gonna pull it up on the screen so that you guys can see the proof. It's gonna be double Abbasid game. I'm not sure what the map is though. It's cool. Hill and Dale. Oh, okay, cool. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Can't wait for this. So Hill and Dale, another kind of semi-open map. Really interesting to see how those guys manage that. And then actually, I went from Age of Empires. Sorry, I went from Darkest Dungeon to World of Warcraft. I was actually semi-successful as well. I've been streaming a while, but I got bored of the current patch, so I'm just waiting for the next one. So we might do some World of Warcraft in the future too. Once it releases some more content, of course, because the current one is, I just played too much of it already. So I'm just kind of waiting for a new content patch to drop, and then we might stream some more World of Warcraft too. Of course, that's quite exciting. And then, obviously, once Age of Empires 4 released, I'm a huge RTS fan. I couldn't stream StarCraft because I have always been too bad at this. Like, I'm like low master tier, and I don't feel like I'm too good. I'm good enough at least at SC2 to you know, to show it to the world, and nobody was really interested. I tried streaming that, but my current community, they have been like not too enthusiastic, so to speak, about like an RTS that is kind of, first of all, set in alien reality, which is not the theme of my regular streams, first of all, and then second of all, like sci-fi alien tech, not really my guy's thing. And then it was also too fast of an RTS, I think. So yeah, we are kind of going towards Age of Empires 4 right now, of course, and I'm enjoying playing that. So I hope the streams do get some traction in the end. So yeah, we're just waiting for the game to load right now, guys. 3 minutes on the clock. So as I said, you're most welcome to subscribe on YouTube. Costs you $0. You can also purchase a membership on YouTube, which costs you $3 per month, and that gives me a decent amount of support, of course, as well. Like the video, as I said, just to kind of get us up on YouTube a bit more. And we're just waiting. We're just waiting for that matchup to begin. It's going to be very exciting, actually. Here we have actually seen some Abbasid mirrors before, right? There was an Abbasid mirror in the qualifiers. There was one that it looked like it was almost staged, but one side actually dominated the other quite heavily. So I have it on my YouTube. I might actually look it up quickly. I don't remember who it was. But in that Abbasid mirror that we saw was like very one-sided. One player just really had a clear idea as to how to play the Abbasid, the other not so much, so to speak. So it was not the greatest series in the world, right? It was not the greatest series in the world, let's face it. By the way, if you guys have not been thanked, if you did actually subscribe and you are on the chat, because I see that the subscriber numbers are going up quite a bit, and there was no announcement about that, it's because somehow the alerts are not working. I don't know why sometimes they're just not registered by Streamlabs if you sub on YouTube. So if you say hello and you say you subscribe, I'll obviously welcome you with open arms. Just let me know that you're there, guys. Yeah, just that. I'm just trying to look for that. I think it was like Kasva versus Black Widow, and both of them picked Abbasid, and only Kasva knew how to play them. I think that was the idea. It was very sad because it was a very fast game. I was looking forward to the Abbasid mirror, and it was just basically, you know, a quick smash, and that was all she wrote for the sad players. Yeah, it wasn't really too long of a fight, or. Yeah, nobody really put up a fight there. Like there was, Kasva was just super decisive with the Abbasid, which is strange because he just kind of got smacked today and died, right? So, yeah, I'm still kind of grieving, guys. I'm still kind of grieving Kasva because I had high hopes for them, man. I had really high hopes for them, and he just dies. Very unfortunate, to be honest. That was very, very unfortunate. And now we have, yeah, maybe the deciding game. If Hera loses here, he's just out of the tournament. So we might have to look for a new pick as to that might win the entire thing, which probably will be TheMista then, I guess. I would say TheMista is looking like a very strong favorite. 10 seconds before the match begins, guys. Are you hyped? Because it's going to be a very cool match. I think we have not seen much of Abbasid play today. Let's go. Okay, guys, the map is Hill and Dale. In the north, in the blue, it's Hera, playing the Abbasid dynasty. In the south, in the red, it is RecoN, also playing the Abbasids. The difference being, though, no, there's no difference. They're just both playing the same faction, guys. There's nothing else to say. This is a very interesting map, because Hill and Dale is going to be a very territory one altogether. This one usually provides you... That's the difference between the matchups, I think. Because this is something that you can wall off very effectively. You can just get a stone wall here, stone wall here, stone wall here. We've seen several players do this. We have seen Hero Marine do this. We have seen Kasva do this. We have seen Tato do this. Probe... No Hero Marine, MarineLord, of course. So all those players have been actually walling this map quite heavily and going for the late game. So this is something that we should kind of brace ourselves for. I'm very curious as to how exactly this plays out, but I guess like we're gonna go for a very early, very early H2, because both, obviously both civilizations, Abbasids always benefit quite a bit from having that early H2 because they can research the foodstuffs. I think it's called fresh foodstuffs. There's the upgrade from their House of Wisdom. Economic wing, and this allows them to produce the villages at 50% cost, which obviously means that they get a lot of extra resources to spend elsewhere. So it's very important that you do this as the Abbasids. Another thing that Abbasids need to kind of remember about is their base architecture, because they thrive if the bases are kind of compact. Because like the more links you can establish between each building, your buildings basically, if you play Abbasid, they are supposed to form a city. That is linked to the House of Wisdom. If you can build that link, for every 10 buildings, you get a nice special bonus, which provides you with, I think it's about, the Golden Age is about every 10 buildings. So every 10 buildings are going to provide you with the Golden Age tier, and every single tier of the Golden Age is going to basically contribute to getting more resources gathered and more production as well, which is pretty cool. Now, Abbasids also do not age up like traditional civs, as you guys probably know. So they age up through this House of Wisdom. You guys can see, by the way, this is the progress towards the next Golden Age, right? There are 3 tiers, as I said. So the Abbasids do not need to build a landmark. Their landmark is the House of Wisdom, and the House of Wisdom will actually be, you know, just researching and or constructing additional wing, which means they do not really have to spend any money, any villagers on aging up. However, at the same time, okay, RecoN is very far ahead in terms of the timing. You know, getting to the next age. So instead of just kind of take a bit longer to just get the research going in this House of Wisdom, which is pretty cool. You get some really unique upgrades. So usually the build is that you go for this you go for the economic wing first, giving you the access to fresh foodstuffs, as I said, which is going to give you lower villager cost. And then you go, that's very good tech, right? That's very nice tech. And then I think this way, I would say this is not that great. Unless you can get to Imperial Age, I think these bonuses are kind of whatever, almost. And this one is also buggy. I think this one is not necessarily perfect. I think this doesn't work as advertised. Whereas the economic wing for the Abbasids actually gives you the access to minus 30% cost of all tech, which is very good if you're in Kasva, because you can just get this first, and if you have the time to research everything else, this means that any tech that you get from Kasva onwards is going to give you, like, you know, a little bit of return on investment, because you're just going to be spending a little bit less gold, a little bit less food or wood on those upgrades as well. Now, as far as the resource growth goes, both players are getting towards 125 gold, I think. That is the golden mean for getting the tech, 125 required by the fresh foodstuffs. From there, you can probably stop gathering gold altogether, just try to, you know, buckle up a little bit, get some defensive layers here in your base, and just prepare for a longer game. That's what I would suspect is going to happen. Though those players have been actually surprising us quite a bit, and what we saw last week is in no way indicative of what might happen today. So I might be completely wrong. This might go into a very quick rush and end right there. Though again, a big question as to how exactly those timings go, how well they scout each other, and so on and so forth. So RecoN ages up like 10 seconds sooner than Hera, I think. I think it's going to be about 10, yeah. 10 seconds sooner. And nothing really big comes out of it. He starts that fresh foodstuffs immediate. No, he doesn't. Hera does. So Hera is going to use his extreme amount of experience to just get that tech going sooner. However, RecoN here, kind of sloppy, I guess, because every single like second that passes when you cannot get this. Maybe, I think it was just villager production cycle, though he did not want to interrupt that, so it's kind of logical, I guess. He might be just going too heavily onto wood. I think that's the reason why he did that. Both players obviously on stone as well, so they're going to go towards the second TC, so it's going to be a larger macro game. You see actually this being dropped immediately by RecoN. Probably Hera looking for a spot for a TC of his own as well. He's 10 stone away. So those villagers, I think RecoN just kind of overestimated how many vills he needed on that wood. We might actually see 3 TC builds as well. I think it's kind of likely to happen. Hera dropping one very close to the entrance of his base. Okay, on the hunt and on the berries, I like this placement that kind of is going to allow you to get a lot of extra food into this mid game. And you know, both players playing a very conservative game, I guess. No military constructions going down at all. So there's no infrastructure indicating that those guys might be going for a rush. Quite the contrary, actually, they're both playing a safe and steady game of just, you know, wait and build up your eco. Hera goes into the base confirming what he probably already suspects. This is going to be a very chill game, especially in the early stages of it. You know, scouts trading blows, nothing special really happening here. There's a house going down. Phew, not much actually going down indeed. Hera slightly behind on this build, so he's like 10 seconds, 15 seconds behind the TC of his opponent, so maybe 20 even. And he's not producing villagers at the same rate, so he's going to be slightly behind the eco. But if the game kind of drags out, there are no trades happening early, I don't think this matters too much. RecoN as well, using this opportunity to wall, whereas Hera not really there yet. Hera just kind of, I guess he recognizes there's not much going to happen here, so he's just cognizant of the fact that, you know, you can just move around with those units. He's cancelling those autos, look at this, so he's actually doing a lot of damage by just kind of cancelling the auto attacks of the scout. He might just get the kill on the villager from this. Alright, long wind up. One more shot though, it dies. Oh my god, 1 HP guys, 1 HP and this villager lives. In the end, so it's kind of unfortunate, but RecoN saves that one, salvages the situation, sent another villager out to build. And this is just going to be the palisade wall. I've seen Tato build stone walls here. I've seen Probe building stone walls as well. I've seen Hero Marine build stone walls. So the meta has obviously changed a bit. This being a Telltale map, though, I do not suspect there's going to be much action happening anytime soon. So just kind of look at the economies. So you have the total of 30 villages for RecoN and probably 29, 28. 30 as well for Hera, actually. So they were even Steven here, despite Hera getting the second TC quite a bit later than his opposite number of here on the Abbasid. So very straight up game, honestly. We're building walls as well. Hera is going for his own fortifications here. Might be able to trap his opponent in the base unless the scout is not careful. If the scout is not careful. And there is no good escape because this way here is going to be scary because there is a TC. So it's going to be blocking the entrance. Not a good place to leave through. I was kind of looking, I thought that, you know, if you are going to play on Hill and Dale, you will see some players going for Chinese. Because Chinese are very good in those very long 30 situations. Obviously not happening over here. So I think Tato went for the Chinese and he really dominated his opponent there. When he was playing against Kasva, I think that was a very good game versus Kasva. So Tato was actually able to eke out a very nice lead as the Chinese and just destroy his opponent. So Kasva was defeated by the Chinese on this map. I think Kasva was playing the Abbasid as well, so it's interesting. The artillery of the Chinese is just very strong. You're very safe to produce it. You also have the Barbican if you need. And actually just microing your eco when there is no big stuff happening on the map is also quite easy, right? So that's why I think Chinese are going to thrive on this map overall. But you need to know how to play them, so it's obviously not so easy to do. It takes some proficiency, and I don't think maybe those players are courageous enough. Castle Rush, Castle Rush happening for both players, I think. Hera going up. RecoN going up to Castle as well. I guess Cultural Wing is the poison of choice for both players. It is indeed that. I'm not really sure. I don't think Trade Wing is great unless you're going for a 2v2 play, and they obviously have like those markets that you can use from your ally that are, you know, safely secured, and then you can just kind of utilize those bonuses. Right now, I don't think that's a big deal at all for those players. So they're probably gonna go for Cultural and Military to get the extra bonus from the boot camp specifically. That's a very good tech. Another important thing, by the way, is that the Abbasids have very good trash, right? They are actually going to be able to compete with... I think I had a game where I was able to compete with the Strelce of the Rus by just massing my archers, because you have that extra cool technology here that gives you 25% reload time with the archers. So if you can get to the Imperial Age and get those, you know, the spam of archers, really, you're going to be very, very happy with that, you know, basically how that plays out. Unless your opponent obviously gets mangonels, right? Because then you're just going to get slaughtered by them. But this is a very good tech for archers. You have nice tech for spears if you're going to go against cavalry as well. You have the nice kind of ultimate infantry tech. Extra HP for those MAAs is also going to be quite decent. So overall, I think like Abbasids have a lot of very nice tech that allows you to kind of, you know, prosper if you can build up throughout those ages, of course. So we see some eco upgrades as well. I think on this map it's kind of we can assume that it's gonna happen, right? I guess that's how it's gonna go. So actually, just kind of have a look at this. So Hera prioritizing the wood upgrades, not really going for anything else. Specialized pick going down, so there is a mining upgrade for RecoN, and probably no player actually has gone for wheelbarrow, which is surprising because there's going to be a long macro game, and I would expect them to just get that ASAP. Nothing of that source is happening actually, and I think Hera is slightly behind in terms of the timing, but he has a lot of food, so he might actually go towards that. So you might see Hera actually going towards that very fast imp as well, because he has a lot of resources already at this point, so he might just kind of build up towards that next age up and just kind of go up, clicking that imp really, really soon as well. The economy is of course very close. I don't think they have anything else to do but to build eco, so they're very close in terms of villager counts, like slightly behind in the case of RecoN. And actually they're going on the map, so both players are moving out. We have a mangonel here, so there's gonna be some fighting in the castle age. So there's no fast castle, so far no fast imp for Hera actually. He also does not want to get this preservation of knowledge tech, which is kind of surprising to me because he can get a lot of value here, of course. This is already like a decent amount, like there's gonna be like 100 resources saved from this. All the blacksmith upgrades also quite expensive, so you can save a lot of money by investing into this, but obviously Hera probably has other worries on his mind. He did scout this kind of small incoming attack with, you know, with a mango, a single springle, so he's just going to have to be ready to repel this to some extent. We see 2 sprinkles being built as well, and obviously Abbasids have the free siege engineers so they can match each other's tech choices. We have like lots of archers over here, and you have 3 Springles to defend from this incoming push. There's a scout from RecoN kind of confirming that, you know, Hera does have some military, and we're gonna see a small engagement. I think those Springles, of course, over here going to be quite a bother. There is a Mango, and Hera does actually dodge those shots. Those Springles of Hera do actually kill the Knight, I think. Yeah, they should kill the Knight. Yeah, they do. But they have to back away because there are Springles from the side of RecoN as well. 3 of them, no less, is going to be an even count. Though Hera has a, you know, uphill advantage. He sees more, and he's probably going to be very comfortable in this position over here. I do not think that that RecoN can get much done over here. We obviously do see a Mango in comparison to 4 Springles of Hera. 4 Springles from RecoN as well coming up right now, so it's gonna be quite a tight battle, I guess. We see crossbows being produced by our northern Abbasid player, I guess, and those Springles are going boldly towards the lineup of RecoN. They're actually gonna kill a single Springle of RecoN as well. 2 go down, so 2 for 1 so far, and Hera disengages. So it's actually a very nice trade, and we have 5 Springles for Hera to 3 of RecoN. So there's going to be a lot of damage traded back again. So another Springle goes down. Hera is very good at macro here. So he's going to micro those very well. Those are kind of difficult to do because they have to unpack. It's kind of difficult to move them and manage them properly. But Hera has so many Springles that basically just repels any sort of aggression. I think Hera has the possibility to move across the map himself now. Basically, this push from RecoN did not accomplish much, and Hera is just ready for it. He had the scout in place. He saw that coming from a mile away. He was prepared, and he's just kind of getting a nice lineup of artillery so that he can actually potentially attack his on his own, right? So it's going to be a very interesting. It's going to be a very interesting development now. We might see Hera actually moving forward, and with this number of Springles, actually, because he traded so efficiently, he might be able to do some damage, or at least, you know, establish a position on the map. He has a lot of crossbows as well, so those Knights should no longer be too scary. They have a lot of pierce damage, right? They have +6 damage against heavy, which obviously is what a Lancer is. Lancers are heavy, so they're going to be doing a lot of damage to those, which means that crossbows are just very, very decent at dealing with all the armored forces of their opponents. I do not see... Okay, we see the fitted leatherwork being researched as well. We actually had all those ranged upgrades for Hera 2 being done. It's actually kind of good in terms of tech. On the side of RecoN, we do have only 2 upgrades for the ranged armor. There is no ranged damage, there is no melee damage. There is 1 melee armor upgrade going to. So that's not really much, is it? This being said, those Springles over here are going to move up. They're going to try to look for some picks. Probably they'll find some villagers up the hill here. So 1 villager goes down and the Springle disengage. This, you know, anything you can get here is nice, actually. And obviously Hera has a bit more comfort now because he's on the attacking side right now. So if you can just kind of keep RecoN contained, you can probably expand. Like, Hera can expand towards this kind of middle gold veins. Maybe get like a TC established, build a fort. Take the sacred side even, I guess. That would be nice, getting that nice source of income. That's a lot of gold actually that you can get. And Hera is actually going towards that base of RecoN, but that, you know, that ram obviously doesn't stand a chance against like 5 Springles here. So the ram doesn't die, surprisingly. I think he could have just killed it, but I guess he just doesn't want to risk trading those Springles away. Instead, he just disengages, and we see Hera actually just kind of slowly sieging on this palisade gate over here. Those Springles are very powerful against Knights, by the way, so it's going to be very difficult of a task as far as dealing with those goes. I think you can actually deal with it. I've seen this done quite a bit. You just go for horsemen. That's exactly what RecoN is going to do here, of course. He's going to get like a decent number of horsemen, just kind of try to find a flank. Because every single unit that Hera has right here is going to be vulnerable to cavalry, of course. A light cav is not as strong as heavy cavalry, but they're also cheaper. And they do have a decent number of damage. They have decent numbers against ranged. Oh, those are such cool swords, by the way. Look at these swords, guys. Holy shit. You have to love the Abbasid. Look at those scimitars. Man, they're so cool. I'm totally a scimitar fuckboy as well. They are so nice. Holy shit. But this being said, scimitars aside, there is going to be a nice incursion here from Hera, but this is going to be very quickly stopped in its tracks. those Springles are going to dish a decent amount of damage onto those archers, killing 2, forcing the rest of those away. But Hera has a large number of Springles. He has 11 Springles over here. What he doesn't have though is any means of dealing with cavalry, right? He has like some horsemen of his own, 3 stables producing, and there is nothing actually. I guess he's gonna get a veteran horseman upgrade here as well, but there is not much happening other than this. We don't see any big upgrades for the tech as well, so it's going to be, I think it's gonna be like kind of an impasse in this castle age. And there's a fortress, there's a keep being built, but this is gonna be denied by Hera. Very last second actually, but it's gonna be denied. I think a scout must have seen this, but Hera does actually get this keep, and he's going to pressure 5 villagers out of the map actually from RecoN. So RecoN is going to be forced to cancel this. Maybe he's just gonna settle for a TC somewhere in the back over here. I guess that might be also a decent choice. You'd probably like to see another lumber camp built as well here in the base of RecoN. Hera also kind of behind on lumber camps, I guess. Not getting those second upgrades for the Echo as well. That ram exposed but survives, and actually those forces will be disengaging continuously. There are lots of spears on the side of RecoN, so he's ready for the cavalry of Hera. I think actually RecoN has a superior force right now, and those are very exposed Springles. So I don't know if this is actually good for Hera at all. He probably recognizes he's toast and he has to disengage here. There's also a fortress finish here, so I do not believe this is going to be a favorable fight for Hera if he just takes it here. Obviously those horsemen are going to ride in, they're going to try to kill as many Springles as possible. Those Springles from RecoN are going to wreak havoc, that is, and there is a lot of it. There's a very large chance that Mango gets like 2-3 shots off, and that might be just the end of the game, guys. This is very, very intense of a fight. Look at the count of Springles where Hera is just basically melting down. If Hera just kind of handles this fight poorly, he's just going to lose again, lose the series and drop out of the tournament, but he actually handles the back end of the fight pretty well. There are obviously lots of Springles alive, but those crossbows, they're still kind of okay. The Mangonel goes down as well, and those crossbows are actually going to deal with those Springles to some extent. So we see that the tail end of this fight actually is going to favor RecoN actually getting a few kills. But Hera survives, which is very important. He gets decent focus fire on those units of Hera. But Hera does disengage, and he does successfully hold position here. Those are gonna be sacrificed, though he is actually rallying towards the enemy lines, and he's going to pay for this with a few hundred food of, you know, donation towards his enemy. And it's actually a very cool situation for, I think, like, yeah, RecoN has a very nice spot here, though he lost a lot of villagers while building the keep, of course, right? So question is like whether Hera has enough right now to rebuild his army before RecoN goes to him, because I think RecoN took such a decisive fight, and he saved so much of those artillery units, especially of those Springles, right? I keep forgetting the name. That he's able to just kind of safely push against Hera if he wants to. Hera is just gonna poke in with his 3 Springles of his own. Though, admittedly, that's kind of a low number, so I do not think he's gonna accomplish too much. I think he's just gonna lose one. No, actually, he saves them. Barely, but he saves them. And those crossbows gonna provide enough cover for Hera's forces, and he's actually gonna trade favorably here. So what he did is basically he kills 2 Springles now for free, and he kills like 4 or 5 units for free. Oh god, that's such a... Oh no! Oh, RecoN is actually throwing this game, isn't he? Those crossbows go forward. They're gonna try to snipe as many Springles as they can, but they're gonna expose themselves to RecoN as well. So Hera does push back with his own cavalry units, and those crossbows are gonna deal quite well with what is happening. Of course, Springles are going to you know, tear through the ranks of the knights here, of course, and Hera has nothing left in terms of his own artillery, so I'm not sure if he wants to be taking this fight, to be honest. He has to just disengage and rebuild the army again. And he does have a lot of resources to do, so he can build like, what? He can build like 4 or 5 Springles very soon. So as he gathers more wood, of course, he should be able to build more Springles of his own. He should be able just kind of to push back as well against RecoN's forces. So in terms of army, we have 10 Springles for RecoN and a decent number of infantry. For Hera, we have only he only has 1 Springle actually, and a large number of cavalry and crossbows. So I do think that the current composition actually does favor RecoN, because he has means of dealing with the cavalry of Hera. So there is very little that Hera can do against the artillery. He has very low artillery numbers of his own, and there's also no fortress here, so he has no keep. And there's no keep to be seen anytime soon, I think. Hera has 115 vills though, to 102 of RecoN, because RecoN did lose some villagers during this kind of push from Hera. Hera's actually going to also do some little amount of damage over here with his cavalry, so maybe keeping RecoN honest, keeping RecoN in his base, and forcing RecoN to just back away and hold his own. So those cavalry units are just gonna escape. And Hera takes this opportunity to maybe make a cheeky push over here, just kind of try to snipe a single Springle or two. Okay, he backs away on time, he's not going to be taking any damage in return. And those nice, this kind of nice unit of cavalry is just going to survive as well. It's just we're gonna see like a disengagement from Hera. He actually goes for a fight over here. I'm gonna question this a little bit. Oh, Hera's just gonna go for the villagers again, right? He's gonna kind of sacrifice some of his cav to kill off the villagers to prevent that fort from going down? No, not really. So Hera just runs past this. I think he's just gonna lose this cavalry for nothing then. I don't think this is worth it at all. He's gonna try to disengage throughout 2 forts here through lots of infrastructure, like build defensively over here. So I do not believe that this is a good... Oh, this is a terrible, terrible trade for Hera. He's just gonna lose all those units for nothing. Or at least most of those units for nothing, right? So kind of unfortunate turn of events. RecoN also sitting on a lot of gold, so should he lose any Springles, he can just easily replace. And he's kind of nearing the full population right now. Also, Hera is doing the same thing. Hera is very close to having a cap, so they're gonna keep trading right now. That's kind of the thing that you do in RTS. As you approach this kind of capped, as you approach the cap, you're going to kind of want to trade against your opponent, right? That's kind of the idea here. Crossbows actually are kind of decent against Springles. I did not think this would be the case, but crossbows actually they're very good at dealing with Springles. Look at this. So they're actually going to kill the Mango as well, I think. You have to kill the Mango Hera, you have to kill the Mango. Mango goes down, and actually it's a full cleanup from Hera. So he micros this super well, he gets a win in this fight that he had no right of winning. And he does actually eliminate all this huge artillery advantage from his opponent. And you know, those spears and those MAAs, they have no way of dealing with the crossbows. So actually Hera takes a very nice advantage here, he takes a fight. And I don't know how this game is gonna evolve anymore. It's looking like, you know, Hera is... going to establish a nice position in the middle of the map, actually. There's going to be a lot of trading here. Hera actually pushes here with his knights and with his horsemen in towards the middle of the map. There's going to be a very extended castle phase in this game, I think. So he focuses down the single imam, I guess, and he's going to back away as well again. And we see this ram being abandoned by the crossbows. I do not think you need rams anymore, because like every single ram that you build is just going to be countered by the Springles, right? So it doesn't kind of make sense because they just die instantaneously to Springles. Heavy anti-artillery damage. Now Hera is going to go for the relics, I guess. That's the plan anyway with this. So you're gonna try to capture those. I'm really surprised we have not seen any holy site being taken, especially the one over here, because, you know, RecoN had such a nice advantage for the majority of this game. He would have probably wanted to take the sacred site very early, and he has not done this yet. We have lots of knights and some artillery as well here at the back of the lineup for Hera, and we actually see a possibility for Hera to go to Imp. I think that was the plan all along, and Hera does click up. How about RecoN? Oh, he's very far off, isn't he? He needs 2k, so where Hera is going up, because he has a nice army, and he's probably close to being capped. RecoN is going to be forced. Yeah, Hera is capped, he just has the resources to do this. Yeah, RecoN is forced to basically just, I don't know, he's gonna be forced to wait a little bit to be able to get that going. And Hera is actually harassing as well, because he has an army advantage, he can trade those units away. I don't know if RecoN realizes the position he's in, but he really needs the food, man. He really needs to get some extra food right now. He has lots of idle villagers as well, which is not good at all. You have 15 villagers who are not doing anything. So we see like a very fortified position for RecoN, but I'm not sure like how long this stands against, you know, 3-4 trebuchets, of course. So I'm not sure if this is going to be a valid choice or no. Obviously infantry cannot build traps, so you need to build a workshop for that, but that shouldn't be a problem at this point for Hera. Hera has so many resources. You can definitely expend some of those to build a workshop too. Now, 3 mangonels from RecoN is going to be something that you have to kind of... it's a force to be reckoned with, huh? Especially if you have a lot of those crossbows, because they are very vulnerable to mango shots. I think 3 or 4 mangoes are going to hit the sweet spot. We're just one-shotting this bulk of crossbows, which is very scary for Hera, meaning that he has to really be careful with how he proceeds into those fights, because losing this entire army will probably spell his demise in the series. Now, RecoN is again. Hera has enough to age up again, and RecoN is nowhere near. I believe, right? He's not going up yet. He's still producing villagers. Hera is at 120, so RecoN is at 120 eco. Hera is 120 as well. So I think that's the golden number, this golden age for the Abbasids, getting that going as well for himself, right? So it's going to be quite sweet of a situation. And Hera does hit Imp. It's going to be a very grim moment for, I think, for our Abbasid player in the south, because he has two choices around. Either he kind of extends this game, which he can very well do, or he just kind of goes for a Hail Mary fight and hopes it works. And it looks like it's going to be Hail Mary, guys. It's going to be Hail Mary for RecoN, but Hera knows the better of it. Hera realizes he doesn't have any... He has no need to fight right now. He can just kind of back away, wait for those elite upgrades to go through. He has a lot of them probably queued up right now. So he doesn't really want to fight this at all. He just wants to kind of get those upgrades first. And before anything happens, he's just going to maybe play some distraction to those units. Oh no, this... Oh, Hera dodges the mango shots. Look at this, is so beautiful. Like, those great micro just kind of anticipates those mango shots. He moves his units out of the way. He's going to be dodging those mango shots altogether. Mango goes down. However, the sprinkles of Hera are going to be sniped down. And those crossbows are going to approach the mangoes. And they're going to dodge once again out of the way. And we see two mangonels sniped right away. But Hera has to disengage again. And RecoN? I think RecoN might be going to Imp himself right now, isn't he? He's not. He really isn't. So it's a very committed attack, and Hera should be getting the elite crossbow upgrades very soon, I think. I'm not sure how well it's gonna go, but it seems like he might be getting those elite upgrades soon. As far as the production goes, yeah, we have upgrade to elite for the crossbows and the elite Halseys. So there's a lot of those elite units here coming from Hera. He has the elite crossbows over here, just stacked up. They're very strong units overall, and they look very cool with those elite upgrades on them as well. And Hera just is going to go for this kind of very offensive maneuver. He moves forward with those crossbows. That's a very bad move that he's going to lose some to the mangonel fire. That mango might actually fire again. No, it's going to be taken down by the crossbows. Look at how big those weapons are, man. It's so magnificent. And Hera going with the elite horsemen, elite crossbows against the lineup of RecoN. We're gonna go to game 5, guys. I don't think RecoN made a good call here. He should have just backed away. He should have got his own tag going, because right now I think Hera is just going to absolutely obliterate him in the push. Because RecoN is nowhere near Imp. He's really far off. Yeah, that's a lie. That's a filthy lie. He has some possibility of going to Imp, actually. He's close to Imp himself. Okay, so now I guess RecoN's gonna be in a very similar situation. He has to just relinquish some of his ground. He has to just kind of give up some of his units. And as the game kind of inches forward, he's going to be able to maybe just, you know, get those elite upgrades himself and just just kind of regain the lead, or just kind of get the control back, because he really needs to kind of buy time right now. He needs to have like I guess like a minute more to finish that age up, and then he needs to have some extra more time to actually, maybe that's less than a minute. It's gonna be like 20 seconds right now. But he will need some extra time to get those elite upgrades going. They're very long, right? It's kind of 1 minute 20, 1 minute 30 for all those kind of high-tech upgrades. So it's gonna be scary. Another thing is that there's a monastery here. There's a mosque that is, and that mosque does actually require. I mean, this is producing gold for RecoN. So you would really prefer not to lose this construction or this building, and you would prefer just kind of keep this spot on the map alive if possible. So RecoN goes up, and he's going to go for that extra tech. I guess exactly he's gonna go for. So we see the elite MAAs, I think. No, spears. It's gonna be spears and knights. So it's gonna be in this case lancers, of course. So we're gonna see elite lancers being produced by RecoN. Is gonna be a longer game, guys. I thought Hera was going to take it, but actually right now, you know, RecoN actually quite nicely handles this entire situation, and he's going to be able to probably just kind of move ahead and yeah, snipe this bomber. There's gonna be a big loss for Hera if he just doesn't pay attention here. Okay, so Hera does move away, and actually turns out to be a very bad trade for RecoN, who does those like free sprinkles for this. Okay, we have those elite horsemen. Is this a lag or something? What's happening? Can players pause in AoE 4? Because that would explain a lot. What the hell? Okay, just kicked us out, man. Okay, so I'm going to hide the result from you, I guess, so that you guys don't see what happened. I'm going to just go to the replay. We're just going to resume the game from the replay very quickly. We can just go back here. We can just observe Hera. I think it's going to be a better of a choice to just go back to observing. That's kind of unfortunate, but we're just gonna speed up very quickly. It's gonna be fine. So we need to kind of catch up. Sorry guys, that's something that just happens sometimes. You just have to go and resume game. That's inevitable, really, right? We're in the maximum fast forward, so it's not gonna take long, really. Probably like a minute or two to get to where we were. It just goes at 8 times anyway. If you click live, it's just gonna go at 8 times because it has to just kind of catch up to the actual game. Yeah. So unfortunately, we have to just kind of go through all those motions again. It's not gonna be a long one though, I think. Do you guys remember at what point the game actually froze? Can someone go back onto the stream and see how, like, what time in the game we froze at? I think it was like 24 minutes or something, but I'm not 100% sure anymore. Maybe 26. It was like, there was this, I think it's the emblematic trade. It was like a free Springles trading against the forces of Hera here, right? Where Hera takes this nicely to the crossbows. That's where it froze. Man, that's gonna be a long rewind, isn't it? That's the best deck we have, guys. I can't do anything. Like if the tournament cast of the Observe crashes, I can't do much about it, right? It's a 40-minute game, guys. It's a 40-minute game. But it's like we're nowhere near where we were, because they're not even imp yet. We need RecoN to be imp, right? We need RecoN to be imp like halfway through the imp, so we can actually continue watching this. Yeah, it's gonna be a long one, man. Okay, resuming, guys. We're close. I think we're kind of close-ish right now. Obviously, they've been fighting for a while. They've been actually fighting for a while over here, so. So we have the mosque. It's in place now, guys. We are back in the history. It's gonna be H4 for Hera very soon, I think. Not even started yet. F, man. F in the chat. But it just kind of reminds me as to how many great moments we had in this game, to be honest. We had so many great moments. Hera going to h4, and that's gonna be like another 2-3 minutes and we're good, right? I think that's basically the idea here. So RecoN just needs to catch up right now. So Hera goes to Imp, RecoN goes to Imp soon, I guess, and that's gonna be the match. Come on, RecoN! How could the game have... how could it have actually crashed, man? Unbelievable. There's this kind of terrible fight for RecoN, but he does actually manage to hold his own here to an extent, I guess. It was kind of nice, and... Oh, the game actually ended very soon. I think that's what... So this might be like one player just kind of quitting the match, and then it's some crashes for some viewers. Okay, so we have those 3 Springles here. I think that's it. That's gonna be where we were. See, there's the Bombard here. So they go for the trade against the Bombard, and I think we're live, basically. The crossbows go forward, and we can just kind of slightly speed it up. Because I think there was a raid as well happening over here. And that's where we crashed, I guess. So something like this, I guess, right? So we're gonna be seeing like lots of harassment right here. And... Okay. I think we can go back to normal speed right now. We have 3 Mangolas here from RecoN, actually. And they're going to be dodged mostly by Hera, but not entirely. And you have to say that they're like... We're back live, guys. We're actually live right now again. So that's where we left off. You can see how efficient those Mangolas can be if used properly, by the way. But the problem here is, of course, that... like, yeah, you have Bombard. You have that Bombard that is very long range, is going to just demolish your artillery if it's allowed to just kind of shoot freely at you. So this Mango is not really going to accomplish much. It's just going to shoot at the cavalry and die. Now you have a very small force, actually, for RecoN. RecoN has like 166 units and 30 villages free. Hera is sitting on 14. Actually, the army counts are very similar. So the Bombard dies, but again, like, there's still no way for RecoN to deal with those archers, like those crossbows. They're like very annoying, actually, because they're dismantling any sort of heavy unit that RecoN is able to mount up. Another problem is, of course, that there is university upgrades kicking in for Hera, whereas RecoN is like slightly behind in timing, so he doesn't have access to those. You know, those burning arrows, for instance, are actually being dropped right now, and Hera is just getting a lot of research done under his belt. I'm surprised that neither of the players has actually gone for the preservation of knowledge. It's a very cheap upgrade. No, actually no, RecoN has gone for this, so kudos to RecoN. It's a very cheap upgrade, allowing to get a lot of free tech later on, because it doesn't cost you much. 150 gold or something. It just basically is going to return on the very first upgrade you make if you're getting any imp upgrades going, right? So it's actually very important if you to be able to get that if possible, right? We see that actually RecoN is gonna pressure this left-hand side of the map. We have some horsemen attacking here, but there is a large force of cavalry from RecoN to basically just deconstruct this entire attack. Over here, though, RecoN is moving in with a large force of cavalry and also spears. So Hera is looking like he's not really handling this matchup too well at this point, honestly, because this keep goes down. Basically, like, RecoN keeps control over this side of the map. With those ridiculously big villagers harvesting. They look way bigger than they used to, I think. It's really just the perspective, kind of on the hill or something. But they look bigger than the knights. I don't know what happened here. They're usually not so big. See, these are smaller. What the hell? The lumberjacks, man. The lumberjacks scare me. Now, there are so many crossbows here that I do not think that those knights are going to be sufficient to deal with this. You really don't want to be... Like, I do not think you want to be face-planting into this stuff, man. Like, you really want to kind of take it easy, take it slow, get some of artillery of your own. If you push into those crossbows like this, they're just going to obliterate you eventually. There are 2 bombers, by the way, here, so any sort of mangonel harassment is probably just not going to be possible, because... Okay, we see a decent amount of damage actually coming in. I was wrong. That was very good Mongol harassment, actually. So those Mongols are going to do decent damage, but those bombers are going to dispose of them. There's a second volley from those, actually doesn't accomplish much. Those Mongols are just going to be toast. So, yeah, RecoN is forced to retreat over here. In the east, no, in the west, actually, there is a small raid going on, I guess. Notice just the keep actually shooting with the emplacement. So it's going to be keeping some offensive going. And there's also this bombard over here attacking this siege workshop. Probably not going to be too efficient, it's just going to have to back away as well. And RecoN is just going to basically get his forces together, place them in the same position, and maybe go for some sort of a charge later. I guess he's just going to maybe go back to the full unit cap. He's actually there, never mind. And he's gonna maybe just try to, I don't know, set up some nice position on the map, because I don't think they want to be fighting head on. There's no reason to be doing this, right? So you can either fight for resource or you can fight for the position on the map. I'm still very, very surprised they have not been able to get any of the sacred sites. Actually, Hera got one over here in the east, but that's basically all there is, all she wrote for those. And yeah, okay, that outpost just is deleted by the bombers. I think the damage is a little bit imba, man. I'm not gonna lie, this is way too much damage. I'm kind of baffled by this. You have a lot of knights as well. It's actually like a face-to-face fight. I'm surprised that they're like, Mista was so good at setting up flanks, man. Even the games he lost, Mista was really good at just kind of managing the flanks. However, I think the quality of army on the side of RecoN is way higher than Hera's. Hera has no gold right now. He has just basically trash army. He has like trash cavalry and some crossbows. Whereas RecoN has a decent chunk of, you know, those armored knights. 9 is decently good number, I think. It's going to be a threat, I think. It's going to pose a very big threat to those units if they go toe-to-toe. Obviously, those crossbows, you know, shooting those flaming balls, they're very scary as well, so they're going to be doing a lot of damage. But I do not really think that the pikes care about that too much, because they just die to everything anyway. Those knights, though, they're very strong. They seem to be very strong. And those elite spears of the Abbasid, they look cool. They probably are very strong as well. Wielding those nice long spears, or lances even. We can see that there's actually an engagement happening right here. And I do think that the melee lineup of RecoN is going to probably dominate this, actually. Like, you have to just back away with your units if you're Hera, actually. Because there's a lot, you have a lot of knights here that are just very, very strong. I'm gonna take that back. Actually, Hera wins the fight. So, the trash approach of Hera is actually seemingly working. Hera is not mining any gold, is he? RecoN is sitting on 21 workers and gold, Hera has 10. So his gold growth is going to be rather slow. RecoN is also kind of getting, and let's see the income actually. Yeah, RecoN has twice the gold income, less food, same wood. So I guess like in terms of quality of the army, RecoN will over time be able to produce better units, right? Because he has like more access to the knights, more access to artillery. I think if the game goes long, I think RecoN might win, because he has just higher quality, he has like way more possible knights being built, which is obviously very good. Though I do not like the army composition from RecoN, honestly. He could at least get some archers. Archers do very well against basically everything that we see here from Hera, right? If you can get a lot of elite archers, which are very good for the Abbasid, by the way. They deal with crossbows, they deal with horsemen, because they just one-shot those as well. And they can just kind of go toe-to-toe with any artillery, because they just don't care. They're like such trash unit that they will not die no matter what. Though actually, RecoN pushes in right here, and he's actually going to take a very decisive win in this fight. So the first fight did go to Hera, but this one, I think quality of the army right now for RecoN is just too high. And Hera might just have to say goodbye to the tournament life of his. Because obviously, I mean, RecoN is pushing in, Hera has no resources left, like no gold. RecoN is sitting on probably a capped army right now, very close to that. But he's also, he has a lot of free villagers. Look at this, he's not really using those villagers to anything. You should really have like, you should have a bound key that can allow you to, you know, select all the villagers, all the idle villagers, and just kind of move them somewhere. I think you can just kind of get them to gold or something, because if you're not doing this, you're obviously getting yourself in trouble. So now we have a very strong push coming in here from RecoN. Actually, he's going to pull the villagers, free villagers, with their daggers going forward to the front line here. I do not think they're going to be long for this while. One of them just burns down instantaneously. But of course, like, that's how Age of Empires works sometimes. And we have a large stream of infantry and cavalry actually going into this fight over here. And I think Hera's just getting pushed in. Man, RecoN's going to win this game, isn't he? Here in the south, however, like, again, this is a very strong lineup for Hera. Sorry, for RecoN. He has lots of fortresses here. He's having a stranglehold on those gold mines. And Hera is not mining enough gold, not even remotely close to enough. And RecoN has such a huge bank right now. He has huge income. He has also a ridiculously large bank of gold. He can produce like 30 knights if he gets enough food to do so. He can trade for gold. I think Hera is just toast, man. RecoN takes the series. And RecoN takes not only the game, but the series itself. And that's gonna be the end of the Hera's run in the tournament. Yeah, he's out. He's out, guys. He's going to tap out, withdrawing from the tournament. He is eliminated not only from this game, but also from the series. You can see right here that the villager count basically very even. Hera falling behind later because I guess of the harassment of RecoN. Military count, though, you can see that RecoN has been actually behind all game long. Hera takes one bad fight over here. It just kind of spirals out of control. He never recovers from this loss. Like, he had like such a huge advantage. But this kind of says one thing, like quality over quantity is sometimes going to be indeed the core factor here. So Hera had a lot of those kind of trash cavalry units. He never produced any sort of infantry. He never produced any sort of front line, right? And RecoN was just able to get like decent frontliners, like cavalry mix, like the mix of horsemen and knights is actually very efficient at dealing with whatever Abbasids can muster up, I guess. And with the backup of strong artillery, RecoN was just able to win. In terms of resources, of course, he had probably more gold gathered altogether, I would say, right? Yeah, 6,000 more gold because of the relics. I guess that was one of the factors. Also, he has had like way more time to go onto those gold. So Hera probably underestimating the power of gold, power of quality in this matchup, and yeah, he just drops out. Lots of wood actually also in the advantage of RecoN. Hera had so much food going for him because he was just producing that garbage cavalry, like he was just massing those horsemen. And this did not work for Probe last week when he was playing on the very same map against the Chinese. No, he was playing English versus English on this map, I think. And he lost as well because he just was producing mass horsemen. And they're not a great unit on their own, I think. You just need to support them with some knights as well in order for them to work. And yeah, this just did not work here. Also, obviously, RecoN getting lots of those spears, dealing with the horsemen very quickly in the end, was one of those kind of factors that determined the results of this game. So, this series is over. We're very kind of late. Actually, I was hoping that we would be ending the stream at this point. We still have one series to go. It's going to be Lucifron versus TheViper, which is going to be the final series of the day, guys. I'm very thrilled to see this, actually. I really want to... Oh, they're in the game already? What the hell? Yeah, they are. Okay, we're just going to jump into that, guys. We're just going to jump into that. We're going to load and we're going to try to watch that one as well. Okay, we have 3 minutes, guys, so I can actually fix my shit. I can also go to the restroom and we'll resume the cast. So it's gonna be... And Viper. And it's gonna be... I hope I've not missed a match. I don't think that was the case, right? We have not missed a match. It's gonna be TheViper versus... Lucifron. Or more specifically, Lucifron7, who is the brother of Vortix, who has already advanced. So it's a possibility that those two brothers do actually meet and duke it out in the epic finals at the end of tomorrow's run. So kind of hyped to see what happens there. I need some extra spaces. That's better. Yeah. Okay. So the bracket is ready. 2 minutes remaining, guys. I'm gonna go for a really quick toilet run, and once we're back, we're gonna go into this exciting series. Hey guys, I'm back. We have 46 seconds before this matchup starts. And I don't think that's surprising that two brothers pick Delhi, is it? Like, both of them actually, both Vortix and Lucifron, do actually go for Delhi. So I do believe that they might have actually practiced this quite a bit, which is interesting. I think that kind of is a hint, right? That both brothers do actually go for Delhi Sultanate in their very first match. Though, yeah, Viper is actually going to play the English. So it's going to be a very different thing that, you know, Delhi versus the French, which was our previous staple. Oh, can't wait to see this. Can't wait to see this, guys. So, okay, without any further ado, at the very bottom of the map, towards the east, it is going to be Lucifron7 in the blue playing Delhi Sultanate. One of the civs that was considered, you know, the D tier, F tier, Z tier civ, and right now it does actually show up big in the tournament. Both those brothers, both those Spanish brothers, have been playing this to big success. Hey, one of them at least has played it to big success. Lucifron still is supposed to prove the concept. On the other side of the map, though, a very vigilant competitor here. It is going to be TheViper playing the English in the red. And this is something that is going to be quite an interesting juxtaposition here. Like, you know, whether it is just a specific matchup that Delhi works in, like, is it going to be just against the French? Or is it just going to be, you know, Delhi being strong in general, just kind of being a very solid kind of hidden OP pick? So you can say, you have this concept of sleeper OP, right, in a lot of games, where you can consider that, you know, a single build, a single character, a single item, a single civ as well, is just strong but not noticed yet, right? I think this is something that we see over here. The Delhi, of course, going with that very, very fast mosque over here. They're going to be getting that extra tech started as well. I think that might be sleeper OP, right? Free techs with very little expenditures, lots of production that you can facilitate as well with that extra unique tech from you know, from the Delhi Delhi mosque, right? So efficient production here, obviously meaning that scholars can garrison into those barracks, into those stables, into any other, basically, into any other production building other than the TC, right? They cannot go into the TC, can they? No, just military. Meaning that they can actually accumulate a lot of resources. I think this is very cool of a concept. It seems like this is something that has been facilitated heavily by those players, right? Because this also means that you just need one structure rather than two to produce the same number of military units. It's 100% boost, guys. So a single scholar is going to be basically just you know, supporting the structure for you know, double the production, which is, I guess that's fair because it costs 150 gold as well. Isn't that good then? I mean, you can obviously just move them around. You can. That's basically just some versatility that you get. You can move those colors between different buildings. I guess that's kind of the benefit that you get. Right? We have the Dome of Faith going up right now, so there's going to be the religious landmark, and that's where this actually kind of kicks in. I guess that's a nice combo, right? Because the Dome of Faith produces those colors at 50% cost. So then you actually get like 50% efficiency on every single building that you have. In terms of like resources gathered. I think that's the idea here behind what our player in the blue is doing, behind our Spanish giant. On the other side, however, the Viper is going to go up to to feudal with this council hall over here. Going to be mass producing archers, I believe. There's nothing else you can do as the English. They're kind of straightforward, just like the French. However, they do have some quirks. You know, those archers being slower are significantly harder to micro, but if you can use them to your full advantage with all those kind of active abilities, you can actually get a very nice edge in your game. So it really depends on how exactly you plan on playing your tournament here. Now, so the Viper over here, the Viper is actually going for no more gold almost. He's going to be getting this one villager here still mining. I'm not sure what he goes for with it. I guess there's that fireplace tech, right? That might be the idea here for the Viper. Just gonna he might just kind of snag it later. He has a lot of villagers on the wood 8 right now towards the age up, so he really needs to support this council hall so that he can actually just mass produce those archers. Right, that's the idea here. Also, those unique techs obviously going to be unlocked and allow the Viper to get some extra power coming into this mid-early game. Lucifron is going towards this Dome of Faith, no military constructions yet. He's not been building anything at all. So it's kind of a... I believe this is going to be quite scary if those archers come too soon, because you do need to have some sort of a response of your own if you're playing the Delhi. Obviously they're blind picking, so they have no idea what their opponent was doing. So in this case, it's just going to be a very, very peculiar situation, I guess, where yeah, the Viper, I mean, the Lucifron might not have been prepared for this matchup, right? He must have been prepared for the French. And what comes out of this is going to be a huge question mark. Obviously, we have not seen Delhi play too much overall, so... yeah, these guys are just kind of two wild cards at this point. Viper, obviously, this RTS staple, but Lucifron, definitely a practiced player, and if he has been practicing with his brother, as we suspect, he is in a very good shape to take this RTS giant in the Viper out of the series very quickly as well. So yeah, we shall see how exactly this series revolves around those two players. Right now, we can see that, for instance, we haven't really been able to get too many of those military structures, have we? So, yes, we have two horsemen actually being pushed out of this stable, but I really don't know whether there's going to be like an aggressive move or a defensive one. Also, obviously, those horsemen have like one very pronounced weakness, namely the fact that, you know, the spears do actually demolish them. So where knights can actually charge in and get like this nice first attack and just, you know, kind of that carries them throughout the fight, or just kind of allows them to kill those spearmen off very quickly, the horsemen do not have that charge, right? So whatever they do, it's just going to be basically just, you know, either raiding or just trying to go around the fight and try to focus those spears, which are also being produced by the Viper over here. So the Viper is actually gonna take those archers with the palings only so far. There's no fireplace upgrade being... Oh, that's actually being researched right now, so that's what the gold was for initially, I guess. And we see those archers actually pushing through the map. Viper doesn't have the blacksmith yet, whereas obviously the free upgrades for the Delhi are going to mean that, you know, there is going to be a single blacksmith here. Very likely to be followed by a second... Oh, it's actually here already. So Lucifron going for double blacksmith play, getting this research going for free. So he's going to have this natural advantage that the game lasts longer. However, those archers are going to be very, very annoying here. We see at least a single villager sniped by those archers off the... Oh my, that's such a nice macro. He splits those arrows. He gets two villagers killed with those archers. Very nicely done by the Viper, getting this very early lead. Of course, is going to matter quite a bit. He backs off reasonably well as well, so he recognizes there might be like some horsemen. There might be some sort of a response from the Viper. So from Lucifron, he's just going to go back and regain his composure. Lucifron actually managed to sneak those lancers by, so it's not necessarily the end of the world for him. He's going to catch those archers at the very least. So those horsemen actually are going to catch those archers, and they're gonna kill, I guess, both of them. That's not enough damage to save those, I guess, right? So no paling is gonna save you if you're an... Oh, actually no, the paling is gonna save you. Those archers do go back and they do escape, and a single... Oh, that's very nasty, because you do lose the scholar here as well, I think. This horseman also dies for no reason, so it's going to be quite bad macro play, I guess, from Lucifron, just kind of riding those units recklessly. And this scholar is not going to be long for this world. Those villagers, by the way, also going to be threatened by this lineup of archers from Viper, though. There's a nice flank of the horsemen actually coming up here. I don't understand those villagers actually walking up here. He might just lose a lot of them, although they might be used to just kind of soak up some of the fire. And those archers of Lucifron actually going to deal with those spears. So actually, you can see those horsemen probably cleaning up the fight in the end. The singular archer from Lucifron still shooting at that pike here, so that pike is going to go down from the archer itself. And those horsemen are going to at least be able to clean up this fight over here and disengage afterwards. So it's a decent trade for Lucifron. He stabilizes his position, I think. Though those are very high army numbers altogether, so losing that scout is of course not optimal for Lucifron either. The Viper sitting on a decent army count of 16 units total to Lucifron's 13, and also he does run into that cap, so he's gonna get housed, and that obviously is not good either. Also, there is early MAAs coming from the English, so this is H2 unit, which is kind of heavily armored, very decent dealing with pikes, very decent at dealing with archers, good against horsemen as well. And you know, those villagers, I do think Lucifron is being quite reckless with them. I think that where his brother was playing very carefully, like Lucifron is kind of reckless with how he uses those units. And honestly, this is not looking too great, because those archers not trading favorably against the longbowmen at all, I think. And the split fire from Viper is very solid, so he's going to be splitting those arrows quite efficiently. And those archers of Lucifron are going to just kind of be repelled, pushed back, and you know, Lucifron kind of losing those trades. He's definitely on the back foot here. He lost quite a few villagers as well, which is not optimal either, of course. And there's no double TC, so what you see is what you get, actually. And it's not looking too great, honestly. Like, you need a lot of time for Delhi to kind of settle down, and it's not the time that, you know, Lucifron is being given right now. So the Viper actually pushing quite hard, getting those advantages here, and taking down a lot of villages of his opponent. 29 eco on Lucifron's side to 34, so 5 villages behind, naturally, which is obviously not too great at all. And the Viper is actually going to go around, wrap around this base with those nice basic units, and he's going to threaten the economy potentially. Though the question is like how much you can accomplish, right? I think that the good choice would be here to go for a blacksmith, get those siege engineers very soon, because that's something that is going to propel you towards an early victory, right? You need the rams. Without the rams, you're just kind of vulnerable to any sort of defensive structures that your opponent might have. So over here, of course, there's a nice fight actually taken by Lucifron. He's gonna take that Man-at-Arms down, but that's basically what she wrote. He has to back away right now with those units. And you probably would like to use the scholars from the mosque to actually heal those. Sorry, I'm kind of lost for words right now. So you might want to use those to heal those hurt units over here, right? So you can use those scholars to kind of heal up a little bit. Also, there's a very bad position for Lucifron, because he got pressured out of the gold right here, and he's also getting pressured over here. He lost a few villagers again to this archer harassment from Viper. So Viper is playing a very aggressive playstyle here, and he seems to be taking over the game actually. So there's a lot of aggression as well coming from Lucifron. He's gonna take down a lot of those archers actually, so that's not a bad trade. Those archers at the bottom, though, they're gonna get a nice trade, and they might actually also surround Lucifron's forces in the end. So if Lucifron cannot clean this up very nicely, like if he cannot just kind of get a nice lead here, those forces coming from the south, they're going to be able to basically just overtake whatever he's trying to do. So there's a lot of trading happening here, but Lucifron has to back away. He has to just kind of find a nice position in his base, maybe actually build a single outpost as well, just kind of to get some vision and a good idea as to what his opponent is doing. Those horsemen charging in, though, there's not... Actually, the archer numbers are not too compelling, I think. And those vills, they might be threatened, actually, like, because this force might be cleaned up before this tower goes down, so... And the horsemen actually repel the villagers as well, so this means that probably, actually, our Lucifron here is going to clean up the fight. So it is not Viper actually cleaning up, it is Lucifron taking the advantage, taking the lead in the game. And actually, like, with those kind of slow tech upgrades, I think he's going to be able to win in the end if this game continues at this pace over here. So the villagers, I think, went down, so the network of castles, the racial bonus or the civ bonus for the English is not going to be triggered for a while. He needs to get additional villagers over here to build this tower or finish it. So I think actually Viper's aggression is going to be repelled, and Viper is going to have to go back to his city right now, or his little English town, and try to recover his forces, because this was a failed push, honestly. All in all, this didn't go well, unless Viper is kind of unrelenting here, which I do not think is going to happen. I do not think Viper can keep pushing here. That's the point. So if Viper keeps pushing, I think he's going to suffer even heavier losses, though those MAAs, of course, pretty decent against archers, right? They're kind of good against archers, so they might be able to do some more damage, but that's not a favorable trade once again. He trades 2 MAAs for a single archer, and those horsemen, you know, just kind of dancing around the archers, forcing them to go away, and yeah. Archers traded again. Those archers were engaging, and they actually are so fast they're creating distance, right? So the good thing about the regular archer, that's the advantage they have, is that the longbows are way slower than the regular archers can be. So this disengagement over here means that basically the Viper is going to be resetting this position to a certain extent. There are 2 villagers, 3 villagers coming in, and actually Viper is going to keep pushing here. So what seemed to be the end of the aggression is actually continued aggression from the side of the Viper. The problem, of course, is that the network of castle doesn't give you that much if you don't have archers left, right? So that's gonna be the case. Like, you probably will lose a lot of those archers as the Viper Actually, I'm surprised that Lucifron is not splitting fire. Like, we saw his opponent do quite a bit. And he's gonna lose a lot more archers than he should have. And also, he's gonna have to back away. So this tower is gonna go down. Oh, look, he killed the... Nah, that's very nice. He actually was able to snipe those villagers. So the tower doesn't go down in the end again. And also, there's a sacred site being taken down by... Lucifron potentially. 2 sacred sites contested, so this means lots of gold kind of being funneled into the pockets of our player who is using Delhi, right? So our Spanish player here is also going to be able to just probably stabilize, I guess. He really needs to stabilize at this point. He cannot keep losing units like this. He needs to kind of go back. He needs to heal up those head archers. He needs to get like a decent cavalry count because you need to have like, I don't know, 7-8 horsemen to actually handle what Viper is doing right now. That's kind of the baseline here, I guess. Like, you need to have like a decent count of those horsemen to actually deal with what his opponent is doing. You see the scout actually sees the exposed economy of Lucifron. So Lucifron is going to be denied a lot of this gathering over here. And those units are actually going to deny that mill altogether. So I think Lucifron is going to have to just... I don't know if you can fight this. You should probably just relinquish that, go towards those berries over here, and try to use those to your advantage. And Lucifron is going to go for this fight again, so he engages on the archers again. Those horsemen are probably fully upgraded by now. No melee upgrades actually, so they're not fully upgraded, but they do deal the archers somehow well, and they do probably disengage afterwards, right? So they do kill a lot of those archers, and the archers of Lucifron are going to fire away at the archers of Viper here. That's a very close quarters fight, by the way. There is another villager going to be sniped by Lucifron, so he's keeping tabs on this tower. He's not going to let that finish in any way or form, so there's no 25% attack speed bonus for you, Viper. And you probably are going to be repelled in the end by those, let's face it, Lucifron has been fighting with defender's advantage all this time. There's no infrastructure here for the Viper that produces units, so there's no production across the map, which means Lucifron has the defender's advantage overall. He's going to probably be able to deal with whatever is happening over here as well. Those villagers resume their gathering. And yeah, Viper, I think this is kind of a stalemate, right? We have like the feudal standoff here, with both players actually not being able to get too much done to each other, which is cool. But at the same time, we're kind of, we're exhausting the resources. If you're Lucifron here, you are exhausting your food that is on the map, right? So it's kind of scary for you to, to keep going for this. Actually, there's another engagement coming up, I guess. So those horsemen are going to engage once again onto the forces of the Viper, and those archers again going to utilize that advantage that they have, I guess, due to the numbers that are present in the game. So they're going to rush into the archers of Viper. They're just going to contest the position here. The horsemen, though, they do not trade that badly. I'm surprised they don't trade that badly against early MAA. So it's not a terrible fight for Lucifron. It's not a good one either. I think they just both lost an equal amount of forces, and they're forced to kind of keep going into this game as it kind of extends. We have 47 eco for Viper. We have 48 for Lucifron, so they're dead even economy. And the only the kind of thing that separates them, I think, is yeah, Viper has just more army actually. Viper has more units altogether, and this position on the map is also going to work in his advantage because he's pushing all the way, so he's actually able to go for those expensive hunts. I mean, expensive, profitable hunts, right? Lucrative hunts, and he's going to be able to get a lot of an like a decent kind of efficiency advantage from that. Also, this raid over here happens. We see a lot of damage done to Lucifron. Actually, Lucifron might just lose the game here because I think he lost all his forces. Like there's 31 units for Viper, and there's nothing for Lucifron left. Viper just kind of aggressively pushes forward, takes the game in the end. What seemed to be a decent situation for Lucifron actually was, basically balancing Knife's Edge, and Viper is just better at that, I think. So Delhi, they were good but not good enough, and yeah, Lucifron just not strong enough on Delhi to take this game down. And yeah, Viper just outproduces him in the end, has more army, probably outmicros a little bit as well. The composition might be favoring him as well to some extent, so those MAAs do deal very well with, because they, gold unit after all, they do deal very well with what his opponent has to offer. And yeah, Lucifron just loses they were equal in army numbers for a while, but here he just loses the grip of the game, I guess. He loses the game altogether too. He loses Vils and he loses the army production, so he just falls behind heavily here. And the Viper just stabilizes army numbers with the MAA. I think the MAA switch was huge enough to just allow him to, just dismantle his opponent. Okay. Oof, I need a break, guys, because I've been casting non-stop for like 8 hours now. I do need to have like a short-ish break. So yeah, Viper 1-0 in the series. We're gonna wait for that game to start. I'm gonna take a short break myself because as I said, I'm kind of exhausted. So we're just gonna wait for the players to be ready, as I said. And I'm going to also update the score. I'm gonna take a 5-minute breather because I'm exhausted as well. I just need to go get some tea and yeah, just kind of stabilize myself here as well, guys. So Viper actually comes out ahead in the series. I mean, in this very particular matchup. Which means, Delhi not OP, but Delhi definitely strong enough to be competitive. Maybe Lucifron didn't expect this to be a Delhi versus English matchup as well. I think he did anticipate this to be a match against the French, which wasn't the case. So we're just gonna see how it goes coming into the next matchup. Of course, this is a hot mess. Come on, gonna move those names a little bit. I think this looks quite nicely. Right, so with this interface ready, we can just continue with the cast as soon as those guys go to the. Oh no, they're in game already. So we're just gonna go into observing. I'm gonna take like a 3-minute breather, of course, because I think before they load, there's going to be like a downtime anyway. I need to rest my throat, guys. I really need to rest my throat. Casting alone is hard if you're just kind of doing this for the entirety of the day. So be right back. I'm gonna be here for the cast. So I'm gonna resume the stream obviously when the cast is available. So 4 minutes 30, and we're back on the map. We're back with the journey. We'll see if Viper is actually good enough to just 3-0 Lucifron at this point. It's gonna be French versus French. So if Viper wins this, he's probably poised to take the series altogether. So let's see how it goes. Be right back, guys. 4 minutes, and we are back with another awesome cast. Okay, I think we're back with the final. No, we're far from the final cast of the day, guys, let's face it. We're back with this matchup between Viper and Lucifron. It is going to be a French mirror, so we've seen this before, nothing new, but it's going to be an exciting one because it's one of, two of the top players actually in this. So it's going to be Boulder Bay, no less, being the map of choice. And it's going to be a water map with double French and anything can happen. I think that's the idea here. On Boulder Bay, it's just going to be crazy. Guys, in the bottom, it's kind of a weird bay because it's oriented towards, like, from the... it's oriented horizontally, so there's water just kind of cutting it horizontally rather than vertically. So, in the bottom left-hand side, it's just bottom center. It's just in the south, guys. It's just in the south. In the south... In the blue, it is Lucifron playing the French. And in the top, in the north, it is going to be TheViper. Also, on the French, guys, no surprises there. Lots of villagers on the wood. We are going to have the dog build very soon, I believe, by both players. I think Lucifron kind of faster to the punch here, actually. And it's just going to be a very chill opening. I do not think there's going to be much action at all happening. Because let's face it, it is a French mirror, so... early on the water map, not much to be done. Though it's going to be interesting, I think, to see those Hulks fight. Because I think we're going to get to the point at which both players just commit to the water units. And then it's just going to be lots of kind of action happening over there. The thing is, this map is extremely easy to wall. So if you go for a turtley kind of style, you can actually just kind of get 2 stone walls, or a single stone wall, and be completely impervious to damage. You can just kind of wall these woods like here. And like here, I'm pretty sure that these are uncrossable woods, so there's kind of a complete full wood line, right? Which means that you can just basically just be super safe getting 2 stone walls. The only thing that threatens you then are those pesky transport ship drops, which is obviously a threat, but it is a very different type of threat that we've seen today. So it's going to be a very refreshing experience actually seeing the French against the French on this particular map. I would expect some walls coming down. Actually, I would expect one of the players just going to go fully wall themselves and just going to play the macro on the water map, right? I think that would be reasonable to expect. You can see Lucifron being first at the punch. Also, he gets one more ship on the water than his opposite number over here. So Viper actually slightly behind in terms of his water production, but he is also going towards that gold vein very early. So he's going to get the mining camp. No, that's actually not true. Both players already mining gold. And that's going to be kind of a stabilizing game for both of them, I guess. So, oh, that's very nice. So, what Viper does actually kills all the sheep. So, he denies all the sheep from his opponents. They are going to be just stuck over here right now. And Lucifron probably just doesn't realize this. He loses all those free sheep. There's a lot of potential for this. Actually, like 750 food that, he would have otherwise had. That one villager is gonna run, the other one is just gonna fight with a big ass knife against that scout, but nothing probably is gonna come out of this. So, yeah, both players just kind of batting their heads over here, honestly. Lucifron shortly supply capped. Again, nothing really happened, but Lucifron doesn't quite have the presence of mind to attack the sheep, I guess. So that's not going to do much either. So overall, small net loss for Lucifron. Losing those free sheep is going to be slightly painful. Of course, that's not going to be a big deal, however, because we have that water map here. So it's not going to be that relevant overall. I think he's just going to be fine, guys. He's just going to be okay. Since his main food source is this dock over here. If you go across the map towards the north here, of course, there are going to be some fishing boats on the side of Viper as well. But just 4 to probably 5, close to 6 on the side of Lucifron. So he has like a small lead in terms of economy, I believe. Viper, though, is very close to going up, whereas Lucifron is really not. So we see this School of Cavalry being built very quickly by Viper, whereas Lucy is going to have to take some extra time. Those ships, of course, they're going to be gathering lots of food at the same time, so you can just probably just go return the food right now and just get them to drop, and just drop that landmark as well. So that's a possibility. Lucifron should probably have done this, but no, he's just gonna age up right now. I don't think there's a big delay, honestly. 4 or 5 villagers going for this upgrade here, and he's probably just going to, both of them, I would expect those players to just go for Hulk each. You just want to kind of probably fight on the water. I don't really know how much it amounts to though. But you want to probably just do 2 things at once, right? You want to wall off as here, and just go. You want to fight on the water. So Lucifron here going for that wall very quickly, probably going to dissuade any sort of aggression. The important thing to note, though, there is this kind of bug on in AoE4 right now. So even if you do not see the palisade, if you click beyond the palisade, it will tell you. You'll kind of be able to tell from the movement of your units whether there is a wall there or no. So it's kind of important to realize that. In this case, Lucifron here is going to just set up those walls as we speak, and he's just going to be happily constructing his base, I guess, with potentially getting the Hulk as soon as the age up happens. The Viper, by the way, is going to be a little bit faster here to the punch, probably like 30-40 seconds, so it's going to be a lot of time actually, because that Hulk is going to be huge. Viper also going for double docks here, so he's just going to have a lot of villagers in the wood, I believe, and a lot of gold, because supporting double production from docks is no easy task. But it is going to also be matched by Lucifron, so both players on double docks right now, and they're just going to be, I think, they're going to fight over this water rather than trying to focus on the land. So there is a wall here, of course, that's going to dissuade any sort of attacks. And this villager is probably just going happily walking backwards home. And yeah, we see... Oh, wait! It's Chamber of Commerce built, actually, for the French. I did not see this. So Lucifron recognized he has no uses for that other landmark. He gets this as a free market, first of all, which he uses immediately, by the way, to trade some resources. I think he sells some food, but also he might use it as a trading building, because there is a nice market over here, and if there is no pressure on him, he might actually just want to trade with this place over here, I guess. Of course, there's also this coastal trade port, which could provide you with some sort of possibilities if you try to exploit it with your trade ships. Question whether he's going to do this or no. Probably not really. We see a speed upgrade from Lucifron, and there is a double ship production from Viper. So I think Lucifron decides to play it safe. He's going to play it from his own base, while at the same time, of course, is getting the speed upgrade to allow himself to maneuver a little bit more. But you know, Viper is going across the map with those two Hulks already, which is a nice advantage, I think, for him, because Lucifron only has one. And yeah, it's going to be difficult, I think, for Lucifron to defend this base with only a singular Hulk, unless he is able to get the second one very, very soon. And obviously, triple or quadruple Hulk probably going to be produced very soon by Viper as well to match whatever his opponent might be doing. Lucifron here might just be setting on a single or double Hulk, I think. This is just going to be the tech of choice, just double Hulk. Not willing to overcommit to the water, just like MarineLord before. I think that's kind of reasonable, but at the same time it's kind of scary too, because you do not know how many Hulks your opponent is going to get. So if you get overwhelmed, you're just going to lose the game altogether, right? So it is a scary thing, but at the same time you have to remember Lucy does have that speed upgrade, so he can actually disengage freely from any sort of aggression. He just needs to kind of build that third Hulk, and he's gonna be golden, right? He can also chase his opponent around the map if he wants to, so that's also kind of a nice bit of comfort, I guess, that he has. He also recognizes, you know, he's not doing anything too silly, because there are 3 Hulks over here, so he's at least matching his opponent. You don't want to overproduce water, as we have seen in the example of Hero Marine versus Mista, right? Where Mista just kind of overtook with the Abbasid, having, you know, lured his opponent, Hero Marine, into overproducing water units. Here it's not the case. You have lots of ships. It's gonna be a ship map, guys, and we're just gonna see, like, you know, those ships battle it out in the open, I think. So Viper actually approaches this edge over here, trying to look for some sort of an opening, I guess, for his units. He is going to basically find Lucifron, who is going to have enough Hulks to match his numbers, and the maneuverability of his units actually might be very, very important here. We see a very quick fire exchange, a very nice maneuver here. So just turning around with those ships is going to allow both players to maximize the damage output. But you have to remember, defender's advantage in the water battle is even bigger, because you have the regen from the ports. So any sort of dog that you have around you is going to provide you with extra regeneration on the HP, and that's quite a substantial amount as well. So that aura is going to be quite big, and those ships are just going to be repaired very quickly. Whereas, you know, if you have Viper, you have to go back to your base to repair the damage that you took. So Viper though has 6 Hulks right now. I do not think that Lucifron is going to recognize that possibility, and yeah, we shall see how exactly this evolves. By the way, Viper did also get that sail upgrades. He's going to have a decent number, a decent speed on those ships as well. So you have to recognize that too. So we have a passive game on our hands actually, so no player is actually going to be pushing against the other. I do not think we have double TCs. I was paying attention to the water battles, but I do not really believe you have any double TC action happening either. Both players just kind of chilling on one base, and that's all she wrote. Just kind of cold, chill French village here, and very, very troubled waters indeed. We have a large number of ships actually for Viper. I think Viper might have overinvested here. He has 7 ships and only 6 fishing boats. I think we have a lot more fishing here happening from our Spanish player, 10 actually. So it's going to be a tense battle between those two on the water as they clash over here, I believe. So yeah, Viper actually going to have his ship intercepted over here, so those Hulks over here from Lucifron are going to kill probably this singular Hulk over here. But this is also going to set up for some sort of a flank maneuver from the Viper. And those ships do not have excellent range. They are very strong in terms of damage, but they do not have the biggest range in the world. So if you do not kind of engage closely enough, you're not going to get the maximum DPS output. There's a nice number, however, for Lucifron. You have like, what, 7 ships from Viper, and probably like a matching number from Lucifron. So it's going to be a very even battle. The player with the better micro, the player who has done more water battles is going to probably win. There's a very funny dance. Look at this. Look how those ships are actually dancing here. So maximizing the DPS, I think Lucifron is pulling ahead a little bit. And there's also a little bit of a support coming in from the dock over here. So Lucifron is going to take a nice advantage. He's going to snipe all those ships. He should just turn away right now. There's no reason to lose those. Actually, just presses the advantage all the way. Oh god, Lucy just took a huge water fight. Look at this. Lucifron took like the majority of the force of his opponent. He's still producing Hulks. He's still in the base, so there's a huge shrinking force actually on the side of the Viper. And yeah, Lucifron just takes a large advantage out of this. He snipes all those fishing ships. He's going to just go back across the map to defend. Actually, the Viper, though, he did go for a flanking maneuver. He did get some extra damage out with those ships. This being said, though, we see Viper actually going up. He's gonna use 26 villagers, 26 to build the guild hall. Whereas Lucifron, not really there yet. Lucy is very far away from being able to get the age up, though he might actually get the advantage, because this probably means that Viper is going to have to relinquish the water control together. Or just for Hulks to what seems to be like 7 or 8, 7 on the side of Lucy. So unless Lucifron just messes up the fight completely, he's just going to eliminate all the forces from the Viper. The Viper, of course, getting that castle age up is going to be huge. So the question is, like, how exactly does Viper respond? Viper actually goes for stone. So he says, okay, I've had enough of the water control. That's going to be very similar, very reminiscent of what we saw from TheMista, right? So that's all she wrote for the water control for the Viper. So Lucy is just stuck with those useless units here. He has 5, 6, 7 ships. They're obviously going to be able to kill off to clean up the docks of the Viper, but I don't think Viper cares anymore. Viper just kind of gives up on that. He builds a second TC somewhere. Somewhere question mark here. So that is dropped. And this actually means that we see a very nice advantage for Viper, I guess, because he's age 3, so he's been able to age up to castle, whereas Lucy is still scrambling for control on the water. And those fishing ships might die, but it doesn't quite seem to matter, you know. Viper is very happy what he has, I guess. Like, although on the other hand, of course, this means that you can freely produce fishing boats. I don't know why he's going for more army, actually. You just want to mass produce fishing boats right now, if you're Lucy, because you just want to get some extra economy going for now. So that's the important part to realize, like, yes, of course, those units are not going to be useful anymore to Lucifron, because he has just been able to kill everything off. But this being said, you know, this is basically a lot of gold just standing on the map right now for Lucifron. That's a lot, guys. It's like 7 ships, 280 gold each. That's, you know, that's a lot of gold, guys. That's like 2,000 gold almost, right? That is stuck on the map without any possible reaction, though. We can see actually there's an explosive ship coming from the Viper, actually sniping a few of those fishing boats here. So there is some damage to the economy of Lucifron done by the same token, but I think he's okay. Though there is no age up still. There is no age up inside, guys. There's barracks being built actually, and there's a push potentially coming down from Viper. No, Viper actually just goes for another dock, which is surprising. I don't think he can fight for the water anymore. He just has to focus on the ground. And Lucifron is actually not getting much food gathered at all. I think what Viper is going to do here with the dock is actually he's just going to try to build some extra explosive ships just to harass the economy of his opponent even more. It's probably the only reasonable solution to this particular situation here for Lucifron. And yeah, we see Viper actually just kind of stabilizing here. He's not going for anything aggressive yet, I think. And Lucifron is going to be able to age up to castle. Viper here obviously on 2 TC, so better economy on the ground, but way worse on the water. So I think they're quite evenly matched. We have 73 workers for Lucy and we have 66 for Viper. Obviously Viper with a little bit more extra flexibility, but those deep water fish, they provide you with a lot of resources. So if you can just exploit that, you can actually get a lot of very fast gathering. So that's kind of good, right? If you are Lucifron here, it's actually very good for you. There are lots of those along the shoreline as well. So as long as you're able to actually get this going, it's actually very good for you. Also, this dock was denied, so Viper not able to produce an additional dock anywhere on the map. Maybe like in this edge over here, it could be possible still to do this. But I think he has like a bigger fish to fry right now, which is obviously getting the tech going. Viper, though, does get a third TC, so we have triple villager production for the French on the side of the Viper. Obviously, Lucifron is mining some stone of his own, so maybe he has built something I'm not aware of as well. Let me see. No, not quite. So still just a single TC, but supported by a lot of docks. Guys, look at this. Like, this is gonna be like 4 docks being built, and this is just really strong production if you just want to kind of make more fishing ships, which is exactly happening over here. So we see what quadruple fishing ship production, and it's super committed actually to the water. It's a huge commitment to the water by the Viper, sorry, by Lucifron here, but you know, it's a good reason to do so, right? He has such a huge economy from this that if he's allowed to continue, you know, this sort of a water control into the later parts of the game, I think he's going to just completely take over. So in this French mirror, that's actually, by the way, if the Viper wins this, that's actually super important for the Viper to take this, because he just, you know, he takes the, not only does he win the French versus French matchup, he also takes this map out of the map pool completely. So he doesn't have to worry about the French too much anymore, as long as he has something prepared against the civilization, of course. Now, I don't see this game actually kind of ending anytime soon, though. We can see like there is a monastery being built, there's barracks, so I think both players are very likely just kind of to go for even trade. That's sick, man. There's actually trade happening as well. For the Viper, I think he's just going to try to get anything he can in terms of resources, right? Which is good, I guess, for him. Yeah, and we will have a monk being built as well, I guess. So this is going to mean that there are relics that will be picked up. There is nothing of the likes happening on the side of on Lucifron, though. Lucifron can, though, go here and claim this relic that is kind of desolate on this island here. By the way, this map is kind of low on gold here. You guys notice this? There's not that much. Obviously, like, this is very early into the game, but there's not much late game gold available. I think that I'm actually not right at all, am I? We have like huge. It's like 8k. That's wrong. I have like 8k gold here. We have a decent amount of money still on the map. We have 6.8k here still, but I think both players are kind of working with the same amount. So it's not terrible at all. We can see that they are just kind of going towards each other right now. And those are, generally speaking, those are harassment knights, right? So we will see like some, like at least a little bit of harassment coming from Lucifron right now. It's spotted though, so if Viper realizes that there is a knight here, he's just going to have a nice time dealing with this harassment. Of course, those knights actually denied a lot of the damage. They maybe kill like 2-3 villagers overall, I think, like if they focus fire nicely. they do not, and they just have to run away right now and do not accomplish much at all. So they just disengage, I think, Viper going towards this Imperial Age right now with this very large economy. He has lots of food. I think like if he doesn't spend anything for a minute, yeah, he's just gonna have enough to go to Imp. But Lucifron actually is just, Lucifron doesn't care. Look at this. So I think that that's kind of an interesting situation, because Lucy just sneaks by, like, you know, using this kind of edge of the map. He builds a lot of production over here, and Viper, I think Viper is thinking that he's dealing with a very kind of straightforward fight here, or very straightforward scenario, can just kind of go up and macro. But in fact, he might just kind of go up right now. He might click Imp, which is going to be a huge mistake, because Lucifron is actually attacking quite hard in this place over here. So it's going to be quite a scary situation for Viper. Look at this. So he doesn't see this coming. He has, like, you see like 6-7 knights actually clashing with the spears. And there's going to be a lot of support. Actually, we see lots of spears actually coming out from Lucifron as well. He doesn't finish the round, unfortunately enough. He really could have used this, honestly. But those knights are actually winning the fight over here. They're going to charge into the economy of Viper. They're going to kill a lot of villagers, guys. So it looks like, you know, Lucifron just strikes back. He finds a footing in this game. He actually finds a nice opportunity. Viper doesn't notice this because his infrastructure is too far away from the water. So those ships actually did play their role in the end. They did actually allow Viper to extend his... the Lucifron to extend his control alongside the shore all the way towards the base of the Viper, actually. So, yeah, the Viper is actually in a lot of trouble, right? He has 20 villagers idle because he has to run. He's building a keep here, which is probably going to help him a little bit. You know, Lucifron, working with a very strong economy, very strong production. He has almost like 60 supply more. In terms of military, he has like 60 more military. He has 40 more military than his opponent. It looks like, you know, there is no way to stabilize if kind of things continue at this rate. I do think that Viper just dies. He's going up to Imperial, which I'm not really sure I support, because he would probably prefer to have some sort of army rather than economy going right now. So it's looking like a very scary position for Viper to be on. He doesn't need to have those upgrades. He needs to have like some standing army right now, right here. If he doesn't get it, he's in so much trouble. Obviously, some shoreline. I mean, if you can get some fortresses, some keeps built alongside the shore, that's going to give you some sort of flexibility if you're the Viper, right? Because you can have like those keeps that defend your villages, keeps that you can just kind of go into as well, and that might be decent. You have also this huge red palace here, this nice defensive landmark. So that was the age up actually. So he was actually building. I thought it was just a regular keep, but it's not that great. Hey there, Sir Big Dabba Dude. The reason is that I do not have my new computer yet. I have a computer in the building, so right now it is not exactly the highest details because I'm working with a potato PC. Details below the stream. You will see the upgraded version very soon because I do have an RTX 3070 and a lot of parts coming my way. So probably this is going to be a very, very big change in graphics quality. For now, you just have to bear with this because that's the best I can offer. I can just tell you that this cast is going to be fun, but as far as, you know, the quality of the stream, that is something that you just have to work with for now. I'm sorry, but that's how it is. Oh no, there is a keep. Actually, there is a keep up this hill. So we have two keeps. There's a bombard cannon as well. So apparently, this was looking quite. It was looking quite scary for the Viper actually. So, but he managed to repel that attack. He manages to actually get a decent footing in this game again. And Lucifron is H3 against H4, so he is behind in terms of the eco. And actually, you know, there's a cannon on this landmark as well. So it's going to be doing a lot of damage actually. And it doesn't seem like there is anything that can break Viper in this position. Like, this is a very nicely fortified position. We have two cannons in place on those keeps, and obviously there are also two bombards firing away the production of Lucifron. So he is actually forced to go away, and it is not going to look too great altogether. Lucifron though manages to sneak a small force over here, so these units are going to go around and harass a little bit, at least doing some damage to the economy of their opponent. But I'm gonna say, like, generally speaking, if you see streamers' quality being low, this is because their computer is shit. There's like, I don't know why you're asking that question in the first place, because that's just how it is. Like, if you don't have a great computer, you still want to stream, that's kind of something you have to resort to. And yeah, here we are. Those cannons going to take down the ships as well. That's very scary actually, because it just turned on I guess the game got turned on its head. Viper realized that he could just kind of finish this landmark, I think, and he's just going to kind of reinforce this position very heavily right now. I do not think there's any way for Lucifron to break this position anymore. Like, those are very strong keeps. You know, defending this hill is going to be really easy for the Viper, and Lucy really needs to go up to h4 to contest this game altogether. So yeah, it's not looking too great, I have to say. It's for Lucy anymore. Like, Lucifron is looking towards, he's looking down the barrel of the gun, I think, whereby he's just kind of at, you know, probably going to be threatened with the loss in this series as well. He still does have like a very decent production in terms of, like, sorry, decent economy in terms of water, right? He has lots of those fishing boats here. So many actually, it's like 30, isn't it? It's insanity. How many fishing boats does he have? It's about 30 something. So he has a decent water eco. It's not terrible in terms of the income then for Lucifron. You can see how much food he has. He's gonna go up right now. So it's not the end of the world, but he's definitely going to be punished heavily, and he is behind the curve in terms of this game, like in terms of how this game is going to develop, I think. So he's threatening this bomber, but there's like lots of units from Lucifron, actually, sorry, from Viper coming in. So those cannons fire, and they do get rid of those weak cavalry units from Castle Age. And yeah, it looks like this is going to be a kind of a stalemate again. Is there a singular, is it the case? Is this like the only sacred site on the map? There's one also over here, right? So if you, this is actually a realistic win condition, I think. If you are able, if you're Lucifron right now, you can just kind of get enough forces to control this spot over here on the map. Then you can get some ships over here, just defend this, just, you know, control these two spots, and you win. So it's kind of the question of whether, you know, Viper is going to allow that at all or no. I don't think that's going to be the case, though, so we can have a look at the production, by the way. It's kind of interesting. So, that's wrong. What is the hotkey here? Oh, here. So, for Lucifron here, we see the Elite Knight upgrade, of course. We see some Knights coming in as well. There's probably a university building some stuff in the back as well over here. So, we will see, like, a lot of tech. Because he has to catch up, right? On the other side, Viper does have a lot of elite units, I think, already. We see elite spears, we see the probably elite MAAs as well, and there's a lot of production as well streaming in right now, and Lucy has to kind of remake that production somewhere else, because those buildings, again, are very vulnerable. We see a lot of games end because one player just kind of runs out of production completely, and I think you really want to have, you know, your production maybe behind a wall in a safe spot, because if you have it here, like if you get pushed back even a little bit, you're very likely just gonna lose everything. And you see Lucifron actually just running across again. He has those two weak knights over here, more over here, of course. Let's have a look at the army count. So we see Lucifron's army at 37. He has so many villages, he has 138 villas. And Viper actually at 130. Those are huge economies, so those are going to be like kind of very short engagements, very short trades, and those are basically just going to be, the game is going to be resolved by the player with superior eco. But you can see that those elite knights actually are dropped by the transport ship over here. So there are like basically 5 or 6 knights going through the base of the Viper. And yeah, he's just gonna be sending those knights one by one, distracting his opponent and maybe just causing some damage. Those knights over here, those elite knights of Lucifron, are also engaging here the front line. But they're just gonna run past this force. I think they're just not going to be able to accomplish much. So yeah, Lucy just loses a lot of cavalry here. They're not cheap units either way, so it's actually kind of a big loss. You really would like to, I think you'd prefer to avoid losing this many units, I guess. No, so we have those knights actually here sitting back. Where are the knights? Because they're actually running around the base. They're kind of playing chase in here. There's a massacre of villagers that are happening over here. So Viper loses a lot. He loses like, I know 10, 12, 15 villages. Maybe 20 even before this is contained. So it's huge losses, actually. This is a huge play from Lucifron actually getting this transport ship over and just kind of doing a lot of damage over here. You can also probably salvage this. You can just run those units back to the transport ship that brought them in. And you can just kind of reuse this play again, like in a few minutes, if you are feeling, you know, brave. However, Viper does actually push this base down. So there's a huge push happening here. With also the hand cannon units, which is very rare of a unit to see. So there's a large push actually taking place, and Lucifron is losing this side, right? So he did a lot of damage in his economy, but he's losing this this defense over here. Viper with 118 villages still, so he remade some, and Lucy 140. So 20 villages difference. I don't think that's a big of a deal, because Viper has I think Viper has decent bank, although not much gold, right? So Lucy can kind of keep producing those. So Lucifron can keep producing those knights, and he can probably just kind of stay alive in this game because those elite knights from the French are very strong. So we see a lot of villagers dying though. So this woodline, I think, I'm not sure why those villagers were here in the first place. They could have very well been here, like in the safe spot, but you know that's a big loss for Lucifron. Obviously, on top of all this production, which is very, very precious at this point, because you really just do not want to sit on like anything less than 200 population the whole time. So losing this obviously quite a big hit. And yeah, I think Viper is just gonna push in, right? He's just gonna try to take this keep as well. It's not being repaired, so those cannons make short work of it, and it's just gonna be another push here. Like we see 2 more bombers actually being built. So, I'm not sure, what did he age up with? Did he go for the College of Artillery? We have 2 universities for Lucifron, by the way. I'm not sure, do we have the college or do we have another landmark actually over here? Let's see. Yeah, there is a college. Okay, wait, what? Okay, Lucifron is up. I thought gonna keep going. It's so much gold. Enough damage on the other side, he just gives up. I think he, it was kind of early GG, but I'm surprised. I thought this game was gonna continue, to be honest, but it did not. Viper takes a very large military lead, I guess. In terms of units kill actually was very even, but it was mostly villagers, I think, that Lucifron did kill, whereas Viper did actually eliminate quite a bit of his forces. Obviously, again, those ships, I think that was another problem for... I do not understand this. I think you could have deleted those ships, because they take up like 6 population spots each. You could have just deleted those ships and maybe fought from there. I think that was probably the right play. Just, you know, because you can free up a lot of supply, can just get a decent army. Because look at this, like, military-wise, Lucifron wasn't behind in kind of the raw numbers, but he was behind because he had so many ships. He had like 5 or 6 or 7 of those hulks still on the map, where he could have just had, you know, let's say, what's... oh god, it's so many actually. He could have had like 40 extra units on the map if he had just deleted a few of those. Which is really big. It's a huge deal, guys. It's a huge, it's a massive deal. So Viper just kind of takes over, I think, because of the army that, you know, there's an army cap on the on Lucifron that he's never able to meet. And he's never able to actually just get enough army numbers to match the Vipers, which is a huge deal, actually. So yeah, we see... I'm very surprised because I thought Lucy was going to take this, given that he was able to get the water control here, given that he was able to kind of get a nice push early as well. Kind of surprising the Viper potentially, but Viper just kind of places those keeps in a crucial spot, just massacres his opponent, right? Which is very, very nice. Guys, a quick reminder, we are basically like 10 hours into the cast at this point, so if you're enjoying yourselves, please consider dropping me a follow on Twitch, leaving me a sub on YouTube, and maybe becoming members of the channel as well if you do think that this does float your boat. That is $3 a month for a lot of excellent casting, of course, and you know, you're supporting me. If you have, by the way, subscribed, I have not noticed that, please let me know on the chat, because I think there's a bug right now that doesn't allow the Streamlabs to give me the notifications as far as the YouTube subs go. So I had no notifications, but I see the sub numbers going heavily up. So I do believe this is because of the tournament cast. I hope so anyway. I just can't see any subs coming in, so that's basically how it's gonna go. Okay, so we're just waiting for the next game to start. Yeah. And those players, I think they're in the game actually. So very quick decision making. They're very fluid with the system, I guess, and we're just going to go to the next game. Which is possibly the last game of the evening. Viper is actually 2-0 in the series. And Lucifron is very stubborn. He's gonna go for the Delhi. Interesting. So it's gonna be second game of the Delhi against the Viper playing the Abbasid here. We shall see how it goes actually. I'm very curious because there's gonna be the 2 Arabic civs going toe-to-toe in this matchup. We have 4 minutes to go before the game starts. I'm going to take that time to actually rest because I've been casting for 10 hours non-stop, so I need a little break every now and then to actually stay coherent at least, which I'm mostly successful at, I guess. So be right back, guys. Be right back. Okay guys, we're back. So I'm just gonna set up for this potentially final game. We are at the match point. Lucifron may be actually dropping completely out of the tournament. That might be the only 3-0 of the day if Lucy doesn't actually pick up the pieces. So, starting in the north, desperate for a victory right now, playing the Delhi Sultanate. It is Lucifron7. And in the south, it is going to be TheViper in the red, playing the Abbasid dynasty. So we see another, I think Abbasid dynasty is very strong. I do believe this, they're actually kind of a nice civ overall. And I'm very curious as to how exactly this pans out. Wait, is Viper actually allowed to play this at all? I might be having flashbacks from the previous series. Yeah, that's definitely the case, right? Because we saw, I think Hera eliminated on the map where he was playing the Abbasid mirror, so that's the case. So never mind, we see this actual setup over here. And we see that there is a mining camp coming down. I think it's kind of the usual suspects for this particular map. What map is it? It's Hill and Dale. Oh no, it's going to be a Turtley map. So it's going to be a very scary map, I think, for the Viper, because I think Delhi, if they are allowed to turtle down, actually, they are going to be very strong. Because, you know, they just get a lot of advantages as the game develops. Because, again, it's kind of a weird infrastructure for the Delhi, right? You go for the mosque very early on, which obviously provides you with tech support. You also get the mill tech going as well as soon as you can. And right now, this is all that Lucy is doing. He's just going to go up. I think he's going to try to just go up to a second mosque, actually. So no mining camp. He's just going to go up to the second mosque right now. And he's just gathering wood from this tree over here. So he's going to try to get like as much tech, I guess, going for himself as possible. Which is very reasonable, right? He can get like double research done with the mosque, which provide with a lot of very useful bonuses altogether. So you can get all those up. I think that's pretty cool altogether. So you'll see like probably the production speed going up. We'll see the piety as well, which is help with the scholars, right? We see a lot of those nice upgrades actually being researched here. And herbal medicine, which means that they can heal faster, and this allows you to probably support a little bit in terms of like, you know, combat as well. They can probably just heal you through a lot of those nasty encounters if you have a scholar with your army, which is very rare of an occurrence still, I think. People don't carry those around too much. So it's kind of a stable, normal opening, standard stuff. I think both players are not going to go crazy here. Viper actually goes with the House of Knowledge right now, House of Wisdom that is. He's going to have enough to age up very soon, so once this finishes, I think he's going to be almost ready to just click up as well. Whereas, of course, Lucifron here probably will take a little bit more time because he has been very late to the gold. Yeah, Viper has enough. Just once the landmark finishes, he's just going to click up as well and go up to feudal, I think. Yeah. Hey Viper, hello! Oh, he spent some food. I think he queued some villagers. He clicks up right now. His opponent in the blue, Lucifron, is not yet there. He should be close relatively soon though. He has 180 gold, so it's going to be probably a really short affair. Like 10 gold more really, and a single 40 foot is going to be all it takes for him to go up as well. I do not believe that the Abbas are going to push early though. I do think that the Viper is going to be cautious. He's going to play kind of for the later game. Unless he has a very specific cool build in mind, of course, then this might be you know, something worth doing. I'm wondering like when the walls come down as well, whether like they're just going to go for that very quickly, or it's going to be a delayed procedure like it was when, with our previous matchup on here, where Hera I think was fighting against RecoN, right? Okay, we have double mosque still, and there's going to be obviously the Dome of Faith being built, so we have a lot of possible text to be researched overall in here. And Lucifron is going to go with this wheelbarrow as well, so that's kind of nice. He's going to get this around like 5-minute mark or like 5:30, because he has been actually working on this, or actually it's going to be 7-minute mark, never mind. Unless he gets more scholars into the mosques, in fact. So yeah, we have a very chill game, I think. That's going to be a very long... Oh shit, are you kidding me? Ah, I messed up. Sorry guys, I did mess up quite a bit here. That's my bad. I didn't see that, I'm kind of tired, I'm not gonna lie. Thank you. Shit, that feels bad. So, Anyhow, we see that the Viper here is going with a very standard build. He's gonna go for the stone here, so gonna expand very soon, I guess. Lucifron actually not expanding all in all, so he's gonna go for a more conservative approach, I guess. I'm not sure actually, I'm not sure what exactly he's gonna do. Because you'd expect, I think you'd expect Lucy to go for stone as well, to kind of match the economy of the Abbasid, which is usually just going to be quite strong overall. So you see this TC being dropped over here on the hunt as well, so there's going to be a nice source of food income here. And yeah, very late, but it does actually happen, and our Delhi player does actually reach the next age. The scholar is instantaneously sent over here to the sacred site. He's going to try to capture that, although it is being contested right now, so it's going to be a bit more difficult for that scholar to actually get that going. We probably need some units actually, so Lucy does need actually to produce some units in order to prevent this stuff from happening. This scholar is probably not going to die because the scouts have very low damage overall, but he's going to be seriously hurt nonetheless, right? So probably you'd probably prefer to avoid it altogether, if possible, of course. Now, so we have the Viper just gathering food, pretty chill over here really. Second TC done, he's not gonna go for the third yet, so we're just gonna have this slower game right now, I guess. They're not gonna fight too much, you know, this scholar just kind of gets garrisoned into this mosque, and we have two mosques, I think, two mosques that are gonna be fully garrisoned quite soon. And of course this is gonna chain into a lot of possible tech, with two blacksmiths being built, because, you know, this research of the Delhi, it's free, but it takes a damn while, so obviously getting those blacksmiths is going to help you quite a bit to just kind of, you know, max out on the possibilities that you have, which is pretty big. Honestly, it's pretty big, guys. So yeah, it is just going to be very slow game, I guess. Viper here, of course, going for a lot of villagers. He's just going to be spamming them from 2 TCs, which is kind of surprising to me that, you know, Lucifron is not doing this. Like, Lucy might have like some other stuff on like planned, I guess. Because I don't believe really that this is, you know, just going to be a single TC play. You just need to have enough villagers to sustain late game eco. And you're not going to have that if you're just going to... Yeah, we see barracks here, we can see an archery range. Maybe there's going to be some aggression, actually. At least he's going to contest those sacred sites for sure, right? That's absolutely going to happen. Like, we're going to have some fights over the sacred sites. There's a second scholar going here, by the way, so we might actually have, you know, triple sacred site captured very soon. I'm not sure if this is going to kind of extend into a long feudal age, because, you know, at some point, you know, if you're Viper, you have to just go towards the sacred sites just to repel your opponent from them. So if Lucy actually just goes for all the 3 sacred sites, it might be quite scary for Viper. He might have to fight this, right? Which is obviously not something that he would prefer to do, most likely. So I think we might actually see Viper forced into some military. See archery range coming down. We also see a stable, so there's going to be the weapon of choice for our Abbasid player. But there's a lot of, actually the forces here are quite significant. You see a lot of units from our Delhi player. Those are archers, which are obviously not the strongest against horsemen. They're in large numbers, right? So they should deal with this kind of a raid quite okay. There are also spears. There's a single spear and there's a second spear as well coming out from Lucifron, so he's going to take some control of this as well. However, this scholar is probably dead too, right? He's gonna be quite badly bruised up. Actually, he has been mismicroed, I think, out of the fight, and it's not gonna be a very pleasant sight for Lucy. Actually, I think he was hoping to get this sacred side, but he's not gonna do this, right? He's just gonna lose this scholar. There is no saving grace anymore for this one. He's just gonna die. We see those archers actually coming around as well towards this point, but there is no scholar anymore, so and this is gonna get decapped, I believe, as well. This is kind of scary too, but it's a lot of gold anyway. Like, if Lucifron is able just kind of to keep this side going for a longer time, I think it's going to be a lot of income overall. Let's see the income per minute. You see, it's basically the double for Lucifron because of the singular sacred side being there. And this scholar, actually, that's very unfortunate. This is also going to die, I think. This scholar is also dead to rights, unless Lucifron just goes and gets enough units to protect him. That's okay, I guess. There are no major moves happening actually on the map. I think there's nothing special at all. We see those blacksmiths researching additional techs, and yeah, it's just kind of a chill game overall. We had some fighting over the position, and we really have to just get rid of the forces of the Delhi Sultanate. If you cannot secure those sacred sites, you're just gonna be too far behind to contest anything later. So I think the Viper realizes that he's trying to push off Lucifron from those control sites, because that's basically just a lot of free gold income. You don't want that to have. You don't want your opponent to have that actually. So that's quite important for you to actually handle that somehow. But he doesn't have enough to contest that properly, so he just probably loses some units for free, and those sacred sites might actually fall into the Delhi hands again. Actually, that's a decent force of cavalry though, so we just probably want to have an additional archery range. If you're Viper, right, you just probably want to have like double archer production, then you should be fine. There's also a blacksmith, so we are producing some sort of tech. It's a very different game from what we've seen so far on this map, because I think we are used to having those very slow, long games between those two civs, but what we're getting from those two players is actually a lot of action, basically at every place on the map, right? Obviously, Lucifron with a lot of army, 24 units to Viper's 12. He has control. I do not think that Lucifron, I don't think Viper should be fighting this. I think Viper should just kind of back away, get a nice composed army, and then fight. He cannot just... I don't think he can afford to lose all those units. He's losing so much. 2 horsemen thrown away here. You see, like, 3 archers dying here, maybe 4 even. Maybe 5 if these guys don't run away. So Viper kind of loses grip of the game, I think. He had to just kind of... He needed to realize, okay, that there is no way he can win this game in a straight-up battle until he just does get enough units to do so, right? So he's gonna go up to castle, I think. That's his plan, but he cannot really keep fighting this. If he keeps kind of going to those bad trades, he's going to lose the game before he gets to even reach the castle in the first place. Because he's very close in terms of eco, but he just cannot allow, more of his units to die, because that's just gonna be terrible ending. Like, that means, like, probably that... Lucifron just gets a few rounds and just kills him, right? It's not gonna be a pretty ending. And again, like, he throws another archer away. Like, one here, one there. All this adds up, and I think, like, that Lucifron is just at such a huge advantage right now. 4 military for Viper, that's nothing. He has 4 horsemen, that's all. That's literally that's all his units. He's gonna go up, so Viper does click up. And he has enough gold and he has enough resources to actually produce some units. So it's not like the end of the world for him in any way or form. Right, he's gonna go for a hunt as well. He's just gonna expand a little bit. So he's gonna click before his opponent. I think Lucifron is quite far away. No, never mind. Lucy is actually going to castle as well. So, but he has a huge army. He has 32 military to 4. So, I'm not really sure what exactly the plan is here for Viper, but I think he just has to make sure that his opponent doesn't realize how far ahead he is. Because I think, like, Lucifron at this point, you just kind of go across the map, just, get his all units in place, just build a few rams and kill Viper right away. So that's kind of the scary part of this. Lucy also castle age already. Viper not kind of close, even he has like a minute to go at least, I think, maybe like a bit less. But yeah, a very strong start from our Delhi player actually. He has a decent advantage in terms of army. He has been trading better. Viper just threw away a lot of units here, man. He threw so many units away. And Viper actually sends a lot of those kind of... He spreads his units on the map. He sends those to the sacred sites. That's actually Lucifron sending. Then never mind. Lucifron is actually going to secure those sites eventually, right? He's sending some pikes over here. He has two spears over here as well. So there's going to be some scholars probably coming down as well. And they'll be trying to capture those sites very, very soon. Of course, like if you get all 3 sites and you can get enough control, this forces Viper to fight you at some point, right? So I think Viper does actually need to get that age up. He gets it now. He needs to get some solid infantry line, and he needs to actually be able to go against those heavy archer and heavy spear numbers on the side of his opponent. And Viper has a lot of production, right? He has decent economy as well, so it's not the problem, I think. We're just kind of to spam out a decent army. You can see that he's just mass producing those MAAs, which is probably the right choice. So it's not an issue for him to get an army, right? Don't get me wrong, but it is a problem for him because he needs that army now, because there's a large force actually going through here. There's no wall, so Viper did not bother to wall at all, and this probably means that there's going to be a small dance ensuing very soon, right? We might see a lot of production. I mean, TheViper is producing so many MAAs. Actually, look at this. So he's going for additional like 6 MAAs at a time, no, 4 at a time right now. He's gonna get more, I think. He's just gonna get more barracks, and eventually just kind of spam even more out. However, you can see that, you know, those are matched by Lucifron. Lucifron is also getting those MAAs of his own. We have like what, 7 of them already over here, which seems to be a decent number altogether. They also have better upgrades, I think. So Viper has to be very cautious right now. He might just lose the game if he doesn't play this properly. He might lose the game anyway, actually, now that I think about it. So yeah, this is looking like the defeat, actually. Viper was just, I think he was caught off guard very hard. And he has a lot of units just raiding him in his main base right now. Obviously, I do not think those MAAs are just going to, you know, just completely slaughter him. There's too few of them over here. And he's taking a nice fight at the bottom of the hill. So he might be still kind of in a survival condition, I guess. But since he has so many resources to spend anyway. But, you know, Lucifron is... actually, I think this is over. No, it's over. Like, 26 military to what, like 50? 50. I think Viper is done, though, guys. Even with the defender's advantage with this kind of you know, shooting buildings over here, I don't think this is the nice place to be taking the fight in the first place. I think Viper should be actually just, you know, defending this battery. Should be just kind of sitting at the top of the hill, just kind of using this TC, and maybe even this TC to leverage his defender's advantage a little bit more, because he's not doing much right now. And yeah, this infantry of his is just getting slaughtered. Yes, he has decent eco behind this. He's securing this sacred site at least, so he's not gonna lose this one. But let's face it, like, look at this. Like, we have 47 military, 52 vills, to 63 vills, 15 military. That's so little military, actually. And Viper is actually hemorrhaging units all across the map. There is you really can't afford to be losing anything. And those are very expensive spring guilds, man. Those are very expensive spring guilds. So there's a small fight also breaking out over here. So it's very chaotic, but I do think that at some point there's like basically no point of no return for Viper, because he just kind of was lured into this false sense of security once again. I think that happened to way too many players today, and the Delhi are just going to kind of murder him right away on the spot. You have to remember they have better upgrades as well. It's like 6-6 to 4-6, so melee defense is actually way better for the MAAs of the Delhi, and this is just basically that. Like, they're just stronger units right now. And Viper has nothing. Like, he has very little left in the base. Like, there are just some of those MAAs back there, but he has very little production as well. He has to just kind of spam units out, and he's not really keeping them alive at all, right? So that's a big problem, and this TC is not really helping at all. Like, it's just not doing much. It's just basically scratching those fully upgraded MAAs. So MAAs, it's not good enough, I think, for the Viper. Those villagers are gonna die. Over here at the bottom, like, we see a large force again of infantry just completely dominating. And yeah, Viper is out, GG. And we're gonna have game number 4. Because Viper was, I think, caught off guard a little bit. And he took a lot of bad trades early, right? He took a lot of those very bad trades with those kind of early horseman archers. Like, you can see how far behind he was from the get-go in here. Never did he cross the 25 army supply, whereas, you know, his opponent, Lucifron, was actually above 25 around 10 minutes, so he just kind of snowballed from there. And those losses that Viper took early on were just so big that, you know, they just kind of were out of control in the end. So, yeah, very good game by Viper, but not enough, and Lucifron obviously showing his potential here. So the Spanish brothers seemingly stay alive in the game, seemingly stay alive in the tournament still, which is cool. So we have Lucifron 1-2-2, still on match point. He needs to win 2 more to win the entire tournament. And, you know, the Viper left with 1 victory only. He can take 1 and win. So it's just the question of whether he's actually able to do this or no. So yeah. That's how it is, guys. That's how this series is looking like, and we're just gonna have to wait for those players to go into the next game. I actually thought this was gonna be over now, because it looked like Lucifron was completely collapsing here, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Obviously, Viper seems to be the stronger player here overall. Like, he had better macro. He has been able to just, I guess, control the maps better, but at the same time, you know, it's still kind of, I guess, anybody's win if you can just kind of get his shit together and just kind of go back into this game stronger. So yeah. We shall see if the Viper is actually good enough right now. Because he just needs to win one game now. He needs to win one game out of those upcoming ones. So it's just kind of the matter of whether he has enough stamina and whether he has enough like ideas of how to play different civs. Yeah, he should be able to take it. So we're just waiting for the players to get settled as well. To wait for them to kind of pick their civs and go into potentially again the final game of the night. This is a bloody game, man. But admittedly a very interesting one at that. So we just have to wait for them to pick a map as well. No Hill and Dale left, so that's kind of good. I'm not sure if we have French Pass in the pool. I don't think anybody likes French Pass but me. It's funny. Do we have French Pass guys in the map pool in Genesis? I'm gonna try to check that on Discord. Okay, they're not in the game yet, so we have to just keep waiting. Probably gonna be like 5 minutes again, guys. You can make a tea or something. I'm gonna make a tea as well because we have like a lot of time to use here. I'm gonna take a short break because I've been casting for such a long time today, man. So I do want to see the things through though, so I'm very likely to continue all the way until the end of the series. This being said though, I do need to make a tea, so be right back. Definitely we'll have enough time because it takes like 10 minutes for next game to start usually, so at least 5. I at least have 5 minutes because Viper is still picking stuff. Be right back. Chcesz pół banana? Aha. Chcesz? Sorry. Chodź. Słucham? Aha. Okay guys, we're back, so just waiting for this game to start. 40 seconds remaining. And we have seen a few Mongol victories against the French. It might be just one of them actually. We shall see how exactly this one pans out. I mean, Lucifron's French were not as good as the Viper's French, I guess, right? So that's kind of a tell. And the Mongols can be played in a lot of ways, so it's kind of a creative civilization. That's why they, I think they're kind of weak-ish overall in terms of like this kind of raw power, because of how flexible it can be with them. So of course, like you will not have that high tech, for instance, but you have a lot of cool stuff that you can do with those buildings, with those units. And if you're just kind of creative enough, you can actually do a lot of stuff on the map that other civilizations just are unable to. So let's go. Without any further ado, in the north, in the blue, playing the French, it is Lucifron7 to be more specific, and in the bottom, in the south, playing the Mongols, it is going to be TheViper. Yeah, the openers are usually just kind of mapped out right now, I think. Although we see this Uvu kind of far away from the TC again, and the TC is kind of instantaneously dropped here. I'm kind of wondering why they don't go for those TCs closer to the berries, for instance, but it's just something that I guess is just gonna puzzle me indefinitely. You can have those very cool stone spawns where you have like, the TC spawning next to the stone, and like maybe like between the stone and the wood line. That would be perfect for the Mongol play, of course, right? But that's not gonna happen here. We can have a look at the full map right now as well. We can see that our French player here is obviously gonna go for a very quick, feudal. I think it's gonna be it's very likely to be the case for the Mongols as well. You do not want to fall behind your opponents. If you're playing Mongols, you just want to kind of stay on top of things. And I guess that's what we're gonna see as well here, right? The Uvu, of course, generating some free stone for our Mongol player, but it can only be used for very specific purposes, so you cannot just go and build a TC out of it. So yeah, there we go. Just some tech, some extra units produced, right? That's basically the idea here. Generally speaking, we have seen this used today in a lot of ways. We have seen this used to produce infantry. We have also seen it in Kasva matchup to double produce the caravans, which ended terribly because people are just super good at spotting those right now. Obviously, caravans versus French make no sense, so I don't think that's going to be the case. So we're just going to see. Oh, this is very early barracks actually. That's super early. It's like before. That's like pre. What the hell? It's going to be a very aggressive game then, I guess, because those are like Dark Age barracks. And she's probably just gonna do something crazy with this. You're gonna have double spearmen, so it's kind of the, yeah. Oh no. We're going for double spearmen, guys. That's like the pen, pineapple, apple, pen. That's crazy. What is he doing with this? So it's gonna be a crazy push then. Like, it's not a normal game anymore. It's gonna be like an insane push from Viper, I guess. I guess he scouted that this gold is exposed. Oh no, the French is actually going. Yeah, that's actually good, because if you can just get the French off the gold, he's already advancing. But he can be denied the access to gold by those spears. So if you're just going to be very aggressive here, there might be not a single cav unit out on the map, because knights cost 100 gold each. If those spearmen reach this place on time, probably not, but like they can deny at least the second knight from being ever built. And this kind of forces the French into, there's the kind of weaker suit, which is going to be archers, which is going to be like the infantry, like the spears of their own. I think that's going to be kind of nice. But obviously every single kind of cheesy play, every single aggressive play that you do is going to have some consequences. In this case, of course, it is going to mean that you are going to advance very late to the next age. We see a villager coming along, so there's going to be a committed attack. It's not just a single kind of aggressive move. Is going to be a way more committed attack from our Mongol player actually. So those 4 spears are going to threaten the mining camp. They're doing a lot of damage here, so it's very likely they actually succeed at killing something. And also there is this Khan who's attacking the vulnerable villagers, so he's going to try to pick away at that. There's also going to be an outpost being built though, so it's going to be quite scary. If this actually goes up, right? I think it's gonna allow Lucifron to secure this position. This being said, though, it is it's not certain how exactly this kind of moves forward here. So we definitely we do deny this mining camp. So he just plunders that money and he just moves out, is that the case? And this tower is gonna go up as well, so... the question is, like, can you deny this efficiently? I think this has enough range to attack the gold miners, so if you can just kind of have this up, just kind of garrison a few spears, I think you're gonna be fine. To at least force your opponent to move to another gold deposit, right? Because I don't think this is big of a deal. You can just kind of take your villagers, go there, and you're pretty much okay as the French, because Mongols are not gonna harass you too much, right? So that's the problem. So even if he is able to push his opponent off this gold, it's not gonna be enough anyway, I think, to actually validate the side that's happening. Of course, on the other hand, you actually keep pressure on the side of your opponent, so you do not have to worry about the knights at home. Because, okay, that's very strange. So you have like lots of outposts. I guess the YAM network is being used or something. That's the idea here, I guess, right? Yeah. So he's gonna just try to establish a YAM network. He's going to try to kill the scout over here. Almost gets that done, and there is also going to be quite a bit of chaos ensuing with this particular can. But there's 190 gold, and there's a lot of possible knights to be built in the future from the Viper, so from Lucifron. So it's not like he's going to be completely denied any pressure on the map. If this knight is able to get to the Mongol camp, he's probably going to cause a small amount of damage. Small is probably the good word here. It's not going to be a lot, but it's going to be oh no. Oh, this is very unlucky. So apparently Viper moves his villager around, and the villager does actually lose her life as a result of that, so that's not good at all, because this doesn't go up before the YAM network is available. Okay, those two knights actually circling around those... Oh, how fast are those guys? Have you seen this? They're like Zerglings from StarCraft 2, seriously, they're like so fast. Oh, they're just running so fast, man. They're just matching the knights in terms of movement speed with the YAM network available. It's crazy funny. And this villager as well is just, oh god, they're just so cute running around like this. So, this is actually going to be a Jer move here to the Hunt, but this is exposed as hell, right? So, you really have to make sure if you're playing the Mongols here that you are not going to... allow those knights to get in, so you have to just consistently pressure this point and just make sure that, you know, those attacks of yours are just not too easily kind of managed by the archers, for instance, right? So we have 3 archers here on the side of Lucifron, so those are going to be dealing with those pikes quite well, I think. And Lucy himself has, Viper is actually switching a little bit towards the archers now. We have like double archer production. We're probably spending a lot of the stone. See, like, we're spending some stone at least on those double archers, so we're gonna have a very different tech very, very soon as well. And those knights are gonna go for some aggression again, but I don't think they manage to do that because they're just gonna be very quickly repelled by the spears of Viper over here. Okay, so basically we have a stalemate again here a little bit. So, oh, that's a very interesting maneuver. So instead of just fighting for this position, Lucifron moves out. So he's gonna take his units and he's gonna go across the map and try to force survival. There's so many spears actually. They murder that singular knight, and those spears are actually so fast at moving, especially with the buff from the Khan. They're gonna catch up to those archers very easily. They'll probably just make short work of them as well. And it's actually leaves Lucifron with very few units left. So it's actually a very efficient rush. Because Lucy has no units left. By the way, Viper has 525 wood available to him, so he probably should move some of those villagers out of the way. Just a small suggestion though, right? He's also going to deny the stone from mining, which is interesting that, you know, Lucifron being very, very pressured here is actually going to go for the stone. So he's not going to be able to access that at all. And we see the archers actually denying the knights their lives as well, I think, potentially. No, not really. But that's a very decent opener, I think, from Viper, because he has been able to contain the French. He's been able to just kind of place their focus elsewhere, namely on the base of their own, and actually has been able to keep them tied up in place for a while. So those knights have never accomplished anything here, and it's basically just a very decent defense by offense, right, by the Viper, who just decides to go across the map and apply a lot of pressure. So we have 13 pikes, or 13 spears and 5 archers for Viper. And we have 7 archers, 2 knights for Lucifron. So I think, yeah, Viper has a very decent army advantage right now. Coming to this matchup, he's like very, very large army numbers. And if he can just capitalize on that now, he's just going to win the game. I think he just needs to find a nice opening and fight. And that's very nice micro, and the villagers just backing off on time. And that's also this very nice command arrow here, maneuvering, the maneuver arrow actually used to increase the units near Khan by a lot. So that's very fast infantry right now. Those are very fast spears, very fast archers. But I think that number-wise, it's not that great for Viper, because he's getting thinned out quite a bit. Those archers trade not favorably actually in this particular situation. It's very important though that this particular tower does actually finish here, so those will have to find. Oh, very so close. It actually does finish. Okay, perfect. So you can now garrison this. Actually, you can just get your units into safety into the tower and make sure they just don't die. Right, so it's actually very good. So 4 archers here, 5 archers here, and the Khan actually harassing here. Then those towers are going to have enough pressure now that it just forces Lucifron away. Okay, we have Hunt secured by Viper. Is actually gonna take those spears out as well. He has 2 units coming as well from the barracks here. So he's gonna slowly stream into the base of Lucifron. And Viper is actually taking another fight over here. 2 pikes only left though. So those knights are probably going to trade quite favorably, but again, we have a lot of archers now for the Viper. He has double archery range production with those bonuses from the stone that Mongols do actually possess. So it's looking like a potentially decent numbers advantage for play in the red over here. You obviously see this outpost as well kind of paying for its value in gold or in wood and food, honestly, because it just kind of allows those archers to seek shelter and to get some decent advantages on the map for that reason. But somehow Lucifron managed to get a decent army, right? So you can see that he has 10 archers and 2 knights, 2 vipers, 11 archers and 7 spearmen. So it's actually a decent army for... I think it's actually quite a good army for Lucifron. He just needs more of those knights, I guess. And they should be more healthy as well somehow if you can make it happen. So yeah, for now it's just gonna be a very stale game. It's gonna be slow game, like, because they're just gonna try to look for a nice engagement. And once they find it though, it's gonna probably be like game deciding almost. Like whether Lucifron can take this or no is a big question mark. We have three knights here for Lucy as well, and yeah, we have decent production I think still happening, right? We have those archers coming through from the Uvu, so they're kind of additionally reinforced, and that's a very large force of the Mongol army that has to be reckoned with, right? You have to just kind of consider what they can do at least to you. Now, we probably want to see the forge and siege engineering, right? It's very important to have that. We probably have the... Do we have the forge on the side of the French? No, not really. So, that's actually a nice upgrade advantage, especially if you have the cavalry, because there's a free attack upgrade for the cav as well, but it's not there yet. So there's a knight. Actually, this is very nice for Viper. Actually, taking out a single knight here is going to be very good, providing, of course, a decent amount of control. Like, the more knights you can kill off, the easier it's going to be for you to actually dominate the games, right? Because it's basically just going to take off the pressure of your shoulders and apply it on your opponents. So, oh my god, Viper actually finds this. Oh no, Lucy is gonna lose a lot of villagers over here. Let's face it, those guys are toast. Like, all those villagers over here, they're just completely dead to rights. Obviously, okay, the forces arrive, so Lucifron doesn't lose everything here because he actually has units arriving to reinforce this. But right now it's way too late already. He loses like 6 or 7 villagers. That's a lot of damage dealt. And Viper is actually going to be very, very safe over here. Just kiting back and just trying to stay safe. I mean, okay, he might actually lose a few archers here off the back of the trade, but he's also gonna kill a knight or 2, I think. Seems to be the case that one of the knights at least is gonna go down. Yeah, one of them is dead for sure. Which is fine, and you know, I think Viper doesn't care anymore. He's just gonna be fine with what he has. There's some extra reinforcements coming around, by the way, and let's see the army numbers and the eco once again. So we have 8 pikes, 6 archers for Viper, and it's gonna be 19. Oh, that's so scary, and oh, that's actually lots of trouble for Viper then, because it's a huge army advantage. So he traded a lot of his army for the villagers of his opponent, right? Now he has to stay alive to make enough units to defend now. against this relentless assaults of his opponent, because that's a lot of archers. It's a huge archer ball that can literally do a lot of damage as well to your economy if you allow it to kind of roam your base. Sorry, I had to kind of talk about something to my girlfriend. Okay, I think we're good to continue, right? So, what we have here is actually a very large force of... I don't think this is possible. It's possible to stop this even for the Viper. We have a very large force of Lucifron, like basically knocking on the doors of the base of the Viper here, and he has very little to defend with. So, okay, he actually goes... That's insanity, why? I mean, I understand why, but... Oh god. I didn't notice this at all. I do not think Lucifron was expecting that either. Under so much pressure, he just goes up to castle. It is actually the matter of defending right now, because we have siege engineers for the French, and Mongols are not that good at defending sieges, right? I mean, he can just pack and leave. I think that's the possibility as well. But he really needs to get those upgrades going ASAP. He needs to have like elite archers, and his veteran archers going, right? He's getting the upgrade right now. He's also gonna get some knights. He has a nice army, like, in production, but in reality, like, it's going to be a very weak force until those extra forces can arrive. We have 2 knights actually arriving for the Mongols. Actually, that's such a nice turn of events. Like, if he can just kind of keep this... Oh my god, it's actually going to be GG. We have 2 knights, 2 actual full knights. The villagers ungarrisoned. They attack the run, they probably take it down. You can lose a few for this, that's fine. Because you have castle age advantage, look at this. And those archers, they're just gonna go... like basically all the way against Lucifron's forces, and they're just gonna snipe so much here. Those are weak knights against the actual correct version of the knight, the full lancer, and yeah, Lucifron is dead. Man, Lucifron is just kind of just like this. The game turns on its head, and Viper cleans up, and this is the end of the series. It's crazy. So 2 elite upgrades, getting those knights out, fighting under the TC, and suddenly like just series just like this, and one of the Spanish brothers is out, so Viper is actually going to advance forward, and we have to say goodbye to Lucifron. He had very nice strategies, but he just didn't actually manage to win overall. Okay guys, so that's it for today. It was a long ass stream. Guys, if you're new to the stream still, if you haven't subscribed to me on YouTube yet, please remember to do so right now. Clicking the sub, liking the stream, leaving a follow on Twitch. If you're enjoying the streams altogether, please remember you can also become members of the channel for a few bucks a month, just $3 a month actually. And I'm going to very much appreciate if you do that. This being said, actually, this is it for me today. I don't think we'll be hosting anybody because you guys kind of scooted off around the end of the Viper series. So thank you for watching, guys. It was a blast casting this, and yeah, see you around. I'm going to be casting tomorrow's finals as well, so very much looking forward to seeing who of those guys actually ends up in the finals. I'm just gonna very quickly do the recap here. So we had Vortix, TheMista, RecoN, and Lucifron, Viper advancing here. So Viper looking like a very fierce competitor. However, Vortix and Mista also looking extremely strong. RecoN being able to take down Hera like this also looks like he has a lot to prove. So can't wait to see how exactly this evolves into those 3 series tomorrow. There's going to be 2 best of 5s and a single best of 7. So yeah, very, very hyped to see that. Thank you guys